Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today are three very special guests. We have the Chad Dads, Larry Bleidner, Ty Beard, and Doug Tenaple. How are you, gentlemen?
Hey, guys.
So good.
Fantabulous.
Just living the dream, Nick.
Yep,
living the dream.
You know who's living the dream? And that would be Doug. I have to dox Doug just a little bit. It is his birthday today, so a very happy birthday.
There will
to
be
you,
no
sir.
birthday singing, though.
No.
I will.
Copyright strike.
Larry with the baseline birthday. It's good.
Yes, we'll hum it. Can't sing it, we'll hum it.
Well, I've heard that song so many times now with this many birthdays, I'm tired of it.
Yeah. It should be a new birthday song. You're right. Hey, I got a question for you. Everybody, when I moved to LA, suddenly people sort of customized the birthday song and they sing cha cha cha. And some other, do they do that where you guys are?
In Texas?
Only the children until we beat it out of them.
Yeah.
I mean, we fire guns at the end of the song. In
That's good.
celebration,
I'm good with that. We did
but
that in New York. Yeah.
There is no cha-cha-cha in Texas.
What is this
no.
cha-cha-cha stuff?
Yeah, I hate it.
I hate it too.
Cha-cha-cha.
I do. It bugs me.
Doug,
Yeah.
have you encountered a cha-cha-cha thing?
Yes, all the time. My kids do it every year. They learned it at school from the other little kids. They do the cha-cha. I'm like, one year it showed up. I'm like, what is this?
I think it's some leftist conspiracy.
I always said
right.
public school was just a breeding ground of disease and corruption, and that is evidence of it. Because no kid learns the cha-cha-cha crap from their parents if their parents love them.
Right.
And they're all copying each other. No one told them to copy it, and they're already spreading it without thinking for themselves. They just heard it once. Now they know that's what they must do.
Only we had like some kind of social condoms you could put your kids, make your kids wear to where they wouldn't do that. That would be good.
Social
It's called
condom.
being Amish is a social condom.
Well,
Hey Larry, I thought you had like the lockdown stash and all that. Did you shave all that?
I did, and you know what? About 2 days ago, I just zipped it off because it was driving me out of my fucking mind.
yeah. How many whole hamburgers were stuck in it by the time you shaved it?
Yeah, you know what? I had a stash through a lot of college, and then I had one when my first daughter was born for a while. And I guess as I've aged, that thing has gotten more wiry, and it just like exploded.
It's way out of your.
It's like this walrus thing, I could hardly breathe through it. If I sneezed, I was combing snot out of it for an hour. So I said, this has to go.
I kept mine while I was on the krill diet. So I just dive into the ocean, filter all of that crap in,
spraying through it. Yeah.
And then I was this has to stop. I always get I will grow out my mustache sometimes when I'm lazy, and I always have to shave it when my jaw starts to cramp up, because I will habitually, it'll get down to where my lower lip can reach over it, and I'll just sit there and do that number, not even trying. And that's what I'm okay, this needs to stop. This is,
I know that move.
Yeah. Everybody
And
does.
it tastes different every time you do it.
yeah.
That's mustard.
The worst is if you ever have like a Carolina Reaper or ghost chili salsa or something with the big mustache, and then the next day you wake up and you're like, oh God, it's terrible.
Touch your mustache, touch your eye. You can't do it.
No, not good. Not good.
For a year after having a ghost pepper, you can't do it for a year.
So
I'm glad I brought this up.
Yeah. So it's been a while since we've had a Chad Dad show.
Nice.
The last time we had it was at the beginning of the Corona Chan.
Indeed.
And quarantines were just starting up in Larry's neck of the woods and nowhere else yet. And I think we were all making fun of you and your commie city or whatever.
California, and
then
then city without a soul.
Now, how the tables have turned, the most commie state of all of us, I think right now, is Ty's state.
Oh,
What's
God.
going on in Houston?
Houston, Dallas.
Texas has gone beyond going blue. They've gone to full pink.
Our governor threw the ball over the fence. I really don't know what's wrong with the guy.
That man can't throw a ball over a fence. How many?
He throws like a girl.
Yeah. Well,
how many Abbott is stuck in a chair jokes do I get to make before you have to mandatorily leave the stream?
Yeah, I really, you got to stop.
I won't do it. I'll just make FDR jokes and we can all infer.
I'm not like friends with the governor or anything, but I know him and I've, done a fundraiser for him, he's been at an event of ours. I don't know what the hell happened to him. I really don't, because he's managed to do that wonderful thing of infuriating the people that sent him there. Right. While doing absolutely nothing to please the people that aren't going to vote for him anyway. Within minutes of his mandatory mask announcement, the Democrats were issuing press releases saying that it was too little, too late, and blah blah blah. I mean, it was really, really embarrassing. And of course nobody's the various counties in Texas are going, we're not going to enforce it. I mean, our sheriff, within an hour or two of the announcement, our sheriff came out and said, we're not going to enforce this. And so, it violates one of those rules. Don't make rules you can't enforce.
Yeah.
Which is dads. We all know that, right?
Yes, we do.
Pick your fights. And so I really, and I've asked several people that are closer to the governor and that know the thing, and nobody really, it seems to be perplexing to everyone. Yeah. And we've had a spike in cases, but gee, I wonder if there was something that happened about a month ago that could be responsible for this explosion in cases among young people.
Among young people in densely populated urban areas.
Surely we didn't do something as crazy as let 100,000 of them congregate in the inner areas of each city with no social distancing and no masks. I mean, surely that didn't happen.
No, there were only masks and everybody was perfectly social distanced. I saw it. They all did the helicopter arms in a circle and made sure they stayed.
Yeah.
You stay in your space.
Did you see that? Go ahead, Larry.
No, please.
Did y'all see that sign that some state had? I don't know. It might have been California, but it was. How did it go? It was an illustration of the 6-foot distancing thing. But the problem is that it was using Pythagoras' theory. Basically, several of the people were only 4 people apart in the diagram. It was like 9 people around the center, and they're saying 6 feet diagonally. And it's like, well, then that means it's only 4 feet for.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Did you see the French one where it had all the kids practicing social distancing, walking like this to keep away from the kid in front of them? Just a line of goose-stepping French children.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The ultimate German victory over the French.
Yeah. The Vichy squad.
It was not good. Not good at all. Oh, they need to cancel all of France.
I heard, Ty, that in your state, the way they're counting these things is if, let's say, you go get yourself tested, right, and you register positive, and then, we want to know everybody you've been in contact with in the last given interval of time, and you tell them that, they then count those people as positive. There's this explosion of new cases. They're rigging the game. Have you heard that? I've heard that too. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to run it down. Nothing would surprise me at this point, because one of the things that's become completely obvious in this pandemic is we are governed by absolute idiots. Yes. I mean, I'm serious. At every level, in every state, except for the governor of South Dakota, who is a beacon of sanity and kind of hot too, actually. And pointy. Yeah, she is. Yeah. Not Sarah Palin in 2008 hot, but she's pretty good. But yeah.
What's his name, Ty?
I was waiting for that. I was like, where's the rim shot from the
nice.
I have no idea who the governor of South
Nicely
Dakota
done,
is.
Sir. Nicely done.
Christine Noem.
Yeah, Christine Noem. But there's odd things about the counting. Of course, we've radically increased the amount of testing. Right. And so now, I don't think the explosion in cases is all due to testing, but I think testing could probably account for half of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you test more people, you're going to get more positives, you know.
Sure.
I mean, I took macroeconomics 3 times. Listen, we're not going to talk about it.
You poor bastard.
Gross.
And so I'm pretty familiar with the material. And this looks just like a market problem to me, right? Market economics are pretty simple. If you introduce a new product or reintroduce a desirable product that's been unavailable to a market, it'll be overconsumed. And then what'll happen is price will go up, and then consumption will decrease, and then price will drop, and then eventually it hits something called equilibrium, right? This is market economics. Now, the only time you don't ever get to equilibrium is when an outside force interferes with the market availability of the product that doesn't allow the supply and demand curves to equal out. Oh. So you lock people up for like 4 or 5 months or however. I don't even know how long it's been. It seems like longer than it is. But you take away the opportunity to do something like just go to a restaurant or just go out to anything. And then suddenly you say, okay, everybody can start doing that. Well, naturally, people are going
Everybody's going to just...
Yeah, they're going to go out. They're going to interact in a way that they wouldn't normally. But the neat thing is when those cases go up, the states don't have to then shut them down. Because naturally, people will go, oh, wait, there's still cases out there. And they will go out less. They just will do it.
But see, there you go, being sensible. And as I said earlier, we are governed by people who need legal guardians. I mean, seriously, I suspect our political class has never been as smart as they thought they were, or for that matter, as we thought they were. But these people are just absolute imbeciles. And I include my own state in that. This idiotic politician thing of I've got to do something, no matter how ill-advised, absurd and destructive it is. And Abbott, I honestly thought Abbott would be running for president. I really did.
Really?
I figured that he would. Yeah. I mean, he's had a politically charmed life here in Texas. I've never in my life seen someone destroy a promising career that quickly.
I know that we're hard on politicians, and we should be, but aren't they just responding the way that most people do when they know there's a hysteria media that will absolutely hunt them down? If there's one COVID death on their watch, they all have to be overly safe so they can't be blamed. Even we know that everything they're doing doesn't help.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely, Larry. But here, I mean,
once you get called out,
that was Doug.
You killed my grandpa.
Yeah, sorry, Larry's that other guy. Yes,
I'm other Larry.
Yeah, okay. Can we just name all of y'all Larry? It'd be best for everyone.
Hi, I'm Ty. This is my friend Larry and my other friend Larry.
Friend Larry, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. But here's the thing: we didn't elect these people to be hysterical, whiny, cowardly twerps. We elected them to lead and govern. So if you don't have the balls to do that, get out of the job and let a real man do it. Or, a real whatever do it. It's absolutely rooted in hysteria and cowardice.
Yeah, and I think back when I listened to Glenn Beck years ago, and Chris Christie was running for president back then. Back in the old day, it wasn't that long ago, just a couple election cycles, but Glenn was talking about how eventually. And what's funny is he kind of predicted Trump without thinking it would be Trump. And then when Trump came around, he freaked out about it, which was even funfunnier. But he's like, you know what? Americans are going to get tired of all these, the political class, and they're going to want just a guy with, a mustard stain on his shirt or whatever. And he was talking about a guy like Chris Christie, because at the time, Christie was just blunt and straightforward, and he was really pretty good. And then suddenly Christie stopped doing any of that. And Trump became that guy who just spoke the normal language and eats fried chicken from KFC like a derelict on Air Force One or whatever with a fork. Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Nicholas, it's even worse than that. He eats ketchup on steaks.
That is disgusting, and he should be tried for war crimes.
A good Merlot from a sweet Chablis. Oh God, yeah.
He should be tried for war crimes for ketchup on steaks, but.
Well, man's a billionaire. In my book, he can eat a steak however he wants to.
He may be contractually obligated to eat Trump steaks, and that might be why he's stuck with the ketchup on there.
If you tasted them, you'd be putting ketchup on them too.
Yeah,
If you think of why politicians suck, just think back to high school and college and the chooches that ran for student government. I mean, are you out of your fucking mind? Who would do that? They were always assholes, always. And these same assholes just kept down that path. Basically, from my perspective, if you go into politics, it's because you are incompetent in any other field or have failed as well. That's really what it is. It's the last refuge of people who are devoid of talent.
You know, I want to disagree with you, but I can't. No, I mean, really, I think you've hit it on the head. So actually, we've got the elite of those chooches. Is that the word? I like that.
Yeah, it's a Brooklyn word.
I will use that word more. Yeah, but we've actually got the elite of that group, right? Not just your run of the mill, asswipe, student body president wannabe, but we've got the elite of the elite. Running it, and I just, I mean, I never had particularly high expectations and opinions, but I know some of these folks. I've been somewhat politically active. So when I've actually watched them do their job, they're just incompetent. Yeah, I mean,
So Malcolm Gladwell, who I like a lot, even though he's kind of squirrely and weird.
Yeah, I agree.
He has I listened to his podcast. And what he was exploring just the other day were Democratic lottery elections. And basically the idea is that we're all bad at picking who's good at governing anyway. So what
randomly.
Right. So what you do is everybody who wants to be who wants the governmental role puts their name in the hat, and then they literally just have a lottery for whatever, elected board it is. And the guy he was studying, who kind of turned him on to the idea, was this guy who's been doing that for student council down in Bolivia, in these Bolivian high schools. But it was pretty interesting sort of theory. And I was like, I'm at the point where I'm almost like, yeah, screw it. Politicians are all like, if you're good at running for office, you might not be any good at being in office. But people who are good at being in office are likely terrible at running for it.
As long as you simply don't let them serve again. I mean, you can't use that. I wouldn't allow incumbency in a system like that.
No. That's the thing here.
My God, how bad could it be? I mean, one of the things that our founders did a great job of is they designed a system that it's actually really hard to screw things up badly. Right. We have managed to overcome that.
But things would naturally evolve toward the weak spots of their amazing system. The way that people work, they would naturally find those holes, so we would get to this place.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and I think the founders assumed a degree of civic involvement and civic virtue that probably didn't even really exist in their time, but certainly doesn't exist in our time.
Well, you got to imagine the time of the founders, the voting pool and the candidate pool was a much different group than it is now, right? Everybody who was running for office or who was voting for those running for office at the founding were net tax paying landowners. I mean,
it was a system not unlike in its way the system Robert Heinlein proposed in Starship Troopers. In Starship Troopers, there was, everybody had all the constitutional rights that we've got now, but the only people allowed to participate in the government were people who had been in the military and were no longer serving. Serving military people couldn't vote. And there's a scene in the novel where, Johnny Rico's being asked, what makes our system work better than all those other systems? And he says, well, we're smarter. No. And he shoots out, and it all boils down to one thing. Everybody in our government at one time or another put their lives on the line for the country. And that little bit of extra,
they have skin in the game.
Skin in the game. Yeah. That's what I was struck.
Now you just exist and you have skin in the game.
Yeah. It's and however small that is in the novel, at least they're saying that was the deal. And so when the Republic was founded, you had landowning, males, and they had a stake in the system. I mean, not necessarily saying that was the best system to have to govern. I'm just simply saying it was, from a practical standpoint, it worked.
Well, I think, the analog today would be the net taxpayer. That'd be the analogous solution today. Like, look, if you pay in to the system, then you have a vote. And if you don't,
you're disenfranchising the poor.
Yes.
To which that would be your response. Yep.
Yeah. That's the idea. Otherwise, they'll just vote resources into their pockets.
Well, de Tocqueville said that about us. When he did his classic work on the United States. That was there's some point in the book where he basically says, I can't remember exactly how I phrased it, but it was, this is going to work great until everybody figures out they can just vote money into the streets.
Yeah. Yep. Listen to Ty here making fun of people for criticizing Trump not knowing the difference between two wines, and then he's like, according to de Tocqueville and Heinlein.
According to Douglas Lawrence.
How dare you?
De Tocqueville.
How dare you heathen, cite to the text of Heinlein when you could have quoted Michael Ironside and his brilliant standout performance in Starship Troopers, the movie.
Yes, I have to agree. Totally different from the book. I mean, they share the same name, but I think Starship Troopers is a great war movie.
That conversation occurs between Michael Ironside and Johnny Rico in the high school about what is the difference between a civilian and a citizen. And
Rico gives the textbook answer, and he's like, what's
great exact line from the text. What does it mean?
Oh, I like the part where one of the girls, I think it's Dina Meyer, goes, my mother says that violence never solves anything. And he goes, really? just the sheer contempt that he compresses. Yeah. Really?
And then he follows.
I wonder what the city fathers of Hiroshima would say about that.
God, I love that movie.
I do too.
There's an article today saying that, and the article, which is funny, I didn't read the article because I knew that it missed everything that was important, but it said people are finally coming around to Starship Troopers was the article. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, wait, but I bet the guy who's writing this doesn't realize why people are coming around to Starship Troopers.
Yeah, that may not be. I thought it was just great parody. I mean, it's a great parody. For, let's see where a murderer was apprehended today, tried this afternoon, execution tonight, all
nets, all channels,
all day. Would you like to know more? Very good stuff.
So,
hey, Nick, is Starship Troopers on the Amazon thingy where we could watch that on?
It's not.
Yeah, I wonder if it is.
Dang it!
I don't think it's on Amazon. Let me check. Amazon Prime.
That would be a good one to Twitch. Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Larry and Doug, if you guys don't know, I have found the most fun thing to do on the internet, and it is that? Twitch allows watch parties. Where if you have Amazon Prime, and then if your subscribers or viewers or whatever have Amazon Prime, you can all watch the same movie synced up, and you get to like talk over it, kind of like a Mystery Science Theater.
Now we're not going to be professionals like Doug's friend Mike Nelson.
But my canceled friend.
I want to do that, and I called dibs on Scarface. I'm doing that.
God, is Scarface on there?
Say hello to my little friend.
I don't think Scarface is. No.
Oh, I want to do Scarface.
God, that would be great.
When Brittany,
I called dibs on Eat, Pray, Love.
Eat, Pray, Love.
That's going to be our live stream Twitch, guys.
Hey, Larry, when Brittany was little, we saw Pirates of the Caribbean, one of the movies. And Scarface came on like network TV. So, basically it was like 1/3 as long as the actual movie, right? And so we started riffing on, Scarface of the Caribbean, say hello to my little friend, Piste. And Brittany picks this up and starts saying it at Sunday school. Say hello to my little friend. And I was like, honey, just don't say hello to my little friend at Sunday school.
Yeah.
How about Johnny? How he's getting raked over the coals by the supermodel? Oh boy, talk about the guy's been screwed out of his own franchise.
Who? Johnny Depp? you're talking
Johnny
about?
Depp. He's not going to be in the next Pirates. He's out.
God, that's just that is a slow motion train wreck. Isn't it?
Is that because she gets a piece of it or something?
No, they canceled him because of her allegations that he was beating her.
And there's like overwhelming
I thought that was proven wrong.
It doesn't matter, Doug.
It doesn't matter once you've been canceled.
Everyone, I'm telling you, man, I've been the victim of cancel culture. I'm not a victim, but it's stupid and it's everywhere, and it's just the way things are being done.
Well,
now.
we've got to,
it's the new normal. I'm telling you.
That's true.
We have to insist on liberals being forced to play by the same rules. That's the only chance we have of getting rid of this shit.
Well, now
that's a revenge tactic that only enculturates both sides to do the same thing and helps indoctrinate the same thing as normal, and it makes it worse. It won't. It's just that's why I'm saying it won't self-correct. It's not going to get better.
Well, she's not canceled yet from Aquaman 2.
Well, no, because she's an accuser, and therefore it doesn't. The problem is the notion that it doesn't really matter. Fake but accurate, right?
Well, the other problem is now Amber Heard is fighting back on some of this stuff as well. I mean, well behind the curve, but she is fighting back, and now is really they're getting text messages. I saw one today where Johnny Depp had texted one of his friends that said, "I am going to F her corpse" or something.
Oh, okay.
So,
Johnny, Johnny.
But
he'll go. I was acting.
In divorce proceedings, though, a lot of stuff comes out, man. They're nasty.
All he has to do is go to Warner Brothers and do the Pirates of Fresno or something. Just pick a different location, do another character, be a pirate. Right. He'll be a huge star.
A great idea, Doug.
Be big money. The Pirates of the Orient, and he'll just be huge.
Fresno's got legs.
Fresno's
Pirates of Fresno. I like that.
The Barbary Pirates.
The first post-apocalyptic cinema.
He should do a period piece about the Barbary Pirates. Like Thomas Jefferson orders them to go fight or whatever. Be great.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, that would
he walks in as Jack Sparrow in Jefferson's office.
He's Jefferson, but he's doing his Jack. Gentlemen.
All right, take command of the Constitution and go to the Mediterranean and kill these pirates.
I'll be right there. Terrific. Oh man.
Yeah, and is there any expectation that a Pirates of the Caribbean isn't the new Jack Sparrow, of course, going to be a female?
Well, it's a very pointy female. It's Margot Robbie.
I mean that's fine, but
yeah, but if they weren't going to have Johnny Depp naked, they're not going to have her naked. So I don't want to see it. Speaking of that, guys, because of the Twitch watch parties, I've been just watching 80s movies. Nothing but 80s. The latest I've gone is we did Boondock Saints, which was 99. We did Way of the Gun, which was 2000. But everything else is 92 or earlier. And I am just floored by the difference in movie content. And I think you guys
love the 80s.
You do. First of all, they realized that movies were supposed to be fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? And you could just kill off swaths of people. You could have protagonists that aren't deep characters and intentionally undeep characters.
We don't need to know the motivation of the aliens.
Right.
Aliens is maybe the quintessential 80s movie, right? Because it's just just mowing down critters,
There's more straightforward storytelling, more. They're characters that are just kind of put out there and allowed to be simple. And nowadays we're responding to that and saying, well, we can't do that. That's the last generation. So they have to be counter whatever that last version of it was. So they tend to have really weird, reflexive characters that I really can't relate to most of the characters. And the same thing with the morality in the story. They can't give an actual old school morality. So they have to make up a morality, which is very hard to root for.
I find many of the new movies just to basically be whiny. I mean, that's how I would characterize it.
Well, and I just want nudity back.
Yeah,
like
really?
Oh, yeah. Totally
I do.
gratuitous. Totally gratuitous.
Well, I just watched
too in the 80s, right?
And I'm not even just talking about female nudity, because I'm bipartisan on this. Like, I'm willing to accept the Terminator scene, right?
Nah, that's too easy.
I'm only bipartisan curious.
No, but so like I watched Terminator 1 last night. I haven't watched Terminator 1 in at least a decade. And
Give me your clothes. Give me your clothes.
Completely forgotten that Arnold gets up and he pendulums his way onto the screen, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's Arnold and Mini Arnie," and I didn't want to see that, but I have to accept that that's in there as the same as in Invasion USA with Chuck Norris, which is just a terrible movie but a lot of fun. And
the rocket launchers on the motorcycle sell it though.
That's Delta. That's Delta Force. That's Delta Force.
Did I thought Invasion America had rockets as well?
No,
no, not Delta. Okay, you're right.
Yeah, Delta Force had that.
There's also Mega Force.
Oh, okay.
Mega Force.
It's Mega Force.
God.
I'm thinking of maybe.
Yeah.
That guy looks
Mega
like
Force
riding a space bike or something.
Yes. Oh, it's
Mega Force.
What's the guy's name?
Treasure the Four Crowns. Oh, yeah. The 80s. Let's
Mega
go
Force?
Yeah, Mega Force. Yeah, it's a high-tech military organization with motorcycles.
Barry Bostwick.
Yes.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah. It's
Rocky Horror.
It's
all right.
Rocky Horror, Buckaroo Banzai. Big ideas. My kids have been watching Ferris Bueller's Day Off, on rerun now. Just what great characters, really fun.
Yeah.
Rooney.
Yeah.
By the way, watch.
You are not the sausage king.
Watch the Great Roadhouse though with
Patrick Swayze.
Roadhouse is great.
And count the number of face punches.
Oh,
it's like literally 90 or something.
Oh yeah.
Just
and they all come from Sam Elliott.
Well, Red Letter Media actually did a cut of every face punch in Roadhouse. I was like, bat. I mean, it's like, oh god, it's just sublime. Sam Elliott as the Obi-Wan Kenobi of bar fighters.
Yeah.
What's
See, and you can't appreciate how great Sam Elliott is in The Big Lebowski without seeing Roadhouse first.
Right. Well, he's got
Sam at his best. Go back to the 70s.
Lifeguard. Yes.
That's vintage Sam right there. Yeah.
So Larry, I don't know how old you guys are, but HBO became a thing in the mid to late 70s, at least in Texas, right?
Oh yeah.
And Lifeguard was the 76, the summer of 76 maybe, or 77. Lifeguard was one of the movies on HBO, and they showed it literally every other night. And so for whatever reason, I think I could probably, quote every scene in that movie just because being a kid watching, and it had its little gratuitous nudity thing as well.
Everything did. It just wasn't it wasn't that big of a deal. Airplane.
There's an airplane where a woman just runs out, it's like,
it's true.
I was watching it with my daughters a while back and we were laughing along and it happens and my daughter goes, Dad, what just happened? And I went, it's the 80s, honey.
It's Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen has random nudity in it. Point Break has a great nude scene in it.
Yep.
Where that chick comes out and just knees Keanu Reeves right in the nuts. It's great. That's just what I've been noticing though. Like, first of all, character development was simple and that was okay. And they do this really great, they use cheating in writing, which I loved. They shortcut you to make up your own story. And the best was Escape from LA does this really well. If you remember Escape from LA, they almost caught Snake Plissken in like Cleveland or Seattle or something. I can't remember where it was. And then there's like all these characters in the movie who were all there and like betrayed him. And you get the idea that like everybody turned on Snake, but he still got away. But you still have no idea what happens, I guess, unless you go read the comic books that happened about Snake Plissken, because I think the story's in there. But they do that in just this really good way. And then in Lionheart, I noticed the same thing, but it's better in Lionheart, which is hard to say about. Well, everything's better in Escape from LA. But Lionheart's a Van Damme movie, and he at the beginning of the movie, pretty much, meets the black guy who helps get him into this underground fighting ring. And all you're thinking the entire time is, how is this random scrub have anything to do with this upper class, like rich people hiring guys to fight to the death in front of them thing? But they do the Memento thing, where they're telling the main, except it's reversed. They tell the main story of Lionheart in normal chronological order. But then for the black guy, they drop hints throughout the entire movie that open up his past. And by the end of the movie, you characterize with him and understand everything. And you go and you look back on it and you're like, oh, yeah. Okay, now all of his actions make sense. And it's this really cool thing that they did. And they did it really.
Lionheart? Who's in that?
Jean-Claude Van Damme. It is it's like an early 90s Van Damme movie when he is at the pinnacle of his action movie career, and I love it. It's a great movie.
Was it Time Cop? Was that his?
Time Cop.
Yeah,
I thought that was a pretty good movie.
Very good movie.
Time Cop's a couple years later, but yeah.
Rod Silver looks at his younger self and goes, "And lay off the goddamn candy bars, okay?"
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that was hilarious. An interesting kind of, if you want to take use movies to show the difference, say, between the 70s and the 80s, okay? Watch Rocky 1, the original Rocky, and Rocky 2 as the 70s, right? And then watch Rocky 3 and Rocky 4.
Yeah.
The first two movies are good. All four of those movies are good movies.
I like them all. I like 3 and 4 a lot.
Yeah, but there's a profoundly different tone to 3 and 4 compared to Rocky and Rocky 2.
What do you guys think about 5?
That's the one with his son.
That's the one.
His son is in it.
That's Tommy Morrison. That's
is that Mickey's ghost?
But that's the thing. His son is also in the movie.
Yeah,
and that's
Rocky
the big
Jr.
tension. In the movie is that he's not the dad to Rocky Jr. that he is to Tommy Gunn and to the chick, I can't remember her name, but that she's been growing up in the neighborhood with him, and he takes her under his wing a little bit. He takes Tommy Gunn under his wing a lot of bit, and of course that backfires on him. And his son, Rocky's a bad dad to Rocky Jr.
He kind of lost me once after he fought the big Russian. I kind of lost.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Yeah,
that's the.
You will be broken.
I must break you.
Yeah,
I will break you.
If he dies, he dies.
Well, if you're into Sly, I highly recommend Last Blood, Rambo.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you have to see that. I watched it with my daughter, with my younger daughter, who's God bless her. She'll actually sit there with me and go through these, incredibly violent axe in the face movie.
It was pretty violent.
and oh my God,
I miss those days.
The violence is operatic and symphonic. But the thing is, he's so old, and I guess he must have sustained some serious neck injuries, because when he turns his head, it's like this.
Yeah.
His neck no longer moves. It's just.
I think he's worried.
It's like Keaton's Batman.
Well, each neck muscle is so inflated with HGH that he's worried that if he turns it one way, he'll pull the other muscle. So it's like,
but it's fun, man. If you want innovative violence.
Did you watch the extended cut or the director's cut or whatever?
Of that, no.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know what's different between that and the original, but man, that collarbone scene.
Oh, that was pretty yeah.
I needed a drink after that.
I gotta see it.
You gotta see it, Ty. You'll get a kick out of it.
Collarbone scene, I'm there. The original First Blood is totally different in tone from all the successive Rambo movies. Yeah. It's a really good movie. I kind of liked it. Very thoughtful.
I'd actually say First Blood is similar to Last Blood in tone.
Okay. I really liked First Blood, actually.
I think my favorite is
to that on the first date.
I think my favorite is John Rambo, number 4.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was so violent and fun and just explosions. People got turned into like bags of misting blood.
When he turns like a 50 cal on a guy on a Jeep, and he's just going.
Yeah, he turns that guy into grape jelly. No, it's not vapor, man. The vapor is the people stepping on landmines. They get turned into mist. Yeah. He turns that guy into like a chunky soup, chunky tomato soup.
It's Stallone discovered computer effects. Is the movie?
Okay.
Stallone discovers digital effects.
And it was right before that. He comes up behind a guy. You just see him like up here behind a guy, and then just machetes his head in half. It's like, yeah.
I gotta get out more.
Oh man. Rambo 4 is great. Rambo 5 is great, but I think 5 is the most like number 1. In its philosophy and tone and the idea of where home is and where what matters. Like, it's a little bit different focus on what matters, but it's this idea of not fitting into the world you're in.
Yeah.
He's a man out of time.
First Blood was almost a 70s movie in tone.
Yes.
I think. It really. Rambo, on the other hand, the successive movies, those were quintessential 80s movies. Because what happened, a lot of this is politics, right? Most of you kids out there don't understand just how bleak and miserable the 70s were.
You got to read that super chat, Nick.
Yeah. I'm going to, and then I'm going to read the others while we've got you here, Doug.
Man, watch a good movie. Yeah, bite me, Lost. Yeah.
Careful, he's Canadian. He might.
Respect your elders, and I'm sorry you live in Canada.
Lost with your.
But the 70s.
He has a point.
Yeah, I'm just encouraging him, Doug. Stop. But the 70s were just a bleak, miserable time. Don't y'all remember? I mean, it was like America's best days were behind us. We were just. I mean, we were.
We sound like our grandmas talking about musicals. Like, can I watch Birth of the Nation?
Okay, I'm done. Birth of the Nation. I'm done with this.
I remember when that Woody Wilson aired Birth of the Nation. It was great.
Yeah. But
these kids today, they don't know what good movies are.
But I think for the violent thing too, some of the Rambo stuff, extremely innovative, but for comedic violence, it's hard to beat Steven Seagal.
He's my favorite, man.
Right? Because most of the time, the guy, I mean, you got to give Stallone credit. I mean, the guy looks great with his shirt off. Steven Seagal in most of his movies wouldn't dare, take his shirt off.
No,
didn't he get married to
this head twist thing that he does to people. It's like,
his fighting stance is this. It's like,
it's so funny. It's click and they drop. I think Artie Lang does a great Seagal thing, and he did a thing on SNL back when he was with them, where he just lined up about 20 guys and just kind of popped their heads about 18 degrees, and they dropped dead. It was very funny, which kind of is his signature move. It's so funny.
What's the and he's got where he's on the boat Under Siege or
Under
something?
Siege is so awesome.
That has the most gratuitous scene in it, if you know what I mean.
But it's so funny. Because she's supposed to pop out at the party, and then she doesn't. And then instead she pops out of the cake later when there's no party going on, so there's nothing else happening.
She doesn't look around. She
just gets up and it's like,
without even looking.
Well, she had a hot Cosby beforehand. It's not her fault. She woke up.
And then there was the scene in Under Siege, which was the act of violence, which I had thought of several times, but never seen until it was done in that film, was when Seagal knocks off Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah.
And fighting it out and whatever the hell it is, the control room of that carrier, whatever they're on. And he takes a pretty good pig sticker and just pops it in the top of his skull and makes a piggy bank out of his head. I've never seen that anywhere before or since.
Right in the baby soft spot.
Really fresh, just like that.
Right in his fontanelle.
Yeah, and then he shoves him into the screen with it.
Fontanelle.
I love that movie. Gary Busey's in it too.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. By the way, Gary Busey has the most 80s movie there is. Are you familiar with Bulletproof?
No.
Oh.
Oh my
Wow.
God. Gary
Wow.
Busey's Bulletproof is he is McBain, who McBain from The Simpsons is modeled off of a mix of McBain and Arnold.
Really?
And
McBain.
Wow.
he's bulletproof because he's got like a jar. He's a cop or whatever, and he's got a jar of all the bullets that they've taken out of him. He's got like 40 bullets in there. He's been shot all these times. But the other bulletproof is this tank. It's a futuristic tank that is it's got super armor or whatever. And it is, God, it's just great. I can't describe how good bulletproof it is. It is as
Sublime.
80s as it comes. Yeah.
Sublime.
But yeah, Gary Busey's also in Under Siege. He's one of the officers on the ship, and he spits in Seagal's soup.
Oh.
Yeah, he hawks a nasty one in there too.
His teeth play a line of urinals in the bathroom also.
Although you haven't lived until you've seen the Buddy Holly story, where Gary Busey actually sings Buddy Holly songs.
Gary Busey plays Buddy Holly in that?
Actually does a pretty good job as Buddy Holly, but the singing part is, well, about as good as you'd expect.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. But no, he does a good job, but yeah. That's the first thing I ever saw Busey in. But yeah, the singing is awful. I mean, it's really bad. So
I just love it's in Under Siege. And, Steven Seagal escapes. They got all the other soldiers locked up or whatever, but Steven Seagal's elusive. And they're like, well, who's this guy? And he's like, he's a cook. He's good with cooking knives. And of course, the guy goes over and pulls like the throwing knife out of the thing. He's like, cooking knives. But, oh, God. Gary Busey, man. Don't ever watch Ginger Dead Man. It'll ruin Gary Busey for you.
I haven't even heard of that one.
Don't ever hear about it. Forget I mentioned
I'll follow your advice.
I'll try not to remember what you just told me.
Okay, let me start tackling some of these chat questions because there were a bunch that came in before the stream started, and I want to make sure we get some of them. Chad Dads, this is from Kiwi Goes Live. I've been doing a lot of shopping in Asian markets due to beer virus, so I have to ask, what are your favorite Asian foods? I'm a fan of udon, siopao, and halo myself.
I don't even know what that is.
Have you guys ever eaten an Asian?
Yes. It was at a wet market. I was drunk. My wife just got me.
Gentlemen don't kiss and tell.
She just got me a thing. It's a Japanese box of snacks because we've been to Japan 5 times back when I did business there. It's Japanese snacks. They were amazing and delicious. Their little versions of kind of savory cookies and seaweed chips and little gelatinous candies and things. And I don't have that developed of a palate or anything, but I thought it was delicious.
I'm being corrected on my pronunciation of halo. I'm sticking with it.
Stick with it.
I'm Americanizing it.
Don't let the stream boss you, Nick.
Yeah.
That's.
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I love ramen. I mean, I love ramen, and I can't stop eating it. So
I love sushi.
Yeah,
it's uishi.
I like stir-fried
uishi.
Like that.
Stir-fried anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or sumo wrestlers. That's it. I love sushi, and near me is probably the best sushi joint in LA. I go there all the time. It's great, and I love it.
I went to a place called Sushi Joint in Glendale that is fantastic.
That's a good name.
Yeah, it's really good.
Sushi joint.
There's no good sushi in the Midwest.
I believe that.
Yeah,
you gotta get it fresh.
I find that to be a credible assertion.
Yeah,
I'm in Tennessee. There is not good sushi in the whole state.
No.
It takes too long to get it to the center of the country.
I mean, I'll eat it. I'll eat Minnesota sushi from time to time, but I like it much more when I'm on a coast or in Hawaii or something.
That's almost a line in a movie. Minnesota sushi. It is. I hate Minnesota sushi.
I like Minnesota.
When you go to LA and you taste it and they ask you how it is, you go, it's like Minnesota sushi.
Yeah.
You know not to go. Not to
that's got to be worked in somehow.
One of my friends' favorite sushi place is a place called Genki Sushi, which is a chain where they have the conveyor belt and they send around the sushi.
Right.
It's not great.
No.
But he loves it. He loves it. And it's like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Sketchosaur Rex says, please check out Tardvark and his Florida Man Friday skits. Sent you the message on Twitter from the same name. Will do. DOG Beer says, Nick, congratulations on your hit album. You have a lovely singing voice. Mr. Beard, any chance we could see the puppy?
Yeah, the puppy's like this big now.
Yeah.
You got a puppy? Tell us about the puppy.
What kind of puppy is it?
Yeah, Brittany got her a lab.
Oh, nice.
And, it was one of those things where my wife said, I don't want a dog. And then she's like, oh, I love the puppy. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
But, he adorable, Yeah. And, but no, he's like literally this big now. He's growing, like daily.
Yeah.
Pretty soon his poops are going to be that big.
Yeah, well, we have a well-fertilized backyard. Actually, when I had a Great Dane, you talk about having a nice, lush backyard. It was... That's
too much. That's too much dog.
He laid a Cooper.
Speaking of Asian food, also it says for the panel, what is your favorite movie gun? Mine was the rocket-propelled grenade launcher in Invasion USA that the guy somehow shoots 5 rockets out of. He just has the one tube, and he's like, boom, and then boom, boom. He's shooting 5 rockets out of it. That one, because that's the most devastating weapon I can think of.
For me, it's the minigun from Predator.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go with the assault rifles in Aliens.
Yeah, I'm with those.
Yeah,
like
those are very plausible looking guns.
Actually,
the over-under that's taped to the bottom of the thing too, which he duct tapes on the grenade launcher. That's how you do it. That's a pretty cool innovation.
I'm actually lying. My favorite movie gun is from I Come in Peace, which is great. It's a Dolph Lundgren movie.
Okay.
And the aliens have, and you go in pieces, asshole. No, but it's a gun, and it's got like different levels of violence that it does. It's got like a little switch that goes up to 4, and it just goes and just annihilates everything. It's great.
Oh, all the guns in District 9 are cool. Those alien guns with all the design to them are cool. They're designed by Apple.
Really?
Yeah, those are. Did Apple do those, or is that a joke?
Like it. They look like an early Mac or something.
iGuns, the Apple iGuns. Yeah. Back to the Starship Troopers. That little scene where the soldiers are talking to little kids. This is a Marita XA-14. Want to hold one?
The magazines on those things were this big, but they held like thousands of rounds. They were amazing.
Those were actually automatic versions of the Mini 14 ranch rifle that Ruger only sold those to law enforcement and military, and so they just put fiberglass shit around them, and
I liked the gun at the end of Starship Troopers, like right before the handgun that shoots and it goes mushroom clouds. That was great.
Great movie. Just really Starship Troopers is an 80s movie. It's out of time, really.
Oh, so good.
It should have been done in the 80s.
Bad Vibe says, wide privilege is real. These people can look at food and gain 10 pounds, whereas skinny people have to take in 1,500 calories just to maintain and are told to eat a sandwich. Too fat to fly. Too fat to fly, skinny gets frequent flyer miles just trying to walk to work. So there you go. Someone complaining about wide privilege. Derpy Jew says, thoughts on the Flash Gordon movie, or have you guys seen the Tom Cruise Legend movie with Tim Curry?
I've not.
I never saw Flash Gordon, but I met him.
Flash Gordon is, I think, a great movie masquerading as a bad movie.
It is the gayest movie you'll ever see. And it's pretty good.
And it's 80s. It's 80s gay, right?
It is insane, over the top, flamboyant.
Oh yeah. Well,
flamboyant. It's good though. It is really.
It's an attempt to actually do the 1930s serials.
Yeah, and it knows it's bad, so it knows it's really campy.
Yes. But I mean, the costumes, the ships, the sets, everything is like you saw in the 30s, only amped up about 1,000 times. I think it's a good movie. And Max von Sydow, I mean, is there a better choice for Ming the Merciless ever?
Max von Sydow. That guy's great.
And Legend is decent too. That's directed by Ridley Scott.
Tom Cruise,
I love Ridley
Tim
Scott.
Curry in a fantasy hellscape. It's great. Tim Curry's that's his most terrifying role. Even more terrifying.
The devil.
Even more terrifying than him is it. Like, just look up Tim Curry in Legend sometime and see what picture pops up. And then
Scarier than Dr. Frankenfurter?
Yeah. Well,
nothing's more terrifying.
Nothing scarier than that.
Different ways. But you'll have to say a rosary after you look this one up. Sleep. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I really like Tim Curry. Anybody out there that is a fan of the series Psych, went for about 5 years. Watch the episode with Tim Curry where he plays basically Simon Cowell. He plays basically Simon Cowell, and the character's name is Nigel St. Nigel, and people are trying to kill him and da-da-da-da, but he's just a great rat bastard.
He was also Hexus in Fern Gully.
Fern Gully.
He's also
you have two daughters. How have you not
Beauty
seen
and the Beast? Yeah.
My daughters actually watched 80s action movies for the most part. I mean, we did watch Disney Princess stuff all the time too.
Fern Gully's great, but it's actually it's a bunch of hippie liberal nonsense. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be why we didn't watch it. Probably.
Yeah.
Brainwashing.
It's great. Watch it anyway. Robin Williams is in it. He's
as the bat.
As the bat with the wires in his head.
It was tip of the spear with brainwashing everyone with the global climate change stuff.
Yeah, I just watch I just watch it with my kids and say, remember, this is a bunch of communist nonsense. And then we're fine.
Not Captain Planet.
Oh, I loved and hated that show so much. Stupid, the poor kid who got heart. Like, all of the other people get these elements. Like, one, he can shoot fire. The other chick can make a tornado. One can tidal wave an entire Indonesian village. Then Kwame, he can, like, open up the earth and send people to their death. And this other kid's like, I can make friends with a monkey.
If he had a heart, they should have had him be able to spray blood.
Yeah. Touch my monkey.
What was it? Was it the Wonder Twins? This is like the Wonder Twins, right? Like the one could turn into like these super alien beasts that were all strong, and the other guy, his like powers were all water based. He
had into an ice fan.
Yeah, it's like, I could be defeated by a sponge. Wouldn't even have to be an evil sponge. Oh God. Sleepy Gaunt says, hope you're all doing well. First super chat here. Hey, thank you. Watching since the Vic case way back in January of last year. Worked as a night manager in a hotel. Would always listen to live stream in the background. Keep up the good work, bud. And says, also, this chat is for Doug. You're a cool guy, man, and a massively talented artist. Lastly, Space Wolves are by far the best Space Marine order. What's not to like about futuristic Vikings? Come on. Anybody other than Space Wolves.
Super thankful for that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, that was nice. You know what, though? You are not even near the artist that gold painting guy was. What when he does? So he's doing the leaves, and I'm like,
Nick's talking about a video I posted of a guy that's doing the edging on tables of gold leafing, hand
painting gold leaf trim. And filigree. And he does, the thing that kills me is when he does the straight line down the entire length of the table. And that thing is laser straight.
You could run the laser on it. And then he does a little flower filigree on it. And the kind of stuff that he's like on auto detailing and stuff like that. And he'll do a mirror image of it right, then left, the little flowers and everything. They're perfect.
And then run a straight line for 6 feet.
Yeah, I think he sold his soul to the devil. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, obviously.
He also plays a mean violin.
Yeah, Doug, I got to tell you, I do occasionally get to watch your show. I love to watch you ink, man. It's strangely relaxing. I don't know what to say about it.
My ink is therapy. It's relaxing to me too.
It's like a modern version of Bob Ross, I mean,
there you go.
Ross did come
like Bob Ross without the afro.
Yeah.
We're going to make here
some say I'm a little louder.
We're going to make a happy little earthworm. Happy little earthworm here.
Happy little worms.
I hate Bob Ross because he would take the fan brush and just go back. Because he'd just go like this, and you've got a pine tree. Yeah. It's like that's not real. That's not even true. What you just
tip
did.
It a little bit and you make the tree.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you mix yourself up some phthalo green and some Van Dyke.
The thing is, his stuff looked like swap meet art, but you can't criticize him because he goes, "This is just for fun. I'm just having fun." Right. So you go, "How can you criticize a guy just having a ball?"
Yeah, he's not drawing any. I've actually read some artists kind of being bitchy about that, saying, "Well, he's not really painting anything that's real."
So.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
At least he wasn't Thomas Kincaid.
There you go.
Stop drawing babies, you weirdo.
That guy.
Sakaki, every time I see speaking of artists, the Far Side guy, for the first time in 25 years, released new Far Side comics today.
Did he? Larson.
Larry Larson.
Huh?
Yeah, on his website, thefarside.com, there's like 3 new comics that came out. They're pretty good. I like it.
Oh, one of my favorites of all time. My favorite single panel cartoon ever.
He had
one of his, and it was 2 guys in a Western street gunfight, right? And opposite ends of the street, and one dude has his shirt sleeves pinned up because he has no arms. And he's got the 6 guns on each hip, and somebody from the steps of the saloon yells, "Billy, don't be a fool!"
Oh, Billy, don't be a fool. It's good. It is good.
I mean, come on.
My favorite has a giant swarm of gnats going to the right, and there's a little tiny hat, in the silhouette and behind them, and the text says, "My hat." It just killed me.
Guy's amazing. Yeah.
I think mine was it was pigeon furniture. And it was like a scene, and there's just these fingers sitting there like this, and pigeons perched on them. That's good. But his new one, my favorite of his new ones was it was bears eating Cub Scouts. It's got these bears sitting at a table. One's like laying mustard on a Cub Scout in a hot dog bun. Sakaki Onsai says, "Good evening, dads. Happy birthday again, Doug." Question for Ty. Fiancés talking about marriage. What is the proper way to broach the subject of debt and debt management in marriage? And please, no Dave Ramsey advice. Ha.
Yeah, no.
Never Dave Ramsey. Ever Dave Ramsey advice.
It's a touchy subject because women are acquisitive by nature, and they're going to want to spend money. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Look, you're an adult. You're getting married. So you need to talk about these things. And I don't know your situation. One of y'all is probably better than the other at doing things like balancing the checkbook or keeping track of how much you make and all that. Hopefully the better one would be the one to want to do it. The way my wife and I have done it for many, many years is she gets a certain amount of money every month. That's, whatever it is. And I don't ask any questions, and she spends it on whatever she wants to, the household and all that kind of stuff. I don't micromanage any of that stuff. Don't want to know.
Go ahead.
You do take on each other's debt, so it's a fair conversation to have.
Absolutely.
But it's not that big of a deal. It can be overplayed, and at least you're not having to talk about each other. I'd rather take on each other's debt than take on each other's venereal warts. And on that note, I have to go to bed.
Well, you know what?
Yep. That's going out with a bang, Doug.
How's that for an out? I'm just saying it could be worse.
It could be.
Yeah. But you're right. Don't, you're getting married. Don't let these things depress you and actually damage, your future. Right. Talk about it.
There's a way bitchier, prettier girl with 10 times the debt. So it's not like
that's true. That's true.
It's not like you're going to find Mr. Right over there and okay, well that one doesn't have any debt. He might be the biggest jerk in the world, and you go, I wish I had the good one with all the debt.
Just remember, if she was an Instagram model, she would have all that debt. That's
true.
There's a cynical side to you, Doug, that I've never seen before.
I'm just mean. And I'm grouchy. You have to go to bed. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah. Doug, thank you so much for coming on. I know it's late for you, buddy. So.
Oh, God bless you guys. It was so good to hang with you guys again.
Yeah.
It's great to see you, Doug. Great to see you, buddy.
Don't wait so long. And Larry, I so appreciate you. He reached out to me during all my cancer facial disfigurement, and it was just a real encouragement. So I appreciate you so much, Larry.
You can't even tell. Too. Like you can't,
you
can't
great.
see it.
You look really good, man. You sound great.
The scars are on this side. It's a little lumpy over here, but it's cool. It's cool.
You just tell people that was from all the fist fights you got into.
Just tell them that was when you kicked Conor McGregor's ass.
Yeah.
Why not go for the continental thing and tell them that those are your Heidelberg scars? That'll really.
These are my Heidelberg confession scars. It's true. God bless you guys.
All right, buddy.
Good seeing you, man.
Okay. Okay. On the finance thing, one more thing I want to say about that. Working at Wells Fargo and in banking for a long time, you'll get a lot of people. Yeah, I did. Between real college and then fake college, which is law school. Mm-hmm. I did work in banking and finance, and they have this cool idea. And if you go to a bank and talk about them, they'll tell you about separating out your finances from your spouse, where you have a joint account where your money goes into, and then you just transfer out into these two separate allowance accounts. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. That is a scam for them to sell you products, and I'm not even joking. And they couch it as advice. But also your marriage and your finances. Finances are one of the number one causes of friction and trouble in marriage that leads to divorce. And so you want those finances. You want both parties to have full access to the information. Whether or not they take that access that's up to them. But you want to have transparency in your relationship, because you are entering into an agreement with someone that you guys are going to be faithful to each other. And that's more than just sex. That is also financially faithful. If either one of you develops a gambling addiction, it's good if the other one finds out right away. That stuff's pretty important. So, if you want to have a talk about debt and debt management, just talk about it. Say, hey, we need to figure out how we're going to pay for all of our lifestyle. We're going to be combining our incomes, and we'll be combining our expenses in a way that we're maybe not at before. So let's have a conversation about what that looks like. If one of you is good at organizing money, let that person take the reins. And that's an okay thing. And if one of you, if one of you is an avid shopper, you know it. Like both of you already know.
Yeah.
So,
and don't do it in an accusatory fashion. I mean, the tone of the question implies to me that the questioner knows that his lady has a lot more debt than he may be comfortable with. It's not an accusation. You just need to know how to deal with it. You need to know, if what's our life going to look like? We've got this much debt. We got to pay this much off. Yada yada yada. But approach it like an adult, not a stern father, wagging the finger and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
my thought.
And I assume she's not at Duchette levels of bankruptcy yet, so she's probably remembering that she is a person who has managed her funds the entire time and is now merging that into yours rather than trying to usurp in either direction. But that's what the engagement period is for, hammering out all those details. Brian Natarin says, Nick, please sing the following in Lemonhead's voice. Wait. This is the LOVE song. Love is made for you and me. How's that tune go? Oh my God. I'll have to think about this, Brian, because I know what tune you're talking about, but I can't.
I do too. I can't bring it to the.
Well, maybe you could do YMCA instead.
No. They want Ty to sing it in Lemon's voice.
No. State Bar of Texas has certain rules that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat just so you guys can see the text of this thing and see if you can help me out with the tune, because I don't.
I saw the text of that. That's hilarious, actually.
Rick Nikita says, you still got that beanbag chair. No, thank God, it was picked up just after complaining about it on the internet. So it is no longer there. And we had my sister-in-law and her husband asked us to watch one of those love sacks. You know, the like when you go into the mall and there's the love sack store and it's beanbag chairs that are like the size. They take a strong man to lift because they're so giant. But they're actually pretty nice. So this thing, when it's kind of flattened out, like people have been sitting on it, it's probably 6 feet in diameter. It's a big thing. And they said, can you, we don't have room in our place yet. They were moving from an apartment to a house. And they're like, we don't have room in our place yet until we get things kind of organized. Can you keep this here for a couple weeks? That was 1 year and 4 months.
Good thing it's not a pet.
It was just in my living room. Well, and then of course our cats found it and they peed on it.
There you go.
Oh God.
And so then you're like trying to, like, you can wash the cover or whatever, but the inside of it, we're like spraying it with deodorant stuff and then like leaving it out in the sun for days at a time. It's like, God, what a mess. I hate it.
No, I will not take responsibility for your furniture. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Say that. Learn to say that again.
Well, the other problem is our kids.
That's the problem, right? They're in your house.
Our kids loved it.
Well, of course they did.
It's a giant pillow that you could just leap onto.
Plus, it belonged to someone else and would be embarrassing if they tore it up.
Yeah.
Kids get that at some subatomic level. Well,
then, so I had the conversation with the husband. I was like, hey, man, you want to come pick this thing up? It's been like 1 year. He goes, oh, yeah. Let me know when you're available. And then his wife comes over like the next day and she's like, just over for some reason. I was like, oh, yeah, by the way, tell your husband he can come pick it up whenever. And she goes, yeah, about that. No, not about that. And so then I complained a little bit more. And then a week later it was gone. So thank God. Thank God.
I just wouldn't want the pressure of maintaining someone else's furniture, especially when you have pets and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that wasn't even the big deal because it was already, I mean, this thing is old. It was years old. They got it for free. You know, there wasn't a lot of investment in it. They just wanted to have it because it'll be fun for their kids and stuff like that. But then it was just there forever.
Every time I turned around, there it was.
Morty J says to the dads, I can't effing stand it when people shun me when I want to get together with friends, practice whatever safe precautions, but when I bring up the protest, they defend it. They're fighting for change. It's so dumb. Yeah, so what did you guys think about that? With it seemed like a double standard to me. I don't know about you guys.
Sure does. You know, I mean, de Blasio just was all over the internet today because somebody, they're back in, double lockdown, whatever, in New York. And I think it was Wolf Blitzer. Is it Blitzer, Blitzen, whatever the hell? And I asked him, well, what about
Dasher?
Donner, yeah.
Wolf, Dasher, and Dancer.
He asked him, what about protests? And he said, well, that's basically, no, that's a free pass.
Now the health authorities completely obliterated what minimal credibility they had when they were ranting and raving. I mean, if you pass someone in the supermarket without a mask, you're going to kill them.
Right.
But massive protests and stuff and riots and all that's fine. So I actually wound up on Facebook.
Look, Ty, they're outside, so that the disease doesn't transmit when you're outside. I learned.
Apparently, it doesn't infect woke people. Apparently, that's the way it goes. But no, I started asking the question to occasionally lefties will somehow get through on Facebook to my Facebook wall, and I said, now let me get this straight. 100,000.
You must be lost.
Yeah, 100,000. Yeah, no kidding. 100,000 maskless people, concentrated in the inner cities, and that's okay. But somehow, if I don't wear a mask and I pass you in a grocery store, you're going to die. How does that work? They honestly had a response. Now, what would be the stupidest response that you could think of? It's a contest. What do you think their retort was?
I think I know the answer, so I'll let Larry answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting to hear. I can't think of anything.
Every single person in the protest, without exception, wore a mask.
Yeah,
they actually said that. So I just started posting picture after picture after picture, going, "Yep, you're obviously correct. It's beyond contestation. You're, blah blah blah." But I mean, that's the degree of cognitive dissonance we're dealing with. You're not going to be able to shut your friends up because that's a source of their. They feel good about themselves because they support this stuff. Right. Yeah. White liberals just have to be, they are the most annoying people on the planet, but they've got to annoy non-white liberals almost as much as they annoy me. I got it. Sure. Because they're just tedious. I mean, it's like, good grief.
Well, it's been a pandemic of lies. That's for sure.
No question.
And the real, the crux of it at this point is, I mean, where does this go? I mean, I saw a big headline today saying that immunity is fleeting, according to some of these medical experts. If you get the measles or the mumps, you're good for life. But with this shit, if you might be immune 6 or 8 weeks after you've come through the illness, or it might just wear off and you're susceptible and you'll be reinfected. What? So I mean, if that is the case, where does this stop?
How? It stops November 3rd or 4th this year.
Yeah.
Well,
that's when it stops.
I want to add to that with some data from the experts. Okay, this data will answer that question for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Confirmed COVID-19 cases in the United States, 3.2 million. Mm-hmm. Recovered, 963,000. Deaths, 136,000. That data set is enough to tell you that they have no idea what they're talking about. How do you have 3.24 million cases, less than 1 million recoveries, but only 136,000 deaths?
Well, it's nowhere near as lethal globally as they were saying it is.
No, you're missing the whole thing. Okay. There's 2.24 million people unaccounted for in those numbers.
Right.
And we're 2.24 million people are currently infected. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, for an illness that has that lasts for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and has an infection rate of a couple. I think the biggest day we've ever had was like 50,000, something like that in a day. So they're counting recoveries and deaths, but they're clearly leaving out recoveries of people who haven't died. That's a necessary fact.
Yeah. Well, the problem is you can't trust the data and you can't trust the experts because I got into it. I was explaining, my daughters were a little bit perplexed at my, you guys are going to find this difficult to believe, I know, but I really, really was unhappy with our governor mandating masks. I'm sick. I am officially sick and tired of masks. And my daughters were honestly perplexed. Like, Dad, what's the big deal? And I said, well, number one, they are miserable to wear for any extended period of time, especially in a humid climate like East Texas.
Sure.
But number two, there is no evidence whatsoever that is credible that they do any good at all. And before you say, yes, but the government said, stop right there. The CDC, the government, already told us, well, we were lying to you when we said masks weren't useful.
Right.
Okay. Well, when somebody says, yeah, we were lying to you, but we're not lying to you now.
Right.
I'm sorry. No, I don't listen to people that, and, the very same health experts that said it's perfectly fine for protests in our cities, that doesn't have anything to do with COVID. Now demanding that I wear them, there's no credibility, and I don't want to hear it. I mean, I find me some source of data that's reliable, and we'll talk. But there are no such sources. It's all politicized now. Yeah, it's turned into a left right thing, and these masks are pacifiers. They're religious symbols.
Right, and what you just said is really important because I think it is important to understand that it's politicized for the right too. If you're genuinely seeking answers, it's not like you can just go to right-wing news or something like that and get the answers. it's politicized, or Fox News even versus MSNBC. It's politicized both ways. If you're actually trying to get an answer, you're not going to find one.
Well, part of the problem, Nick, is there is no, the answer is masks don't work. We had all kinds of research before COVID that covered all that, right? A lot of that research is actually being removed.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but you know, but here's the difference, right? On the right, we're just simply saying we're not going to.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Where'd he go?
Ty got too much COVID truth. Time
too much truth. Too many truth bombs. They cut him off, Nick. They cut him off.
He is died. Should we do a Catholic blessing to him? Last rites. Oh, I got a question for you, Larry. So you were raised Catholic.
Yes.
What do you feel about the scapula? You know that little necklace that you wear that it's like your ticket into heaven?
Kind of on a fabric thing.
There's like two pictures, one on the end of the string, and you wear one like over your spine and one over your heart is the idea.
I remember seeing those as a kid, but I never wore one or owned it, so I can't really speak to that with any knowledge.
You got to get one, man.
Why?
Because if you die with it on, you automatically go to heaven.
Really?
Yeah,
I left the thing. What?
Yeah, you decided to. We thought they got you for too much COVID.
That's entirely possible.
No, so have you know some Catholics? Are you familiar with the scapula?
No,
scapulae. I might be pronouncing it slightly wrong, but it's
scapula sounds right.
It's a string, and it's got a little a holy icon at opposing ends of the circle, right? And you wear it on your neck, and the one part goes over the nape of your neck, right where your spine is, and the other part hangs down over the middle of your chest or where your heart is supposed to be. And apparently, if you wear it and die with it on, scapular, is it scapular? You go to heaven or something
instantly, huh?
Yeah. It's like
when I was a kid in New York, it was like the St. Christopher medal, but then they decommissioned him for some reason.
St. Christopher's, he's not good anymore.
I think so. I think they they've ripped
cut him loose into space. I mean,
I don't know what happened. He was the patron saint of travelers, and a lot of people used to wear those things. He was, whatever. Yeah, kind of a similar idea. I never did, but can
I ask who your confirmation saint was, Larry?
You may ask.
My confirmation name, because you had to pick one.
Yeah, you got to pick one.
Slap your face and lay it. Was incredibly. It was kind of prescient. Who knew that 15 years later, my best friend would be a mobster named Tony Spumante? Because when I was 9 years old, my confirmation name was Anthony.
Oh, okay. You picked Saint Anthony. I picked Ignatius, patron saint of taxi cab drivers and hearses.
Wow.
But he was a badass. He had his
nickname Iggy. Yeah.
Iggy.
He had a leg that got broken and deformed. Ooh. And he had to have the bone shaved down because he had like a big nub. But he didn't do anesthesia or liquor or anything. So they just sawed that thing off. It was fine.
Well, Lawrence was a badass as well. He was. I read somebody sent me some data on him some years ago. I never had any idea, what he was all about. And apparently, in the very early days of the church, he was kind of the controller, the bursar, and the Romans weren't too fond of him. And they said, you're holding out on us. Give us we want your treasure. And if you're don't have it here by, noon tomorrow, it's your ass. So he rounded up every beggar and leper he could find. And when the Romans approached, he was surrounded by a couple of hundred unfortunates and said, "This is my treasure. Take it." And they said, "Oh yeah." So they burned him at the stake. The Romans, like a luau pig. And allegedly, the legend is, they cooked him on one side and he shot it. "Hey, I'm not done over here. Turn me over. Let's go. Get this party started."
Can't you guys kill anyone, right?
Right.
Well, the Romans were like the Bond villains of the ancient world.
They were.
Right? It's like, just chop their heads off, kill them. No, we've got to nail them to this and do that.
Right.
Oh God.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. Everybody in the ancient world, the dominant power of the ancient world were they were all pretty funny. The Persians were rude. Who was the prior to the Persians, not the Babylonians, Ty, you know this.
Give me a second. Damn it.
Sumerians?
No. The Assyrians.
No.
The Assyrians.
Yes.
Assyrians.
The Assyrians were great. I think it was the Assyrians who took over a city, and they had like a Colosseum thing. Maybe this was Persians, but I think it was Assyrians. And they had like a Colosseum thing, and they had all the nobles sitting in the thing, and they're like, yeah, cheering. And then they brought out the helpless combatants, and they were their kids of the noble families. And there's like a whole bunch of kids, and they had to watch them be massacred, and just deal with it. It was like, damn, that's just rude.
Yeah. Oh no, the ancient world was not a pretty place.
No.
And if one side of the political fence gets their way, we'll be going back to those glorious.
Well, I think we're well on our way, Ty. I agree completely. Yeah, really, it's very, very troubling.
I told my daughters, I said, you guys don't want to live in the world these lunatics are trying to create.
No.
I'm just telling you, because they're just sort of, Dad, really, is it that big a deal? I'm going, yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah.
What I was going to say before the nefarious dark forces cut me off was, when someone comes to me and says, I demand that you give up your freedoms in any way, you do something that you normally wouldn't have to, I demand you do it. The burden of proof is on you to tell me why I should do that. You don't get to say, I demand that you wear a mask, and you have to prove why you don't. Doesn't work that way. And that really is the profound, the real difference between the left and the right. As usual, the left wants to force everybody to wear masks. The right's going, look, you want to wear a mask. I don't know anybody that says that people who wear masks are horrible or anything. I couldn't care less if somebody wants to wear a mask.
Yeah, I just don't want to wear one.
I don't want to wear it. Well, again, I asked the question to one of my daughter's friends. I said, well, what if the government mandated that you started wearing Lucky Charms, and not the cereal? But what if the government started mandating you wear a big Lucky Charm around your neck? Right. Well, that would be absurd. And I'm just kind of sitting there, and Brittany goes, "It's a trap." To her friend, it's a trap. It's a trap. But I mean, and he goes, "Oh, yes, yeah. See, I mean, it would be the easiest thing in the world to simply comply." But I'm not much into compliance. I don't know about you guys, but
No, I'm averse to it. Actually, if people tell me to do stuff, I often end up doing the opposite just because.
That was the exact conversation. The week our governor did his idiotic thing, the Monday, I was talking to a buddy in Washington State, and I said, if the masks are quite controversial down there. He said, why? I said, well, because they're miserable to wear in Texas weather, yada, yada, yada. I said, but the main reason is, if you wanted to get Texans to do something, what would you do? Would you say, hey, look, these things might help. I know they're an inconvenience, but could you please try to wear them if possible? And, da-da-da-da. Or would you say, listen, you stupid, ignorant rednecks, you don't know what you're doing. I'm better than you are, and I insist that you wear the masks. And my friend goes, oh, shit. I said, yeah, that's what we're doing. I probably am going to lose a good friend over this because he's a mask hole. He is he's a virtue signaling jackass that thinks that wearing a bandana somehow gives him moral authority. And I'm going, I'm not.
Well, what they've done, Ty, is they've turned a stock phrase, a trope that has been used for forever. I mean, since Nazi Germany. And that is the three words, for your safety. Uh-huh. When you hear for your safety, somebody's getting fucked.
Uh-huh. Well, and
get on that train, get to that prison. It's for your safety. We're doing this.
So, and here's the thing: I don't want people who have demonstrated who have demonstrated that they're incompetent and liars. Right. That's what
But look what they've done with it. They've taken it and they flipped it around, and now the mask thing, it's not for your safety, it's for my safety. If you don't wear this, you're endangering me.
Yeah.
Okay? That's where it's at now.
Yeah, and that's bullshit. I mean,
I just got one. I got a mask from a viewer. They made it. So here it is. It's got the Imperial Aquila on it.
Oh, nice.
If you check it out. And
I was gonna have my daughters make me a mask out of cheesecloth.
Crochet.
Oh, that's nice.
What the hell, Nick? Your image is frozen. Damn it.
It's frozen. It is not frozen.
Oh.
I am back. Welcome.
Nick, I think that's very becoming. It hides your face.
Almost Bane-esque, isn't it? Yeah.
Their purge is coming. You will bow down and not be slaves to your financial systems any longer. You have no choice.
There's a guy that does a podcast. It's pretty good. Adam Curry, the former MTV VJ, and he's a great guy. He frequently features my show on his live stream, which is really nice.
Cool.
Fan of the show, so I listen all the time. He's in Austin, and he's got some incredible intel on. I mean, he has been 4 weeks ahead of the curve on this thing since it began. It's really amazing, and he had an interesting take on the whole mask thing. He said, "Okay, I get that. I will wear a mask if it makes you feel safer. Okay, no problem. I'm on the mask thing, but at the same time, I only feel safe if I wear this 38 on my hip. You don't have a problem with that, do you?
Right.
You good with that?
Right.
There you go. See how that plays. See how that plays.
Yeah, well, part of it too. I mean, I'm getting sick and tired of people assuming that I have some obligation, morally and legally, to ensure that they feel good.
Well, but you do.
You know, well, yeah.
We all do.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like, no, I'm sorry, you don't actually have a legal or moral right to be comfortable.
Or to not be infected by a disease like that.
Well,
that's the weird thing. But like, this is a thing that people have gotten hung up on. They're like, well, you have to wear a mask for everybody else's safety. It's like, wait a minute. Nowhere ever have we codified a right to not get an infectious disease.
Or a legal obligation to
prevent it.
I mean,
because otherwise, everyone who transfers the flu every year would be guilty. Yeah.
And by the way, just as an aside, most of the people who are the biggest mask holes were supporters of the laws that decriminalized intentionally infecting someone with HIV.
Right.
Well, I mean, we don't even need to get into that.
Well, I know, but I mean but that's the whole thing. That's what I've been trying to make my daughters are starting to understand that once I explain, they just thought I was being grumpy, which is fair.
It's also those both can be true.
Yes,
you can be grumpy and correct.
Yeah.
But their answer to your argument, Ty, and I've heard this, is, well, doesn't your kid have to have a polio vaccine before he can go to school? Right? What about that? Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that's going to be what's coming. I mean, as far as, and again, this guy, Adam Curry, his future cast at this point, and I think it's frighteningly accurate, preached at least. And that is, the next thing is, Fauci in a very few months is going to say, we've got the vaccine. Everybody must get this for your safety. Everybody needs this. It's going to be mandatory vaccination.
Yeah, he has a great Fauci, doesn't
he? And here's the problem with that. Like, I believe you should vaccinate your kids, but I thoroughly disbelieve in the government's ability to force you to vaccinate your kids. Like, I am not in any way an anti-vaxxer. I would prefer people do it, vaccinate all my kids, except for I try to avoid the flu vaccine in general because I don't trust it.
Never get that.
But like MMR and chickenpox or whatever, I let my kids get vaccinated, and I'm fine with that. I would never ever tell another parent that they must shove a series of medications into their kid. Like, that's weird to me.
I'm very conflicted on that. I really don't usually think about it but here's the you're right, Larry. That they're already saying that, right?
Yes.
But they're ignoring one really huge thing. We had hundreds of years of evidence to support the idea that vaccines are effective. You guys have got nothing but government bullshit. You have no actual research that's reliable. You're trying to stop mosquitoes with a chain link fence. And you don't get to piggyback on to the credibility that vaccinations had, because we've been vaccinating for hundreds of years. This is nothing more than an enforced religious symbol, in my opinion. And like I said, the minute someone says, "Well, it's okay to protest," that's different. Okay, you've lost all credibility. I don't want to hear from you again. And don't even, to my friends who are on the wrong side of this, don't even bring them up. I don't care what the CDC says, because they have demonstrated that they are incompetent and that they lie. Yes. So,
well, the weird thing is, it's okay. Like, this is the thing that I think we maybe is part of the reason the CDC is such a mess right now. It's okay for the CDC to not know what to do with a novel virus. Like, that's an okay thing. They don't
and
have
how about saying, "Gee, we don't know. We think this might be the."
You'll never get that.
You'll never get it, because the same people freaking out about everything would be like, "What do you mean you don't know?" It's like, look, guys. Sometimes people don't know, and our government frequently doesn't know what to do.
Frequently, I would say
regularly, almost always. Yeah, very. But you can look
pandemic at it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, you can look at it simply with how they choose to invest, when they choose to invest in companies, right? When they have these, like the big solar programs under Obama, like billions of dollars going towards companies that went bankrupt within 6 months of receiving billions of dollars. And it's like, it's okay for the government not to know that a solar company is going to succeed or fail. Like, that's a fine thing. What they shouldn't do is put $500 million into it.
Right. Well, this kind of gets back to dad advice, right? The nominal purpose of the show, right? Kids, don't take the advice of people that are liars or idiots. Okay. Credibility is take the advice of people who have demonstrated that they are credible, that they are competent, that they are wise, or whatever. But if you know someone is a liar and an idiot and incompetent, don't listen to them, because and that's the point I was trying to hammer home to my daughters, and they and like I said, they understand. They just really thought I was being me, and I was, but no, it's like, I'm sorry, we can't trust these people. And this is not paranoia talking. They themselves said, "We lied to you."
Yes.
Yeah.
We did.
We don't, you don't have to be paranoid. All you have to do is take them at face value. We lied to you, but it's okay. We're not lying to you now.
Right.
All right. Back to the important things. Idea Machine says, check out Swamp Thing, 1982, a PG movie with Adrian Barbeau's breasts.
Yes.
This is John Carpenter. Yes.
Great movie.
There was a time when Adrian Barbeau was all that.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I ever watched Maude.
I watched
she was the daughter.
I watched a movie on stream with her the other day. I'm trying to think of what it was. I think it was Slumber Party Massacre.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. Fond memories.
Slumber Party Massacre was everything bad about schlocky horror movies.
Yeah.
Oh no, she was in Escape from New York.
Yeah.
Was that what we watched? She was in. She might have been.
It's
in
hard to
something
get
else
those
too.
two movies confused, Nick. I mean,
It's a blur.
Just saying.
Look, I've watched a lot of 80s tit movies lately. So,
What are you doing? You Nick, really?
Well,
you have this encyclopedic knowledge of these, drive-in caliber.
that's all I've been doing on Twitch.
well, Larry, to be fair,
Okay.
when we saw those movies, we probably weren't sober, so
Maybe not.
Listen, after every show,
we're like Shatner, right, on that episode of SNL. Going, get a life.
no, it's after every show lately. I will watch one or maybe two movies on Twitch with the stream, whatever's on Prime.
Okay.
And since there's not a lot of good newish movies on Prime that are worth watching, and with the commentary, you kind of want like a schlocky movie.
Schlocky.
So I try to watch one respectable film like Terminator, and then I try to follow it up with something that's just gratuitous and reminding people how great it was to be gratuitous. And
Yes.
I want to present something as evidence. This is great. I sent this to Drexel, and to my other dads. This may be a little bit. This is a little bit spicy, but he has mentioned several times the name of who I believe is his favorite porn star. Her name is Adriana Chechik. She had a tweet just yesterday, the 9th, so now 2 days ago. And I apologize for the crude language in this tweet. It says, "I really, really just want to get fucked by strangers again. This new world is making me less of a slut and I can't take it." Now, think about how funny of an indictment that is against what's going on, though. That a porn star, famous for obviously sleeping with strangers, right, is talking about how the Me Too sort of world that we're in and the COVID, I think maybe she was talking about COVID in context. I don't know. But the world that we're going into, all she wants to do is be gratuitous. Like, we'll replace the whole getting banged by random people. But it's about that gratuitousness. It's about the less serious attitude about everything. And it's encapsulated in this tweet from a porn star. And I think that's great and telling and terrifying at the same time.
Tug uses the term Puritans, and that's what is happening. I mean, this is the most tight-ass, self-righteous.
It's unbelievable.
And
importantly, I sent that to Drexel just in case he wanted to contact her and put in a resume. That's I'm just trying to help a brother out. Like,
help brother out. Yeah, well,
I got a
sure
Twitch recommendation for you, Nick. I don't know if you'll find it on Prime or anywhere, but it's a movie called Zombie Island Massacre.
I've seen. I've not seen the movie.
Yeah.
Is it one of the Italian zombie movies?
No, it's American made.
It's on there. Oh,
There you go. It starred a bunch of the big name in it was a broad named Rita Jenrette.
Yep.
Who was the one that wound up naked in the tidal pool off of the Capitol building in the Potomac with Wilbur Mills back in the early 80s, the drunken congressman. And that was kind of her claim to fame. And she's in it. And she's actually the star of the movie, if you will. And it had one of the best lines ever in any of these cheesy horror movies. It's a very simple premise. It's a bunch of, I guess, sort of newly married couples in some Caribbean island, and they rent this big house out there in the jungle. And one by one, they hear stuff going on outside, and they go out to check on it. And invariably, they don't come back, or they do come back with a spear between their eyes or machetes cleaving their skulls, whatever.
Yeah,
they're just getting pumped off one after the other, and finally they're down to like just three of them, and the camera turns on Rita, and she goes, ever since we got to this island, we've had nothing but trouble.
Oh, we're watching it.
What more can you ask for?
We're watching it tonight.
Okay.
We're watching it tonight.
Baby.
Nick, is Way of the Dragon? Is that on there? I know Fists of Fury are
only Fists of Fury is like the only Bruce Lee movie on there.
Way of the Dragon is the ultimate Bruce Lee movie because it's got young Chuck Norris, and they have a fight in the Coliseum. Oh man, it's
when he rips off Chuck Norris's chest hair.
Yeah,
I gotta check that out.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Way of the Dragon.
I haven't seen them all.
It's one of Chuck's first movies, I think.
Maybe the first.
Yeah.
Because but yeah, he plays. Anyway, but they have the fight at the end is in the Colosseum in Rome. So I mean,
Ninja Bread Man asks, "Is the Last Dragon on there?" No, we would have already watched the Last Dragon. Let me just do a show sometime, and I'll just recite the movie to you.
It is one of the great movies of all time.
Go ahead.
I finally introduced it to my daughters about a year ago, and I was like, "It's the greatest breakdancing martial arts musical film ever." Of course, it's the only.
When we're driving down the road, I've got my Google Music playlist going, and whenever The Glow comes on by Willie Hutchins, Lady Rackets just looks at me and wonders if I'm gonna skip it, and I never do. It's like get all 6 minutes of when you got the glow, you got to know, you got to go. I love that stupid movie. Oh, it's so great. This is Lost Bullet saying nothing like a bunch of boomers sitting around chatting about terrible old people movies. Man, watch a good movie. Shut up, Lost.
Yeah, shut up.
I do think
nobody likes you. So,
but I do think that there's something really to say about how storytelling has evolved. And I don't mean writing, and I don't mean anything else, but how storytelling itself has evolved over the years. And you can see the genres of it, right? Like you go back and you watch the original Exorcist, and my grandfather, that was like the one movie that terrified him more than anything else, because ultra devout Catholic, and that movie, when he saw it, bothered him to the core. But when I go back and watch The Exorcist, I'm like, this is 60 minutes of boredom, and then like 30 minutes of good stuff right at the end when they're doing the exorcism. But the build up and tension building to it was so slow. But
it was a psychological horror film as much as at least that first hour. But they were pitching it to a different audience, though.
Right, and it was
your grandfather.
It was truly a horror film, right? Like the thing that terrified him, and the thing that terrified so many people of the age was, this could happen to anyone.
What did happen? It was based on a true story.
Yeah. But it was like, this could happen to my kid tomorrow. Like I'm a Catholic, I'm a believer, my kid's a believer, and that, it's always the believers who are getting possessed, who get the stigmata or whatever. Like that's the terror is that this is a thing that I have to explore and wrestle with in my belief system. And that was great. Like that's a real aspect of it that bothered people. But nowadays, I don't like where storytelling has gone. I don't like how long the falling action is. If you're familiar with the story arc, you got like the rising action climax, and then you've got the anticlimax and the falling action right at the end. And now we drag that out for 30, 40 minutes. And it's another thing I'm noticing in these 80s movies. Like the action is done, and then you might have 5 minutes of movie left. It's climax, cliff, and done. It's great.
Yeah.
And they just
it was entertainment. I mean, it was actual entertainment, not I'm going to lecture you and I'm going to.
Well, yeah. I mean, I forget, it was either Jack Warner or Louis Mayer, one of the big moguls, said, somebody brought him a script and it was loaded with political innuendo, and he threw it in the guy's face. He said, "Get this shit out of my office." And the guy says, "What's the matter?" And he says, "Hey, if you want to send a message, call Western Union. Don't put it in your script." That's what's changed, Nick. Now everything has to have some social conscience, some type of underpinning of a morality tale, and it wasn't always like that way. And entertainment was a fuck ton better before it became like this.
No question. And and Nick, it's back to that point you made at Matsuri last year that. These people want you to have, again, you said it very eloquently, and I can't remember precisely how you said it, but they do not want you to be able to escape how guilty you are.
Right. And that's going into the, I had another tweet similar themed just recently, because now Wizards of the Coast who owns TSR, who owns Dungeons and Dragons. They have put out a thing now saying that all of the legacy content, they're not getting rid of it. They're not scrapping Al-Qadim. They're not scrapping Oriental Adventures, but it will now have disclaimers on it that there may be racially insensitive, ideas and themes in it. And it's like, again, if you think orcs are black people, you have the problem. You're a racist. You are terrible.
The fact that white liberals, and that's what we're talking about here, is white liberals. The fact that white liberals can't even see that tells you just how dysfunctional and mentally ill they are, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's, and my goodness, if Trump wins in November,
did you see?
Can't wait to see what they do.
I didn't know he would. I wasn't sure if he would do this, but he gave clemency to Roger Stone. Did you see that?
Yeah,
he did commuted a sentence today.
I was curious. Clemency was a curious choice and not just a full pardon.
It's the neutral choice in an election year.
Okay,
keeps him out of prison, but it doesn't absolve him of his crimes. He's still on the record for being guilty, but it lets him say that he was. It lets him say he was treated unjustly, not that they reached the wrong conclusion.
Right.
So I think that's why he went with clemency.
That makes sense.
I think if this were pushed back and that question was on December 8th or something like that, we would have seen a full pardon.
By the way, I saw that you covered the judge's thing in the Flynn case, Nick.
Yep, I talked about Flynn's thing, and I was talking to my father-in-law about it today, and I don't think I adequately expressed that both sides of the Flynn case are stupid.
Yeah.
Because they're not arguing over whether the case should be dismissed. They're arguing over whether the case should be dismissed before having a hearing about it.
Yeah. Well, the judge, in my opinion, the judge is obviously attempting to drag this out because when that suit gets dropped, Flynn is now going to be able to file a civil suit, and you can only imagine what the discovery is going to turn up.
Right.
And I really believe the judge is attempting to push that past the election.
Yeah, I think so. I think
this
that's
is a hack.
I think because that's the thing, and with the en banc review, the dumb thing is they'll probably end up taking the en banc review because
the DC Court of Appeals is stacked.
Well, and there's two reasons. One, it's high profile. Well, three reasons. Two, it's a split court. And three is that as much as I think the case should be dismissed, I have to lean a little bit towards at least the argument that the appeals court shouldn't tell the judge to dismiss a case before a hearing has happened when there's already been a conviction and he's trying to withdraw a guilty plea. Even if both parties agree, you're still going to have to get on the record why you're withdrawing a guilty plea, and they haven't done it yet.
I think the appeals court, though, is looking at the substance of what's going on.
Right.
Rather than,
and they're saying just dismiss the damn case because you're going to do it. You're going to dismiss the case.
And if you don't, it's going to be a complete abuse of authority.
Right.
That's the thing. And they're just kind of,
A judge can't force the government to prosecute someone. That's ridiculous.
And you don't want that. You do not want the judge to have that power because he is unaccountable. Right. Especially federal judges. One of the things we got to do is figure out a way to get rid of the whole concept of appointing judges for life.
Yeah.
Judge, the reality of our system now is that courts routinely make law. If we're going to have that system, let's just elect them all and be done with it. Make them a super legislature, because at least we'll be able to hold them accountable.
Right. Yeah, it's a mess.
It's not an ideal solution, but
the more the more sensational and ultimately less interesting case is, of course, the Oklahoma decision that just came out. Where the news and several media outlets are reporting it as the Supreme Court gave half of Oklahoma to Indian tribes, but that's not at all what they did. What they did was they just said that major crimes on tribal land have to be under the Major Crimes Act, which has been in existence since 1850, and Oklahoma just decided to ignore it, must be prosecuted in federal courts, not state courts.
Yeah, it's been sensationalized because the guy is such a horrible, horrible person who ought to be shot.
Right. He should just be. There shouldn't. I mean, many of us would just suggest he just goes on the wall.
But that's the thing about the law, right? Around the edges, we get results that appall people. But that's literally one time in a million. I mean, that and the fact is, the law is what it is. Congress can change that. If this is outrageous, Congress can simply revoke that law or whatever. And
Congress can effectively end the Creek Nation Reservation tomorrow.
Yeah, but the state of Oklahoma should have followed the law. I mean, I hate to say that because, and hopefully Oklahoma being the kind of state it is, that guy probably, his life isn't worth spit when he gets out.
Well, I don't think he's even, I mean, the feds can retry him.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a statute of limitation on his sexual assault of a minor.
No, 4-year-old especially. Oh my God.
So the feds can retry him, and they should. And go to federal prison and see how well you do, buddy. It'll be great there.
Oh yeah, good Lord, you're going to be popular on Cell Block D.
Dogsplain asks, with Ty on, it's time for another rousing round of it. Is it okay to cry when? So Larry, I'm not.
Okay.
What's your opinion on crying as a man, Larry?
Maybe only when you're being burned at the stake.
It needs to be safe, legal, and rare, right? Like abortion.
I'll go with that.
Yeah. So, I had no doubt that Larry and I were aligned on that particular issue.
So number one, is it okay to cry when your Akita mix has to be euthanized?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dogs are the best people. So.
But remember, gentlemen, that even when it's okay to cry, number one, you can't be proud of it.
No.
You just can't. And number two, you have to make some effort to control it.
To not cry.
That you can't. Right, yeah.
Or do it in private.
Yeah, even if that means punching the Irishman next to you.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
To make an omelet,
Okay, number two, is it okay to cry when a reciprocating saw slips and hits your finger?
Oh, no.
No, but it's okay to cuss.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, crying isn't the right response.
And then when your finger heals, open up on that thing with a 12 gauge or a ball peen hand or whatever. I'm very into destroying and hurting objects that hurt me.
I am too. Yeah. I can't wait to destroy my car.
I had a color printer in my office one time, and I was working on a real intense, real high, thing, and it was a rough time, and the damn thing jammed just one time too many. And I walked over and I just whoosh and smashed, and I left it sitting on the floor of my office for months. And the new printer that I got, that damn thing never jammed. Yeah, and I just have to think that the corpse of his fellow printer sitting there.
He staked up the printer parts around the other printer.
It was an example. The new printer, absolutely.
Yeah. This will be you.
That's what I did with the raccoons I killed.
Yeah.
Well, I staked them out in the perimeter around the yard. Like I'd put them out in the forest. They're like, yeah. They stopped coming around.
When they saw Office Space where they beat the shit out of the printer, wasn't going, oh yeah, I've wanted to do that.
God, I hate fax machines. No, my car that I bought while I was in law school. If you can see it, I'm not trying to flip you guys off, but there's a scar right here. Might not be high enough resolution. I was carrying stuff and I closed the trunk of my car, and the handle design is dumb. And so the handle is like inside the trunk. And so I closed it, and it actually closed on my finger entirely.
Ow.
And I didn't notice it first. So I'm like walking.
And you're sitting there impaled.
I walked.
Towing your car with your finger.
And I'm like, my hand. And then I look back and I waited for a second because it was like level. And I thought my finger would have looked like a Z, And I
had a friend that slammed a door on his. I can't remember. It was some foreign car. Anyway, he slammed a door on his finger.
You guys probably.
But the door was locked, and he had locked his keys in the car.
Oh shit!
Oh, you talk about somebody else. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he had to. I mean, he did himself some damage getting the finger out because he basically had to rip it out, But yeah,
this one
that's bad ergonomics, really.
I had to get I'm on the side of my car and I had to get around to the trunk release, which is on the back with my left hand. So this is the problem: is I'm having to like reach around and do this weird yoga pose to try and get to the latch. And once I got it unlatched, I just had a nice, pretty deep laceration, but it wasn't broken, and I have no idea how, because it looked like it should have been, over.
Yeah.
It was. So
but you didn't cry. You didn't cry, right?
No, I screamed a lot.
Yeah, no.
It was like 2 in the morning. I had just gotten home from law school. Profanity was flying.
Yeah.
One thing I'll never understand. You two lawyers. Let me just bounce that off because, like I said, I think that when inanimate objects hurt us, we have every right to hurt them back. And even if not, and Elvis's car, his De Tomaso Pantera, pissed him off one day in Graceland, and he pulled some weapon and put a few rounds in it. And the guy's been vilified for that, and I'll never understand it. It's his goddamn
It's his car.
You should be able to shoot anything you want.
Start it up, who cares? Why do people find that objectionable? I don't understand that.
I don't know.
The desire to feel morally superior.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. I used to say all the time, and this was in the context of liberal policies, but it fits a whole lot of other ideologies. The purpose of liberal policies is not to solve problems; it's to make liberals feel morally superior.
Yes,
that's why they can advocate policies that obviously are going to make things far worse for the people they claim to be worried about. This is the same sort of notion: is that you're somehow I'm better than you because I wouldn't shoot a car. I'm like you. Yeah, but,
Man, if I could load a car into a trap shooter, I would launch that thing.
Well, if nothing else, it makes you feel better.
Exactly.
Yeah. My wife one time asked me, I was lighting somebody up on Facebook. She said, "Why do you do that?" I said, "It makes me feel better."
Yeah.
You're not going to change their mind. I said, "Oh God, no." But
no, it's never about the other person you're screaming at. It's always about everybody around realizing that they can be screamed at too.
Yeah.
Jedi Knight Tigger says, "Hello, Nikki."
Did we exhaust all of his cry things?
It was just he said, "I'll let you guess which made me cry." I know it's the Akita mix, man.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean,
and look, losing a pet is a tough thing. I don't even like dogs, and whenever I've had to bury a dog, I hate it. Well,
dogs are especially good at becoming a man's best friend. I've always felt like dogs especially have a way of befriending males. I don't know what I think it's part of it's the male hierarchy thing. They know your boss. But yeah, no, in fact, I got to a point where I stopped getting dogs because I got tired of when I'd lose them. It was just,
it's brutal.
I don't want any pets ever. I mean, we have 3 freaking indoor cats right now. And I'm like, God, I hate watching my kids go through the cats dying because it's going to happen at some point. I hate that. I hate digging the hole. In the winter in Minnesota, you need a damn chainsaw to get down.
Tobacco, man.
I remember when Brianna was about 5 or 6. She was little, and a client gave her some exotic kitten. I mean, like a $1,000 cat or something,
like a Bengal or something.
Yeah, and of course those breeds are all very vulnerable to infection and all this kind of stuff. And so, Brianna and I are out. We used to go on Saturdays. We just go do things, father daughter thing. We'd go to the mall and walk around. So I go over to my mom's and my stepfather's house, and the phone rings, and it's my wife, and it's hello, and she says, "The cat died," and I was like, "Oh God," So I have to break this to my little girl, and I said, "Honey, cat died." And of course, she starts crying, and she says, "Why does this always happen?" Because she had already lost a pet once before. And I said, "Well, honey," I said, "Death's part of life," and I give this what I thought really good circle of life speech, thing. And I finish, and she looks at me and she goes, Daddy, that doesn't make me feel good at all. I was like, oh boy. I said, well, honey, I'm sorry. I tried. It's okay. I know you tried. I'm going, great. I'm being pitied by a 5-year-old.
The answer is, for pets, you got to get either parrots or tortoises because they'll probably outlive you.
There you go.
Yeah, you're gonna live to be 140, and you're gonna eat me when I die.
Well, I don't know if you guys had this experience. I was actually a very, very serious dog person. I love dogs, but when I had kids, pets just really no longer mattered to me. And I don't, I know my cousin feels the same way, but that was just my reaction. I used to just adore pets and have, and all this, but now it's like, they're just animals.
The worst
I had dogs, a couple of dogs as a kid, loved them like crazy. And then when my younger daughter hit, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 or something, she became very, very desirous of a dog. And so we got Moose, who was a rescue from Tijuana. We said he was El Chapo's guard dog.
Moose, I like the name.
And he's 16 pounds, and he's all heart and all balls, and he is absolutely the apple of everyone's eye. I mean, that dog is the center of the family. It's really, it's unbelievable. He's so smart, because he is a mutt. I believe mutts are smarter on balance.
Yes.
And he's just great. He's ferocious. He's protective. He's wherever we are is his perimeter. And woe unto he that steps inside that boundary. He's great.
We have a small he's a dachshund something blend thing named Milo, and the girls, he's a good dog, but the girls bought him a collar one time, and it was like a hot pink collar, and they said, "Daddy, what do you think about this, about the Milo's collar?" And I said, "Honey, I've always wanted to own a tiny gay black dog." They're like, I just, next day I come in, they replaced that collar with a Harley Davidson collar. I was like, okay, that's much better. And of course, Milo knew, right? He's like, "Oh God, boss, they put it on me. I don't know what to say." But he had the Harley Davidson.
Man, the worst one for me was Lady Rackets. Our cat jumped in the wheel well of a car as she was backing out this past winter, and so the cat fell out and died on the ground.
Yikes.
But I don't know if you know how cold winter in Minnesota is. I had to go get the cat off the ground.
Oh no! It was stuck to
the ground. And so I'm like, I got my gloves on and I'm out there. I'm like, God damn it! So I grab this cat, and it's like waxing a man's chest, right? You're like, and you pull it off. And I feel awful because this is an indoor
family pet.
It's an indoor cat, right? Oh. But it had snuck out into the garage while no one was looking, and so we liked this cat a lot. And it was Lady Rackets' cat specifically too. It was awful, and I have to rip it off, and then there's a fur outline in the ice. Fur and viscera, and I'm like, God, this is just terrible. So
Daddy, why did you smear the cat all over the ice?
We go out, and I'm like, I go out and I put the cat in a box, so the kids could say goodbye or whatever, and then we go out to have like a eulogy. Because with kids, you gotta have like a funeral service for the cat, and like we're around its ghostly aura in the snow. I'm just sitting there, and our 5-year-old, she was 4 at the time, she is just bawling, and you're like, "Oh man, I never want to own another animal in my entire life."
Golly, that's funny. Why did you
having to rip that poor cat off the snow? I felt terrible about it. Because all you want to do,
those are the perks you don't hear about moving to Minnesota.
Yeah, all you want to do is put the cat in the ground, and just move on, right? You just want to move on. There it is, sitting, and it's the ice stuff that you can't like chip up very easy. God, it was terrible. Felipe Mouve says, Nick, they say masks are useful for the sick, but not for the healthy. About COVID-19, USA is 4th on the infected per million, 7th on deaths. Thanks for the info. That's great. Matt the Beast says, my workplace just said, oh, we're rolling back phase 2 and closing the building to the public again. Also, everyone now must wear masks at all times, even though phase 1 last month was essentials only and masks in shared spaces. They won't check. Screw them.
This is literally turning into a religious symbol to protect you from evil spirits.
Yeah. Just so you guys know, on the 19th of July, which is a week from Sunday, I'm going to have an employment law and workers' rights specialist on, and we're going to be talking about how those are impacted during COVID. But it's going to be at like 6 p.m. Central Time, so way early on Sunday, a week from Sunday.
That'll be good. Yeah, I've been getting some questions here in Texas, and unfortunately, I have to tell people this is Texas at will.
Right, and so. But
so outside of racism or sexism, that kind, gender discrimination, yes, they can make you wear a mask.
Yeah, so we're gonna get some interesting discussion with him. Hopefully that'll help clear some questions up, because I get a lot of those questions too.
A lot of questions ask him to address the ADA issues, Nick. I'm not real up on the ADA, but that seems to be a lot of people are asking about that.
The most interesting mask question for me is, what about states where it's illegal to conceal and carry with a mask on?
Oh yeah,
but then mandated masks.
Yeah, there are laws on the books that, and the thing is, I'm not sure that it actually is a defense to say I was legally required to wear the mask. As crazy as that is.
I don't think it is.
As crazy as that is in the law, I was complying with another law isn't actually a defense. Now, you would hope that our legal system would be rational enough to be reasonable, but this is gun. When guns are involved, IQ. On one side of the fence, IQs drop by about 100.
Well, and on the other side of the fence is, even if you took that case to the Supreme Court, they just wouldn't hear it.
Yeah.
They've just decided to never hear a gun case ever again.
Is that right?
They don't
really.
Not officially, but it seems like
it.
They get 10 or 12 a year. They haven't heard a Second Amendment gun case since 2010.
Because if they go with the reasoning in Heller, which in my opinion was rightly decided, there are no reasonable restrictions on guns.
On handguns only, though.
But I mean,
Scalia screwed the pooch on writing that decision, if you ask me.
What way?
It only applies to handguns.
Because that was the regulation at issue at the time. It was
but
a handgun.
He even addresses AR-15. Like he talks about handguns being a common use self-defense item. But he doesn't address any rifles, including sporting rifles, even though they're number 2.
No, I know. Don't you think he knew that? I mean, the AR-15s though weren't at issue in the case. It was specifically a semi-automatic pistol regulation.
Yeah, but he didn't leave them out. That was the thing. No. He wrote them in, but in the negative.
Well,
yeah.
I'm sure I follow.
Go back.
No, I'm not sure I'm following. Tell me what you're saying.
He writes in that handguns are basically protected, but something like an AR-15 wouldn't be.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, it's a mess.
I read that case, and I missed that.
It's lost, and it should be considered dicta.
It is dicta.
Yeah,
but the bottom line is the basic reasoning in Heller would also preclude any of these assault weapon bans, which, assault weapons are defined by these idiots as certain cosmetic features.
But it doesn't because of how he wrote it, and that's the problem.
No, I agree. Yeah, if he said, I didn't remember that part of the opinion. I don't know why I missed that. But
he had an opportunity to get to it, and he didn't. And it's like, oh, you son of a bitch, Scalia! Why'd you die in a pillow?
Yeah.
Was it a my pillow though?
But that's the whole thing, right? I honestly think those justices don't want to be faced with either having to rule on something honestly and then having to face their party friends at all the DC parties.
Oh yeah, and Roberts is a big indicator of that. Roberts
is an incredible disappointment.
Can eat all of the penis that comes his way.
There was something about Roberts, even when he was appointed. I didn't like the guy, and I remember saying to Taurus, I don't like that guy
because he was just a law clerk. I mean, sure, he was a Supreme Court law clerk, but he was just a law clerk.
Yeah, I just didn't like him. I mean, and that to get a conservative Supreme Court. Hell, we've got to get 7 or 8 picks out of the 9 because we have a bad habit of our justices evolving, growing into the job. But no, I mean, but I honestly think that's it. I think they don't want to look like idiots by overruling recent precedent, but they also want to be able to show their faces at all the fashionable parties in DC. And it's really obnoxious. My opinion is that if individual states want to disarm their populations, knock yourself out. I think it's foolish to do that, but then again, I have the arrogance of somebody in Texas. Why we'd never do anything like that. That would be almost as crazy as mandating that we wear masks.
Yeah, right. The day you see Abbott stand up for gun rights is the day I die.
Nick, come on, that's dude. I don't know, Larry. I don't know if you know this. Our governor is in a wheelchair. He's paraplegic, so. I have to keep.
I was not aware of that. He keeps it well hidden, kind of like FDR.
Yeah.
He's
Neither of them have the spine for the job.
Oh, come on now. This is tough because I really did like Abbott. He's been a good governor.
I like him too. He's
but
just
this
being
whole thing is just like, what in the hell is wrong with you? But yeah, I said some pretty, you monitor, you've seen my Facebook stuff. One of the things that I posted on, there's a Facebook group called Open Texas. And it's like, yeah, he morphed into de Blasio so smoothly, I barely noticed it, or
Newsom.
But yeah.
Gavin can get fisted for all I care.
Oh, Gavin never got over giving up Kimberly Guilfoyle.
He might like it though. That's
Captain Hair Gel.
Yeah. Felipe Mouve says the scapular of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is the only one that they say will just give you 7 days purgatory tops, but it's not official Catholicism.
So it's a plea bargain scapular.
Yeah, look, I'll go to purgatory for 7 days, but then my ass is in heaven.
Yeah. That's a get out of purgatory free card.
I thought Earth was purgatory. Yeah. Damn.
Tyron Jag says Ty loved dogs. Dogs are why he perfected his roux. So there you go.
My what?
Your roux.
What does that mean?
What? How Cajun are you? Oh my God. Make a roux. Ty, every Cajun recipe starts with make a roux. Flour and oil. Flour and fat.
I don't cook. Nick, I have people that do that for me.
Sure.
No, I'm not gonna take the bait. No,
they don't do it well. Jedi Knight Tiger says, "Hello, Nikki. Glad to be back. Been getting caught up on your videos and all the news that's happened while I've been away in the prison of BMT. Plenty of content to pass down time at tech school. Keep up the work, Ty." So there you go. Kay Bushelman says, "First super chat waiting for the stream. We have our first boy on the way in October.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
I fear what my kid will grow up with thanks to what we are seeing today. My father taught me to respect all, and he's a retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel. Look, just teach your kid."
You are 95% of the influence on your kid if you want to be.
Yep.
Yes, the world they're going to live in is going to have its challenges, but come on, is it worse than the world of the 1940s when people were crippled with polio at random? Was it as bad as
It wasn't random; it was a plan.
What is the plan?
It's your duty as a dad to develop the relationship with your child that your teaching will be sustainable. That you're, at least as far as values and decency goes. Like, you're not gonna, your kid's gonna laugh at you because some pencilhead is better at math or knows more about history than you or something like that. They're pick a subject. They're going to know more about you. But the values and decency, that's something that you will have sole purview on if you accept it.
Yeah. And yeah, no guarantees, but I've always likened parenting to you're trying to put as many aces in the deck as you can. Your child still has to cut the cards, right? But your job is to put as many aces in there as you can so that they have a much better chance. But no, don't worry about the world at large. Just do your job. You know.
Ninja Bread Man says, Chad Dads, what advice would you give to a man wanting to marry a divorced mom with 2 young kids whose father is a jerk? He loves her and the kids and wants to make a family with them, but doesn't know what to expect.
Whoa.
Gentlemen.
Whoa. Oh. Well. Yeah, I've seen that up close. Not personal, but up close, friends of mine, and that's a minefield, man. That's the most probably, that's a very, very tricky and sometimes dangerous situation. I had a friend who did that, married a great chick with a nice daughter, and the biological father was a jerk. And he's never going to go away, probably, unless he's, killed her in prison. So he's always going to be a part of your life. That's something you got to think about. And then you may find, at least for this friend of mine, the affections of the kid naturally sort of waxed and waned and went between the two. And there was a point where he found himself with a couple of sheriffs at his front door because the kid was in her early teens, and I knew this guy well, and he was almost Zen-like. He was completely nonviolent, never raised his voice. He was
you better be
sanguine dude. Yeah, right. You better be. And the girl was failing every class. She was being a chooch and so forth, and she had locked herself in her bedroom, and my friend said, "Hey, come on, stop this, knock on the door, come out of there, do your homework," whatever it was. She gets on her phone, calls her friend and says, "My father's a psycho. He's kicking down the door. Help me." The friend then dials 911. Boom. This is what this can happen. Yeah, and then he has to go to anger management. It just once, as you guys well know, once you are brought into those cogs and gears of the system, it's a bitch to get out.
Right.
And it was completely false, completely fake. He had nothing to do with it. And, over a beer, I said, she's not your flesh and blood. How do you feel about this? And he says, it's what I signed up for. But am I pissed? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and everything Larry said would certainly track my observations. You guys, you're biting on, I wouldn't say it won't work, but the odds of it working are much more remote than you probably want to hear.
Well, take those kids' ages and take 18 minus those age, and that's how many years that you are forced by law to deal with this person. Like and
it doesn't end at 18, by the way.
It doesn't end there, but that's where they have their peak influence. Yeah.
Nick, you're wrong there. This girl is now 30 and still living at home.
Yeah. Because the problem is
I just mean the issues specifically legally with the dad are through 18. But you're signing, kids are a lifetime investment.
Well, I haven't, like Larry, I haven't experienced this myself, but I've seen it with friends. Little things like, how do you discipline somebody else's child?
Right. You're not my father. That's the first thing.
You're not my father. How do you, going into it, what's the arrangement there? And your wife may say, well, I'm okay with her, whatever. But her father, her biological father, is almost certainly going to have a different view. Several of the women in my office are one's a single mom, another's remarried, but they both got, asshole exes. And all I can say is they're lucky that I'm not Tony Spamonti, because I'd have handled that problem. But because it affects my office environment sometimes, and it's a complicated situation. I mean, you obviously care about this woman, but if you're coming to us for us to tell you it'll be all right, just soldier past it, I'm not willing to tell you that.
No, you are. You need to know that you are getting into a situation. It's going to be a long haul situation, and you need to be zen, calm, and you got to take the Stefan Molyneux approach to discipline, which is zero physical discipline. It has no swats, no spanks, nothing. You cannot touch that child. You just
no.
To protect yourself, you literally can't.
No, you're going to wind up like Larry's friend, enmeshed in a system. And your friend probably, what he should have done, and I know he probably didn't do, he should have gotten him a lawyer right then and said, I'm not, but it's always, well, if you'll just do this one thing, we'll leave, it'll be, we'll leave you alone, says the state. Right. And then now you're in the swamp. But
apparently the kids are 6 and 9. Look, you're 2 years at best from a very rude awakening with those kids.
Yeah, they're going to be teenagers also.
And that's going to dramatically change the relationship between them and their dad and them and you.
Well, and if you stipulate that he's an asshole, that also means he's going to fight dirty. Sure. He's going to use the kids to hurt your wife. And, that's, I mean, it's, good luck to you, brother.
Good luck. Yeah. Good luck.
Look, if you're going to do it, hats off to you, but know what you're getting into. You can't blame anybody else for getting into it. And you need to, you really need to go ahead and say, you have to stop yourself at every single point, because you're not going to have, you may have it now, but you're not going to have, especially when they're teenagers, the grace that your own kids with years and years of living with you are going to give you. It's just not the same. The biology does matter to some extent. Yeah.
Well, and if you've got any male friends that are going through the same situation, get with them, talk to them privately, not around their wives, and ask them to talk candidly about these things and get some kind of practical on the ground.
Never talk to a man around his wife about dad things, ever.
Yeah. Ever. God, well said, young Nicholas. Very well said.
Intimidator 0108 says, how's it going tonight, Nick? Trying a couple of liquor, good, to answer your question. Trying a couple of liquers I brought.
We're here, Larry. I bought. It's good, right?
Yeah. Seriously, you guys have no idea what kind of anchor you are, even for me. Trying a couple of liquors I bought from work. We sell from a local distillery in South Dakota. Both are 55% spirits. One is Badlands Caramel and the other is a Weta Latte, a coffee and vanilla flavored. Well, hats off to you. I hate coffee, even in tiny amounts. It's antithetical to being a lawyer, but I can't do it.
I was going to say, how the hell did you get through law school?
Provigil.
Yeah, amphetamines, right?
Yeah. Well, amphetamines until they took me off of them because of racing heart issues. I could feel my heart pounding. Like literally I could feel the heart beating in my chest, and I was having nervous tics, so they put me on.
No speed for you.
No, they put me on Provigil instead of Ritalin. Dia Stryker says, I work for a pharmacy and have a professional EMT/firefighter friend. N95 and surgical block and surgical block on exhale. People breathing on you had more exposed area. Immune response to this is similar to cold and flu. Out of chat space. So I think he's saying that the N95 is not super helpful because it blocks on the exhale, not on the inhale.
Well, and the thing is that's the gold standard of masks, right? People actually think that putting a damn bandana around their face are my favorite are these masks you're buying off Amazon that look like surgical masks, right? But they're made literally out of paper towels.
Yeah.
And it's like, our governor's order just specified a face covering, right? And I really was going to ask my daughters to, make me a cheesecloth mask. But they actually want me to wear a mask because they're concerned about my health and stuff. So I was like, oh, God. Listen, just telling you guys now out there, if you have daughters, no one will be able to guilt you better than your daughters.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just wait, bucko.
Peter Pete says, is it okay to cry if your wife of 20 years divorces you and you find out your only daughter was not yours and your wife was cheating on you? Then in divorce, she gets everything because she was a stay-at-home mom.
Not in public.
Rent a hotel room for 3 days.
Yeah.
And never talk about it again.
Right. Because here's the thing about crying, guys. It may make you feel better, and that's fine. No problem with that. But when you do it in public, it makes everybody around you uncomfortable because, I'm sorry, we're not supposed to cry. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings on this.
Yeah, I think people misunderstand.
It creeps everyone out.
It's not about men crying. It's about because biblical men cry and wail and they have their emotional outbursts. They don't dwell on them, right? Like except for Job, but that guy's a pussy. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's a joke.
Whoa. That's right there with what was it? Minnesota. What was it? What the hell? Minnesota sushi.
Yeah.
Subtitle: Job was a pussy.
I only say that.
Talk about your basic old school dad comment, though.
I only
That's like
say that
your
as
dad ought to have said.
Yeah. I only say that as a joke because I just watched Children of the Corn. And I didn't realize how much biblical symbolism is laced into Children of the Corn. It's brilliant. Mm-hmm. It's aside from the two protagonists, Linda Hamilton, same year as Terminator 1, right. And whoever her dorky doctor boyfriend was, they're god awful protagonists. But the real protagonist of the movie is Job, the little kid, and Sarah, his sister, and they're fantastic. Yeah, so that was my Job joke. He's a pussy. Because do you guys remember how Children of the Corn starts?
No.
Oh, man,
The little kid who's like a 6-year-old boy, right, Job? He's telling the story. He's like, we walked into the soda shop after church because mom wasn't feeling good and was home with Sarah, who was sick or whatever. I ordered a shake because that's what I always ordered. This is him telling the story of how his father is murdered in front of him.
Oh, boy.
And it's like, it's got that little happy 5-year-old, 6-year-old boy demeanor to the storytelling. And there's something just haunting about it. And it's like, it's so unbelievable, except when you realize that this kid is like 6.
Did you see the shooting?
Great.
The shooting in New York City a few days back?
No.
This guy is walking across the street with his 5-year. Yeah.
Yes, I did. I did see that.
Beyond.
And it looked like a gang hit to me.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, I mean, it was small caliber bullet, back of the head, the whole thing. But I mean, I was like, oh God.
Yeah, that was nasty. That was nasty. But yeah, no.
Good thing we're getting rid of those police there.
Got to defund those cops. Yeah.
Look, I'm telling you guys, I don't care what your reading of the Bible is. Job is a satire, and it's great when you read it as a satire. And so Job is a pussy, and God tells him that at the end.
Who names their child Job, by the way?
Really? That's out there.
Talk about unfortunate foreshadowing.
Or Jonah, for that matter.
No. Listen, guys, I'm going to stop you right now with the most non-PC thing I can possibly say. What good Jewish mother doesn't name their kid Job? Think about when you reframe it as a Jewish mom naming her kid Job. That's, I think any woman who didn't name their Jewish son Job.
Remember, was it Arrested Development? The brother who's the magician, the illusionist.
Yeah,
and it's Job. That's how they keep pronouncing his name, but it's supposed to be Joe with a G, I think, but they just keep saying Gob.
Okay.
Yeah, that's I don't know if that's the most politically incorrect you could be, but it's
close. It's close.
Yeah. 90th percentile, certainly.
But what I was getting at is, these paragons of patriarchal prowess, Abraham, his sons, all of that. They all wear their emotions very vividly on their sleeve in the biblical text, but it's a verse. They wept, they ripped their robes, and then they got over it. And they
started slaughtering and killing people or doing whatever it is they do. Well, it gets back. The context of these questions is you're asking dads, right?
Yeah.
I don't presume to speak for every male. I mean, but your family is looking to you for strength.
Yes.
You're there to protect them and make them feel secure.
Yep.
They're not there to make you feel better.
Look, if you're a liberal man who has a dildo collection, you can cry all day. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, and man in the most, yeah.
I apologize profusely to my two guests, but I'm
channeling Drexel at this point?
I'm several whiskeys in.
So Nick, does a little Drexel appear on your shoulder and say this?
Hey, man.
Say this, Nick.
Hey, man, bring up pegging.
Yeah. That's sorry.
Okay,
but no, but that's the whole thing. I mean, that's the philosophy of it's not okay to cry when is ask yourself, what is the effect of this on the people around you?
Right.
And part of being dad is, the buck stops with you. I mean,
and to be clear, never ever cry on a live stream. Ever.
Not if you're Brian Seltzer, whatever the hell his name is.
I don't care if someone comes in,
or as I refer to him, Tater.
I don't care if Al Qaeda comes to your house and eats your dog in front of you. You do not cry on a live stream. You end that damn stream before you cry. Don't do it ever.
Well, yeah. If you people. It will not appear weak, as a general rule, if you are seen to be trying desperately to control it, and it slips out, and it's a time when crying would actually be appropriate. No one's going to mark you down for that. But
on a live stream, it's never appropriate.
Agreed. Yeah. It's the same point, right? Do it in private.
Yep. Secularis says Louis C.K. had a joke about pets. Quote, getting any pet is setting yourself up for a really unpleasant day down the road.
That's true.
Louis C.K. is he's got my most prophetic stand-up bit ever. And ironically, it's a stand-up bit about sitting down. Where he talks about how at his age, sitting down is the greatest thing on earth, and anything forcing him to end his sitting down should be abolished. And the quintessential line of the whole bit for me is, I would rather sit down than fuck standing up. And I think about that and I go, yeah, I'm with it. I'm at the point now where it doesn't matter what my day is, when I sit down, I'm good. You're good. He's talking about like the phone ringing or the doorbell, and it's like, nope, I'm done. I'm sitting down.
Yeah. I do get the whole life is good when you sit down. Yeah. It's like,
so what's that old adage from the military? Never
stand when you can kneel, never kneel when you can sit. Is that what it is?
No, never. It's never stand when you can sit, never sit when you can lie down, never run when you can walk. The triplet there.
Okay, you roboted out. Can you repeat that real quick?
Yeah.
Never run if you can walk. Never stand if you can sit. Never sit if you can lie down.
Yeah, exactly. Don't waste your time waste your rest because you might not get it tomorrow.
Right.
That's the military way. You might be asked to go stand in formation for hours.
Yeah. Make the best of it.
That was the funniest thing. My brother-in-law is a guardsman. When we went to his graduation ceremony, and it was God, everything was about that was so. It was like 2018, I think, and it was so 2018. It was perfect because you know, there's a bunch of kids standing out there graduating or whatever from basic training. And this chick in the front row of one of the formations, she passes out. Oh. Right? She locked her knees, right? You're not supposed to do that at a big thing, especially, and this is down in Georgia. So she locks her knees. Now the lieutenant colonel is up giving a speech to the parents. And they're all freaking out like, she fell over. As if the lieutenant colonel, who's like half a mile away from this person, can do a single damn thing about it. And eventually he goes, she'll be dealt with. Right? Like, no. Right? Like, but all of these moms across the whole like audience are like, fell down. And of course the Army's already got it. Like immediately, person falls, the next person behind them steps up in front of them to fill in the formation, which is beautiful. And then a truck comes up and the medics come out and they pick up the person. They take them off the field, because in a crowd of 300 people standing out in Georgia heat with their knees locked, someone's going to fall over and pass out.
Yeah. Well, and this is the military.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's one of those teachable moments, as our former president would say.
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, someone fell over, as if his speech has anything to do with the jackasses down on the stadium field.
Yeah. Ma'am, we got this. No, just keep going.
Yeah. And of course, my brother-in-law's drill sergeant, as they're marching back to go wait for the families to come to them, he says, y'all better tell your families y'all were rude to the lieutenant colonel for daring to interrupt his speech.
You know, you think of military movies, right? I don't know why this flashed on what the hell was the thing with Richard Gere and
Officer and Gentleman.
I mean, could that movie get made today? No way. No. Absolutely. In fact,
God, what a good movie.
Wasn't it a great movie? And can DIs even scream at people anymore? I mean, how does it even...
Oh, man. Yeah,
no idea.
No, apparently the drill instructors are still able to be drill instructors. And they are still some level of asshole.
I had a friend that said that got was in the Army in the last 10 years. He said that the drill instructor is still able to chew you into the ground without ever saying a cuss word. So that's the whole thing. They're not allowed to use profanity, but they've evolved.
I think they still use profanity based on some of the rants my brother-in-law has led to me. And
that's the old, if you want to go tattle and get your drill instructor a minor reprimand. Okay,
wait, yeah. You see what happens tomorrow. You bring that PC bullshit into my camp. I just think of Major Payne when he buried them all up to their necks in mud and he's just spraying water on them.
Well, that was a scene in An Officer and a Gentleman when he catches Richard Gere being an idiot and is going to boot him out, and Richard Gere won't resign, so he's just going to drive him out, and he's spraying a water hose on him while he's doing the extra. That's a great movie. I need to see that again.
Great movie.
Lou Gossett Jr., I believe, won Best Supporting Actor.
Okay.
I think he did, and he deserved it. He was terrific. He was totally believable.
Yeah.
I need to stop y'all. My favorite Lou Gossett Jr. movie of all time.
Iron Eagle.
Nope. Diggstown.
Never saw it.
Oh.
James Woods, Lou Gossett Jr., Oliver Platt, Heather Graham. And Lou Gossett Jr. is a boxer, an amateur boxer, never went pro.
I knew it was boxing related. I never saw it. It's really good.
God, it's great. It is one of the best movies. I love it. Some people, Drexel hates it because he hates James Woods. I love this movie.
That's really. What's he hate James Woods for? I would have thought that he and James Woods.
Hate James
he
Woods?
hates him for, I think, John Carpenter's vampires.
Oh.
Okay, that's fair.
I love him in that movie because he's kicking that priest's ass all over, and he asks him if he got a boner while he was kicking his ass. Oh, James Woods.
Did you ever see Peter Jackson's zombie film that he made before he became a big deal?
No.
My God.
What's it called?
Oh, I don't remember. Well, you can Google Peter Jackson and zombie, but there's an epic scene where the protagonist is in a graveyard in a cemetery.
Brain Dead, also known as Dead Alive in the United States. Dead Alive,
yeah. Oh my God! But there's a martial arts ass kicking priest. It's like evil, and of course it's New Zealand, right? So evil is among us. I kick ass for the Lord. If nothing else, just Google the YouTube "I kick ass for the Lord." I'm pretty sure it'll come up, and it's how he went from that to Lord of the Rings. I'm going,
I implore you to watch Diggstown. It is one of my absolute.
I definitely will. In fact, I'm gonna take out my old style. These are called pens.
I don't know what that is.
I got
only
one.
type.
See? Yeah, and paper.
This is a legal pad. Yeah, this is a legal pad.
Yeah.
It is one of my all-time favorite movies, and in a non-ironic way. It has a stellar cast. It has great writing and great directing. It also has Heather Graham, might I remind you. And Heather Graham is drop dead gorgeous in just about everything she does. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of the series Scrubs, and she had
wasn't she a gynecologist in Scrubs?
No, she was a psychologist.
Oh, she was a psychologist,
psychiatrist actually, and just completely ditzy, But there was a great scene where she says to one of the female doctors, don't mess with me because I have an instinct for what really, makes people, oh, really? She goes, yeah. I'd like to see it. And she goes, eyebrows. And the doctor goes,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, she's Dr. Molly Clock, I think, is the character's name. But yeah.
All right. The Raging Majority says, Nick, props on your song. I think he's referencing my appearance on the Kill stream earlier. It was Kill stream karaoke, and I did the slowed down version of Mad World, which is fun.
What is a Kill stream?
Kill stream is a verboten show that is on DLive because it is too spicy for YouTube, and it is run by Ethan Ralph of the Ralph Retort, and I will always, no matter the cost, I will always go on the Kill stream, because when I had like 2,000 subscribers or something like that, Ethan Ralph invited me onto a much bigger show and let me talk about legal topics on it, and so I am forever in his gratitude.
Cool.
So, but yeah, he did a karaoke show tonight where a bunch of people called in. Thank God Richard Spencer canceled that show. Because, look, I've been on a few shows with Richard Spencer on it at a different time, but I always go, oh, God, fucking Richard Spencer has to be on this show. Can I please not be on? But he canceled, so it was just a good time. Bunch of people picked some karaoke songs and sang it. I sang Mad World, the slow version, the Jules whatever version. And it was a good time. So, possible topic: how much liability does Wayfair have if they are caught enabling the selling of kids disguised as cabinets on their service?
What? Kids disguised as cabinets?
Only in 2020 could you sell a set of cabinets and actually have it be children, probably from a third world country. Jesus Christ. Hopefully all of the liability.
I've heard people refer to these as the crazy times, and they are the crazy times, but they are also just the stupid times. Interesting philosophical question.
Times, man. Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I was listening to a guy's podcast. I guested on it actually a couple of weeks ago, and I was just checking out a few prior episodes, and he had this dude on who was just amazing. I mean, he was like the ultimate authority on the end of days scenarios through all kinds of cultures, through all kinds of, it was insane. He had these, these predictions by the Hopi Indians that involved the comet. There's some kind of a comet right now hanging around that allegedly portends,
everything's over. Thank God.
Everything's over. But this guy was absolutely encyclopedic. He took Art Bell and who the hell is his replacement?
John Hagee. Hagee.
No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
that guy. That guy sucks.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, if it wasn't for your show, Nick, I'd probably listen to Art Bell back in the day.
But it's amazing. You hear somebody who's really into that, and oh my God, there's so many different corners of the world with predictions that seem to converge. Right around now. It's pretty interesting.
If these are the end times, then we will have gone out with a whimper and not a bang. I always figured the end times would be like, nuclear weapons and,
Yeah. I want some serious Babylonian orgies if the world is going to end. We want some real culture. Sodom and Gomorrah going on in here if the world is ending. If it ends on this weak shit, I'm pissed.
Really? I'm gonna George Norrie, that's the guy's name.
Remember, George Norrie, that guy's great.
Yeah.
I love that guy. He does the George Norrie Coast to Coast, 12 to 4 a.m. or whatever.
Yes.
He has a radio voice that's not quite as good as yours, Larry.
Well, thank you.
His is a little.
You do have the good radio voice, Larry.
He's a little too high timbre on his voice. To me,
I had one of my best laughs years ago. I was doing overnight news for KBC. I was kind of moonlighting there, and I would. It wasn't fully overnight. I think my shift was over at like 3 or something in the morning. And I was driving home, and I was listening to Art Bell, and he had on a dude who was revisiting the. In part, his specialty was this thing that was a big hocus pocus trend some time ago. Reverse recordings, things hidden in Beatles songs and Led Zepp songs. Satan is God, and that type of thing. You play it backwards and you hear hidden messages.
I love Satan. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
and so he was. Then he went off on this tangent about the John Bonet murder, and so this was pre-Norrie. Bell was still doing it, and he says, "What have you got on this?" He says, "Well, just listen to this." And he had this recording of John Bonet's father at a press conference, and he's saying, we don't know what happened. We're really reaching out to the community, hoping anybody with any information will help resolve this horrible murder, this tragedy. We're all heartbroken, blah, 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 right? And then the guy says, now listen to this, Art. When I play this backwards, listen to what he's really saying. Right, and you hear, I wrung her goddamn neck. I almost drove up into a fucking ditch. It was like it was so incredible, and the guy never even laughed. Art Bell never even, like, how does this guy keep a straight face to this? He must have hit the cough button. It was incredible. Yeah.
Oh my God!
I remember I was in high school when the backmasking thing happened. And I remember going. I remember going up to a record store. Kids, back in the old days, they had these places called record stores. Anyway, I walk in and one of my buddies is sitting there at a turntable and he's running Stairway to Heaven backwards. And I go, "What are you doing?" Running back. Right, left, right, Satan. And I'm like,
"Yeah,
okay." And I thought Satan, And then I look over at a Rush album that has a giant black pentagram on it. And I said, why do they need to do this backwards? I mean, right. It's satanic symbols right there on the front cover of the album. What the hell is it? Yeah, even in high school, I was a grumpy old man.
Yeah.
So a little bit of an update on this. Apparently, Wayfair, they're selling cabinets named the same as missing children for like tens of thousands of dollars on it.
Oh,
So the presumption would be that the child is inside the cabinet or something like that. I don't know. That's awful. And Wayfair.
How desperate for virtue do you need to be that you think that buying a cabinet named after a missing child is?
No. It's Ty. They're not buying a cabinet named after a missing child. They're buying the child. It's a secret listing, right? Like it's hiding it in plain sight that they're selling children.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that'll be shot.
Yeah, put them.
In other words, so you order a cabinet, and what you're actually doing is you're ordering.
Yeah, you're actually ordering little Pedro or whatever, or put him on the wall and shoot him. I'm done.
Is Lane Maxwell in on this in some way, or?
I'm done. I'm done with these people. Put him on the wall. Put Ghislaine Mathleen. Put her on the wall and shoot her too. I don't care about any of these people. I'm done with them.
She'll never make it to trial, I predict.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Shockingly.
Last I heard, she had coronavirus.
No, that definitely didn't happen. When she dies from coronavirus in a week, it will have happened.
They won't hang her in her cell. They won't stab her. What you will very likely see happen is she will, at some point before trial, develop some galloping flavor of cancer, just like Jack Ruby did.
It'll be shocking when she develops the cancer that anally rapes her before shooting her in the back of the head.
As flagrant as the Epstein thing was, doesn't that imply there are some really, really powerful people wrapped up in that? I mean,
God, yeah.
That literally they said, we'll just have him hang himself in his cell, turn the camera. I mean, that's so flagrant. There's no subtlety whatsoever. But to be able to orchestrate that happening in a prison, some very powerful. I got news for the powerful people, by the way. All those little twisted perversions of yours, they're coming out because we're in a day and age where nothing is secret. And since most of you people were in favor of this world, I hope you enjoy it. I saw. Oh crap! Who was it? It'll come back to me. Somebody came out. Bill Maher is starting to, when Maher actually makes sense, that tells you how crazy the times are. But I'd be willing to bet nearly any sum of money on earth that Maher's got a Me Too problem about to erupt.
Oh yeah,
and that's why he is so all of a sudden adamantly saying we should stop this stuff now. Yeah, it's about to eat him.
Maher is the most reasonable. When you really get down to it and you really get past all the barriers, Maher is one of the most reasonable, strong liberal voices there are because...
Well, he is now.
No, I think it's because Maher is just a product of the times who happens to be liberal. Like he's drank the Kool-Aid, but he's also, banged a bunch of interns. Or whatever. Because why else would you be in showbiz and dump your entire life onto the public square if you're not going to bang a bunch of hot interns? Like by the way, Hollywood, if you did that, if you exposed yourself to all the public scrutiny and all the paparazzi and all the bullshit and you didn't bang a bunch of hot interns, what were you doing? Like terrible plan.
I agree. Maher was a D-bag, especially in the run and during the Gulf War. I'm not in the Gulf War, when the War on Terror started and all that kind of stuff. And he helped bring about this world that he's now railing against.
Oh yeah.
So if he does have those issues, and I'm pretty sure he does. Well, I hope they wreck him.
That's what I think. I think Maher is just a normal person who ended up liberal. And that's what happens when you're normal, end up liberal, and then also are famous, is that at some point they're going to come and ruin you. And that's going on. It's going on a lot in with all these recent Me Too, when the women got tired of the black people getting the attention. And they decided to Me Too across like several industries and like 70 people on the same day. You see a lot of these guys are those liberal guys, but they're not like the crazy diaper wearing liberal. They're just like a normal person who has liberal ideology, but also they banged a bunch of hot chicks.
But
because
my guess
they could.
is too, though, Nick, they probably wrote big checks to liberals in those causes.
No, yeah,
that's the thing, right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's like if Motley Crue wrote checks to Joe Biden.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's what I'm talking about. These are the Motley Crue of comics, of film, of whatever. It's like, oh yeah, women should be supported and all that stuff. And then suddenly they're like, by the way, you have sex with all of these women who are trying to get their careers going on. They're like, well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, I respectfully disagree with Doug on this. I think if we do start really holding liberals' feet to the fire and making them live by their own rules, I do think we'll see this stuff subside. We can't run a culture this way.
No,
I mean, not. This can't go on.
It can't,
indefinitely. And the old saw is that if it can't go on forever, it won't. And we need to escalate that. Ideally, we wind up with a newfound respect for due process. I mean, that's what I would hope.
Well, it can't go on because young women and young men who are looking for advancement will use sexual advances to older women and older men who are in positions to help them advance their career. They just will use the sexual currency.
You're trying to rewire human beings.
Right.
Right. And good luck with that because, it's,
Well, is that, I'm curious, Ty, what you think, because the first time there could be other examples, but the first instance I've seen of this was within the past week or 10 days. Some girl, I think she was a senior at Harvard, this goofy video, I'm going to stab you if you're not.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And stab. And then somebody canceled her. They dug up her LinkedIn profile, found out that she was graduating and starting a job, I think at Deloitte Touche. Was that it?
Yeah.
And boom, they cut her loose in a heartbeat. Boom, goodbye. So go stab yourself. And then her next video is,
I can't believe they did this.
How could this happen? So is that the fix? I mean, does it just have to cut both ways until everybody says, stop this shit? I mean, how does this get resolved?
I think it has to cut both ways, and it's going to take a while. Because remember, the people that are doing the Me Too, all the stuff that are the cancel culture thing.
Yeah.
Remember, the people that are saying so-and-so should be canceled, they're feeling morally superior. Right. It's all about, it all gets back to that desire to feel smug and morally superior to somebody else. So enough people have to get drilled that nobody's safe.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's, she's a classic example. First of all, it's like, Hun, and I'd call you Hun, you're working for an accounting firm. Right. One of the most hidebound, conservative, risk intolerant, risk averse things. And you post a video in which you threaten to murder people that you disagree with.
Right.
And, well, it was a joke. No, it wasn't a joke. No. It was an unhinged, hysterical rant. I saw it, but it wasn't a joke. It may have been posturing. It may have been, popping off, is what we would have called it in the old days. But yeah, I mean, but she literally thought she could do that, and she would be the first one, I'd be willing to bet, to demand the termination of somebody else.
Yes, of course.
On the right. That's another piece of this that is. I used to joke a long time ago that we were raising a whole generation of sociopaths, because kids are sitting there on texting in the same room with each other.
Yeah.
And I used to joke about that. I don't know that texting was necessarily the reason, but I fear that we have raised a generation of at least moderate sociopaths because there's no empathy. There's no, it's like, I disagree with you. You deserve to die.
Right.
And it's like, if you want to live in that world, I guess I'm not worried about my chances of success in that world. But you snowflakes aren't going to enjoy living by your rules.
No.
It's, I think some part of it is the equality of outcome for it. What has to happen is that everybody has to see the lunacy of going after everyone based on something they said at some point in their lives.
One of the deeply disappointing things about the left, and this happened, I first noticed this during the Clinton, when Bill Clinton was impeached. Okay. Clinton should have been impeached and removed from office because he committed perjury.
He should have been impeached and removed from office for bribing jurors. Or not bribing jurors, bribing witnesses.
Well,
People
people
forget that he was raised on 12 articles of impeachment, and 9 of them were that he directly bribed people to speak positively in his criminal or in his civil trials.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, though, I mean, my point being is that if liberals had principles, right, they would have held their nose, like Republicans did with Nixon. You know, I mean, Nixon was a Republican president. I'm pretty sure no Republican particularly wanted to lose the presidency or see a Republican president humiliated, but they said, as a matter of principle, we got to get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
When Democrats had their Nixon moment, they said, we don't care. As long as he, and that's the thing. That's all this cancel culture bullshit. Like you said, it's the outcome that matters. As long as they agree with me, I don't care what they do. And it's like, what are you, 4 years old? You don't understand that the wheel turns?
They don't.
And they don't. They don't. And we have ourselves to blame, right? The older generations. We let this happen.
Yeah, screw you guys.
Well, I'm Gen X. We just sit back and watch the world burn. We blame everything on the millennials and the boomers because, not our fault.
That's the interesting thing about all this.
Not enough of us.
That's the interesting thing about all this is in the past month, you have people who were out there where 1 week they're saying, oh, yeah, that guy's problematic. He's real terrible, blah, blah, blah. And then the next week, that guy's getting hit with the exact same Me Too. And suddenly they're not okay with it. And all these companies are just saying, yep, poof, gone.
The companies are making business decisions. They're like, the hell with it. We're not, we're just going to cancel because there's no skin off their nose.
No,
right. All they do is avoid having 1,000 emails a day.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's part of the problem too, is we're letting a bunch of idiot cranks on Twitter, people that you would never listen to in the real world.
Right.
People, if any of the law Twitter idiots, for example, just showed up at my office and started babbling, I would either throw them out myself or call security and have them removed. It's like, who cares what you think?
Right.
But yet, because they can operate a computer, suddenly we're supposed to care. And it's just a strange time.
Let me read through these last 20s, and then I think I'll let Larry buzz out whenever he's ready, because we're getting past his time here.
It's a school night.
Early bell in the morning.
Miss Metro Exo Kitty says, ban concealed carry with a mask if you want, but you can't stop me from carrying my 1950s 30-pound metal toaster around and boogalooing an alphabet soup agent over the head for infringing on my rights. Damn right.
I think
I
that's
like
called
that lady.
an M1911 30-pound toaster.
Dale Newton says, crying can allow you to wash the pain free, and then the pain is gone. Get on with life. But it is for you and to be done in your time, not as performative art in public.
Well said.
Yep.
Well said.
Yes.
Well said. Bad Vibe says, Lou Gossett movie, Enemy Mine.
Oh, good movie.
I haven't seen it.
Dennis Quaid and Lou Gossett, a really good movie.
Romeo Garbo says, what are the dad's thoughts on sentimentality? My grandmother, before she passed, gave me 4 JFK coins. I had one of those coins in my pocket during every important day of my life. I have never cried since her funeral.
Never have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
A lot of the manly virtues, loyalty, honor, that kind of thing, are all sentimental virtues.
Yeah.
Let me take a little bit of the opposite approach and say your sentimentality should be meaningful, and that sentimentality isn't cheap. You shouldn't be sentimental over every damn thing in your closet, everything in your house or whatever. Because there are people who are like, oh, well, I bought this toaster on our 3rd anniversary. Like, it's a fucking toaster, okay? But
totally agree.
You get a pen. You get a pen that was used to sign a bill by a president or something that matters to you, because like one of my professors was general counsel for the CIA, and he had a pen, I can't remember what president, signed a bill that was a national intelligence bill. And he's general counsel for the CIA when he got, and the president always gives that pen to someone in the room, right? And he got that pen. And so it's like, be sentimental about that. That's meaningful. It has relevance to you and your career and who you are as a person. Of course. Don't be sentimental about your couch. It's just a fucking couch.
Well, no, but now you've turned it into performance art, right?
Right.
Because no one is actually sentimental about every little thing, right? But
right. I have a guitar. My guitar my dad bought me when I was about 13. I still have that guitar.
Yeah.
It has great sentimental value. Everything else I own is just replaceable crap. Really.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything.
Right. Your sentiment should be very limited in scope. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, and to that poster, I think I kind of understand where he's coming from. I had a very good grandmother and a very good grandfather on one side of my family, and when both of them died, the only thing I have of theirs, I have my grandmother's purse that with all of its contents, and I have my grandfather's wallet. And I don't know, there's just something about those items. They're in a little cabinet over here. I don't pull them out and hold them and cry, but those are highly personal, sentimental items. I don't have a problem with that at all. But like Nick said, don't be a douchebag about it.
And last one, and then I'll let Larry.
He will allow you to go, Larry. You will be allowed to leave.
Bit of peace will I do. Ty, you're stuck. Says Cow Chips bought me. Says Ty, if someone wants to kill you, literally, what do you do? Kill them first.
You kill them first. Oh,
yeah.
There's questions here, but you answered. Okay, so the questions
That's
are
pretty easy.
Kill them first. Take away their weapon of vote/speech. And what responsibility should we have toward the mentally ill who are self-harming and threaten others?
You protect others first.
Let me answer this. This sounds cold, but with the mentally ill, why are we protecting people from themselves so much?
Right.
Now, there's a difference between people who have a one-time, like there's a bad thing in their life, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go off myself. You try and talk them out of it. But people who are chronically suicidal, like at some point, our duty to them has to end.
Well, you're philosophically, you're depriving them of their free will.
When you don't want it, because you don't want someone to kill themselves, right? But at some point, like, okay, it's not our responsibility to stop you every time you do this.
The moral hazard argument too of, okay, are they actually mentally ill or are they just hiding behind it? And having known some mental health professionals, in the legal profession, we use psychologists all the time for mental health professionals as witnesses and so forth. And as a result of that experience, I have no confidence whatsoever in their ability to accurately diagnose anything.
Look, I have to clarify something. If you are a Patreon subscriber of me, you are not allowed to kill yourself. Let's be very clear.
That goes for me too.
Well, no, wait a minute.
We have economic interests that are more important than your mental capacity.
Or you simply have to make arrangements that a certain amount of money will be placed in escrow for Nick for the rest of his, that's sufficient to carry out for 50 years.
Exactly. All right. Well, Larry, right. I don't want to keep you, buddy. Thank you so much,
Nick. Always a pleasure. Ty, always great to hang with you guys. So much fun.
The pleasure is mine.
ThatLarryShow.com. You can also find his podcast on Apple and Google under That Larry Show. You will not find, I implore you to even try to find a tighter, better edited, and more velvety sounding podcast.
No question.
The planet. Try it.
And the thing is, it's like Nick says, it's tight and it's short. And by the way, I love your intro, Larry,
thank you.
Kill me, Larry. And I actually remember the TV series Hello, Larry.
Hello, Larry.
I'm not proud of this fact. Yeah, I'm not proud of this fact, but wasn't that the first thing he did after MASH?
Yes, correct.
He got,
You can.
I think it only ran for a season.
You can listen to it on your way to the grocery store, and you will be enriched with great storytelling from a great dude. So go check it out.
A raconteur emeritus, as it were.
Exactly.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. Someday, I'm gonna take you up on my Patreon benefit of getting you to record a voicemail for me.
I'll be anytime.
I know.
Anytime
I just need to do it.
Just send me the script. I do that all the time. All the time.
I'm going to write it out, and it's going to be ludicrous.
I'll do a bunch of different takes for you, and we'll do it until we get it right. Okay.
So check him out, guys. Also check out his Patreon. Consider supporting the show. It really is one of the best shows on the planet. I can't express
totally
enough.
agree.
So.
Thank you, guys. All right.
Thanks, Larry.
Have a wonderful weekend. God bless.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Man.
Peace.
All right. Good night.
All right, Ty, you now have a very important...
Have we become Larry fangirls?
I am. I'm a Larry fangirl.
Yeah, I got to admit, I am too. Yeah, it's
But you have a really important job right now.
Oh, boy.
I need you to fill 1 minute because I have to pee so bad.
How do I fill 1 minute?
Just talk and be you. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, be me. That's... no pressure. Well, what's the stream? Talk to me on the stream, guys. I can see y'all, so talk. LOL, Ty stories, pee on the floor. Nick's going to cry off camera. Dune. Dune. Yes, there's a new Dune movie coming out. I don't think my daughters say that the character Timothy, or whatever the hell his name is going to be a good guy. He looks too effete for me to be Paul Atreides. So. Ty, entertain us. Ty, what's a good forehead wax? Have no idea. Show us the puppy. Can't. He's giant and everything. Sorry. World War I or World War II? World War II. World War I just sucked. World War II was at least cool. Let's see. Don't talk about Dune. He'll fall. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Last Blood on Twitch Prime. It's possible. All righty. What we got here? Would you rather be a boomer or a millennial? I would rather kill myself than to have to make that choice. What is your favorite chair? This chair right here. In fact, we've got them all at Beard and Harris now. These chairs are insanely comfortable. Shave your head, you'd be sexy ball. Maybe. Thoughts on Kanye? Kanye, if he's serious about the run, is crippling the Democrats. He's pulling enough. The plan, I think, is to pull enough of the African American vote away from the Democrats to pull them, to hurt them badly. Let's see. World War I had its moments. Yeah, that being dug in on the Western Front and fighting trench warfare. A lot of fun. Gamer chair. Yep. Run GURPS. No, sorry. GURPS is just too much work for too little result, in my opinion. I have Batman 1, Ty. If you're talking about the Michael Keaton Batman, I agree. It's great. Let's see. What's your take on Munchausen's by proxy Boston Hospital case? I don't know about the specific case, but I think our whole society's got a giant case of Munchausen. All right, so I did the Ron Swanson thing while you were gone. Oh,
perfect. I've got Lawcat with me. This is This is Ninja.
My Lawcat is sitting at my feet, but will not in any way interact. And she's humiliated that she showed up on your show that time and actually showed affection.
Ninja's an asshole. What he did today was
Ninja's a cat, right? I mean,
yeah, he's the cat that I just had.
No, I mean, cat's an asshole.
He snuck into my office and ate Doritos. He knocked over a bag of Doritos. Wow. And he ate them. It's not just that he knocked over the bag and spilled them. That would be a normal thing. He ate the Doritos. There are none left.
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard of a cat doing that before.
He's a real piece of garbage.
Yeah, I was doing the Ron Swanson thing. I don't know, when he was on a radio show that time, get yourself a proper dog.
I just have to say, this show is not sponsored by Depends. Are you a real gamer? It depends.
Bump.
What? Can you imagine? Why don't I have a sponsorship from Depends? I could just sit here and urinate in my own pleasure.
You're really talking outside my area of expertise.
Ty, as my lawyer, I demand you get me a Depends sponsorship.
Okay, I'll put that on the list of things to do. These
are musts. These are red lights.
Yeah. Gotta have. Astronauts wear diapers, for lack of a better term.
Of course they do.
Because you're in a spacesuit. But some years ago, this female astronaut, I don't know if you remember the story. It's been 20 years, good long time ago. This female astronaut drives across the country and attempts to kill another astronaut.
Yes.
And I was like, oh yeah, he was banging her and he dumped her. And of course, all my friends' wives, when I said that at a party, like, yes, that's a man. I said, I will bet everyone a quarter. That's my nominal bet thing.
Sure.
I will bet you a solid quarter. And sure enough, the very next week, they brought their quarters and said, say it. You were right. Yeah, I know. I say it. But one of the ways she drove across country or something, but she wore the astronaut diaper. I mean, it's like, oh,
yes,
man.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
That was a interesting situation, to say the least.
Incontinence cannot keep us down. Cannot.
Well, yeah. Good to know.
Okay. Well, we just have super chats left, so let's go through those, and then I will be doing a Twitch movie tonight, and it is the one Larry suggested, which is, what is that called?
How do you do that exactly? I mean, I'm talking about how do you access that?
You got to go. It's twitch.tv/Rekieta Law. Twitch is like YouTube.
Okay. Okay.
And then you have to have it linked up to your Amazon Prime subscription to watch the movie along. What are you thinking about watching tonight?
I'm kind of wide awake. I took a nap before the show, so I'm sort of,
You should. It's great. Sleepy. So you have to make a Twitch subscription or Twitch account.
I think I do have one of those because I've watched you on Twitch on my iPad. So
yeah, and then you just make sure it's linked to your Amazon Prime, and then when I start the movie, it starts it for you.
Okay.
But you may have to use the desktop browser on your iPad if you're going to be on your iPad. If you're on,
I'm not. I mean, I've got my PC here. I was just thinking out loud. I probably do have I'm sure I have a Twitch account because I wouldn't be able to watch you otherwise, right?
Right. Well, I don't know. I think so, but yeah. But yeah, it's a fun thing. So let's do the live chats or the chats that are outstanding, and then we will do the live show on Twitch, which is Zombie Island Massacre. Chengiz Khan says, sorry, Doug and Larry. Well, they're gone. But since Ty's here, you know what time it is, Nick. Sing in Lemon's voice to the tune of The Touch by Stan Bush. You got no lungs. You got the con sluts. You know that. Wait a minute. This isn't the right words for this.
Customer's always right though, Nick.
Yeah. Let me I'm going to modify it slightly to get the next thing. You know that when breathing gets tough, you never walk. You just sit and cough. You got no lungs. So there you go, Chengiz Khan. Mildly adapted to fit the tune of The Touch. I still have that song from earlier to do. I can't think of what the tune to that song is.
You never did.
If any of you know the tune to that song, please inform me. I'd be happy to figure it out. Chengiz Khan said, oh wait, no. TLJ Screwjob says, been talking with someone from Australia, and they had this to say about the lockdowns over there. Well, things calmed down here. Restrictions are lifted for the most part, but I think one of our cities locked up now because of 100 confirmed C-19 cases. So there you go. That was in Australian. Alexis de Tocqueville says, the American Republic will survive until its Congress learns it can bribe the people with money, with the people's own money. That's the Tocqueville.
Yeah.
The Tocqueville thing.
Yeah, I couldn't recall the precise quote, but it was very insightful.
Bad Dragon. Oh wait, no. TLJ Screwjob. If you've ever played the Splinter Cell games, Michael Ironside has voiced Sam Fisher in almost everyone except Blacklist. God, I love Michael Ironside.
Yeah, he was great in Starship Troopers, but he's been good in everything I've ever seen him in. He was Jester wasn't he Jester in Top Gun?
Yeah, he was Jester in Top Gun. Fantastic. Yeah. Bad Dragonite says, Jack Sparrow in the time of Jefferson. I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. Wait, no, that's the wrong Bruckheimer movie. TLJ Screwjob says, talking with a girl from Australia, I asked her about the lockdowns down there. Wait a minute, that was the exact same thing I just read, so I'm not going to do it again.
To pay you twice?
Yep. TLJ Screwjob says, because of these fucking morons protesting BLM, part of me hopes the coronavirus comes back as a severely deadly strain. I hate all these tools protesting Black Lives Matter. What the fuck does it achieve?
Makes people feel good about themselves.
Yeah, it's personal relief.
It's I'm so much better than
Malik Foxon says, if you find yourself in Knoxville anytime soon, you want to try some good sushi, take yourself to Oak Ridge, about 30 miles from Knoxville, and try this place called, and then it cuts off. I don't know what it is. Malik, are you in that area? I love going to Knoxville. I've found quite a pleasure in heading to that town. Have you ever been there, Ty?
No. Knoxville, no. Where have I been? Been to Memphis. I've been to where's Graceland?
Nashville.
Nashville,
or
sorry.
Memphis, and yeah, Graceland. I think is in
Nashville. Yeah, stayed at that really cool hotel that has the gigantic interior arboretum. Is that what you'd call it? It's like a gigantic glass roof with the
Malik is still here.
Starship on
Malik, what's the sushi place called, buddy? If you could just tag me on the stream chat and let me know, I'll be happy to shout it out. I see you're still in the chat.
Nick, I forgot something. I have amends to make. Remember?
Do you do
about that? I do.
Make some amends then.
Yeah.
Is this groveling at my feet again?
No, not you.
Oh. Well, I don't care then.
The last time I was on the show, Drexel and I got kind of carried away, and I particularly got a little carried away.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, I have a habit of saying yeah and nodding when I'm acknowledging what somebody is saying. That doesn't necessarily mean I agree with them. And Drexel was saying some things about single women, particularly, and all this. I don't necessarily agree with him on all those points, and I apparently offended a number of women in my life in my office.
Rookie mistake, letting women have access to the internet.
You hate to see the grizzled veteran make those kind of rookie mistakes. But I was told by my daughters that some folks in the stream were saying, yeah, it's all women's fault and da 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 da. Guys, look, if you're not getting any, it's your fault, not theirs. And please don't ever think that I would endorse that point of view, because I don't.
Drexel has an infectiously affirmative discussion style, which is why he's not a salesman, but he would be.
But God, he ought to be.
He would be one of the best salesmen ever, just because of his talking style. He gets you in the mode of agreement with his points, even when you don't agree with his points.
He'd be great at depositions, cross-examination, that type thing, where you do that in the law. And and one thing that I said that did actually hurt the feelings of several women that I know who have crazy, mean exes. I said, fathers always win. Well, there's an important context there. What I was saying was, in Drexel's context, where a good father who is being harassed by the crazy ex-wife, the father's going to win that battle. I don't mean that fathers just naturally win no matter how awful they are.
Right.
That's manifestly not true.
Well, because a bad dad isn't a father.
No,
an absent dad isn't a father. They're a biological donor or whatever.
Yeah.
That's different.
And so basically, to anybody that I offended, I am genuinely sorry. This is not one of those bullshit non-apologies, by the way. I'm sorry if you were offended. Now, I know I offended some folks, and I shouldn't have done that, and I do apologize. So,
yeah, Drexel used to sell knives, and
that somehow makes sense.
Like the Cutco knives, right?
Yeah.
And I told my parents back when he started, and they were like, wait, so a giant black man is walking around like suburban white Minnesota going,
buy some knives.
Hey, you want? What do you want? I got these knives. Like Drexel shows up at your door with a bunch of sharp objects.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's great.
Well, look, I mean, anything that I very clearly agreed with Drexel, I don't think that I was agreeing with him just to agree with him. But like I said, everything is context matters, and had a little too much to drink and got a little too, been a long week too. But anyway, I wanted to make that real clear because I was told that there were people in the stream, teeing off of what I was saying, and was term incel, something like that.
Don't ever listen to the term incel. It is the dumbest term on the planet.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell it means. But apparently, some guys in the stream were saying that it's women's fault that they aren't having any success. And guys, that's bullshit. It's your fault. It has to be your fault. If it's not, you can't ever fix it. So anyway.
Yeah. And that's the different perspectives you get here on Rekieta Law. A bad dragon.
Because we're all about sharing knowledge. Because we're givers.
Bad Dragonite says masks are just a piece of cloth. Guys just comply and put it on to protect you and other people from the evil virus. And then he also says hijabs are just a piece of cloth. Gals just comply and put them on to protect yourself from the others from evil sin.
A number of people have drawn some interesting connections. There.
So the term incel, by the way, just to give you your internet education for the day, means involuntary celibate. Incel.
Is there anybody that's a voluntary celibate?
There are actually. I
mean, outside of like monastic orders and things.
No, actually, there's a growing amount of voluntary celibates.
Oh, you poor bastards!
No. They've chosen to walk away because of the risks involved, because of the Me Too stuff. They've chosen. So that whatever, you may not agree with it, but at least
I'm not. I feel that that's sad.
At least the choice is made, right?
Sure.
But
fair enough.
Incel has become a go-to insult of the left, which is interesting because it's shaming a man for his inability to achieve sexual intercourse, which is weird. Like, that's a weird thing to do. At some point,
it's cruel, actually.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a form of bullying, which I don't hold with.
It's a form of bullying that most dudes grow out of by the time they're about 17. Yeah. Like, you virgin. Oh, okay, that's a funny high school joke, but then when you get out, it's like, people have different life goals and different realities.
In the stream, Oren Alterus says, Ty, dating in this day and age is a nightmare. Okay, granted. I haven't done any of that for about 30 years. So,
right.
There's
when he's saying it's sad, he's not saying it's sad of the guy. He's saying that it's sad that men feel they need to avoid women because of what the world has become. And that's a truth. That's true.
Yeah, it is.
That's awful.
I would, for what it's worth, I would encourage you, try to find an alternate way of looking at things. Look, there are still good women out there. They're out there, and my guess is there are a hell of a lot more of them out there than you think.
Yeah, and
just don't,
we have
it's such a nihilistic way of looking at things.
We have this cool luxury that Ty has been married for at least 5 years. 30 years.
This year, as a matter of fact.
And this year for me is 16. So actually it's 16 years in, I've got 15 days to do something special. It's 16 years for me. It's 30 years for Ty. You're right. We don't, and I don't pretend to understand what the dating landscape is. And when people like Drexel talk about it, and when other people talk about like Tinder and all these damn apps and how much people don't like meet and actually just see eye to eye, I don't know how to do it. So I'm not going to be the guy who's out there saying, oh, you need to just try this. Like, people ask me, well, how'd you meet Lady Rackets? Well, by fucking fortune, I met her before all of this shit happened.
Well, yes, okay, dating has changed. Fine. I mean, I would stipulate that. I don't know exactly how it's changed, but something that hadn't changed is men and women. You know, fundamentally.
No, fundamentally we haven't changed, but it's the external pressures that are put on those fundamental relationships that sure, you can ignore them, but is your partner going to ignore them? And can you find a partner who will? That's the hardest part.
Well, it's something that bothers me too. And this is, again, look, I'll be the first to admit I'm a throwback to some earlier troglodyte age.
Just go out and put your penis down on the table and tell her that this is what it is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, that's more Drexel's.
Yeah. That works when you're a 6'7" black guy who's super handsome and in shape.
Yeah. But guys, look, you have to take responsibility for things, even if objectively they're not your fault, because that's just part of being a man. You've got to do it. If it's not your fault, then you really have no way to correct it either.
Right.
I mean, don't you see the essential logic of that, right?
The logic of that is really important for life in general, right? Is you as a guy, and this is part of the description, so don't at me, bro. As a man and as a leader, not only in your family but in your community, it's your job and your sovereign duty as a man to take responsibility even when you shouldn't. Absolutely. Because if nothing else, it gives you the opportunity to attempt to fix the problem as the leader in your space and in your community. So you say, look, it's not my fault, but I will take responsibility for that. Recently I had to take responsibility for something that was absolutely not my fault. But, I can't fix it if it's someone else's fault. I can try and change something if it's mine. So you take the responsibility and you move on. Now, the best part of this is you get to choose what those things are that you take responsibility over. But you should know that that's in your quiver as a man. That's one of the arrows, is the ability to take responsibility for something that isn't your fault.
I think I would go even further than that and say it's in your wiring.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that destroys men more than anything else is genuinely feeling helpless.
Yeah.
And unable to have any control over the world around them. Well, a lot of this may just be in the category of fake it till you make it. But you just have to, you have to do it. You got to confront life with the attitude that, look, anything bad that happens is my fault, and and therefore I will find a way to make it better. Because even if you fail, you're going to feel a hell of a lot better than if you just sit there passively and let it happen.
Well, I can share a personal experience with this. I have been fired once in my life, and it was absolutely not my fault. It was 100% had nothing to do with anything I did. It had a lot to do with people's perceptions about what I might have done, but definitely did not do. Okay? Mm-hmm. That being said, I could sit and I could still be bitching about getting fired from that job. I could sit back and be like, man, that was unjust. That was not fair.
And you'd be justified, arguably, in doing so.
I would absolutely be, because I definitely did nothing wrong in the scenario. However, I took it upon myself to say, it doesn't matter that I wasn't at fault, because I did these things that led to the ability for someone else to blame me for something that I didn't do. So and it's unjust. This is the burden of being a man, and this is the hardest part about being a dad and being a married man, is it is inherently unjust what you will accept.
What is the stereotypical thing fathers say about the F word? Whoever said life was fair?
Right.
That's the stereotypical dad response. You know, life isn't fair. Whoever said that? Where's that written down? You know, and to your point, fair is another way to say just.
So here's the trick. That doesn't mean that you take responsibility for everything. Someone mentioned in the chat, now it just makes you a doormat. You can be a doormat if you take responsibility for everything. You, as an autonomous male, as a man, as a leader, and you have to see yourself as a leader in whatever group you're in. Because you are wired this way. Trust me, men.
Yeah, that's it. You're going to hate yourself if you don't do these things.
You are wired to be in charge. Even if someone else is superior to you in some sort of hierarchy, it doesn't matter. You're wired to be in charge, and you will resent the person ahead of you because their ideas are stupid and your ideas are right. It doesn't matter. You have the discernment and the ability to pick those things that you do take responsibility for. And that is where wisdom meets your ability and your wiring. And you marry those two together and you say, this is something that it's not just, it's not fair. I will take responsibility because I choose to, not because society put it on me or something else. I choose to take responsibility for this thing because if I do, it affords me the opportunity to change the outcome next time. And that's the trick.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
But on something as important as, you know, getting a woman,
right?
Or, you know, guys, don't just surrender. God's sakes, go out there. I mean, yeah, and I know it's easy for some old guy who's been married 30 years and all this kind of stuff to say, yeah, just go out there and do it. What I'm trying to tell you is, regardless of the obstacles, you're going to feel a hell of a lot better about yourself if you try and fail than if you just roll over. One of the most seductive things about and it's been, hell, it was this way when I was a kid, so I don't know. It's certainly, it's probably worse now, but you know, it's so seductive just to roll over and go, well, it's over. I'm not, you know, but you're not going to like yourself.
No.
And, you know,
and
there's no shame in trying and failing.
Don't forfeit your agency. Like,
exactly.
Don't do that.
Exactly.
The other part of that, the flip side of that is you have to be okay with failure. Like you have to deal with the fact that you're not always going to succeed. And that actually is that's the crime that was done to my generation and probably y'all's generation as well, is that
we were allowed to fail.
I will tell you straight up, when I got out of college with my writing degree, literature and creative writing, I legitimately thought somewhere, it's weird, it was kind of a niggling feeling in the back of my mind that I was entitled to
them words, Nick.
Niggling.
Sorry, that was too easy.
It was a N-wording feeling in the back of my mind that I was entitled to some type of job within the major that I just achieved expertise in, right? Because a piece of paper said I was an expert.
Yeah.
That was what was sold to me. It was everything. And I know,
and you get this job.
Yeah, I always knew it wasn't true, but I came out of college and I thought I should be given a job writing something, because of course I should. If there's an opening, that should be me. I got 0 jobs writing anything for something like 6 years. Then I got a tiny part-time gig writing something, and it was terrible. But that being said, and then when you go to law school, it's the same thing. People are coming out of law school right now thinking, well, I should be hired by whatever firm. Of course, some firm should hire me. No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
No.
But that is the curse that has been done to our generation. My generation.
It really
the next
has.
One. Yeah,
it really has. Y'all weren't allowed to fail, and
no,
God, you can't
I will
function
say,
as an adult.
I got very few participation trophies in my life. I had to earn the trophies that I had, for the most part. But it doesn't matter, because we weren't indoctrinated by the trophies. We were indoctrinated by the promise of education. Nowadays, it's just expanded to be even before the education. You're entitled to that education. Because I actually, when I was applying for colleges, I had no thought in my mind that I was entitled to go to any college. And now it's different. Now it's like, well, you graduated high school. You should be able to go to a college. It's like, wait, why though?
Yeah.
Like, what did you did what everybody, for the most part, does. You did the minimum requirement.
Yeah, for me, I'm talking philosophically, right? Because I don't have the practical knowledge anymore of dating or anything. And I'll be honest, I can't imagine having to go back to that because that sure was a lot of work.
It would be the worst thing I can imagine.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, guys. You should never, ever imagine it was easy. Now, I don't know how hard it is now compared to then because, don't have neither do you, by the way.
No, I have no idea. I have no idea.
About to the guys out there, the younger guys out there, right? I don't know if it was harder when I was dating than it is now. I'm sure you think it was easier. But let's be honest, you weren't alive then, and I'm not, we really don't know. All I can tell you is it was hard as hell.
No, Ty, come on. I just walked up and single-handedly unsnapped bras left and right.
I think that's Drexel that was doing that. You were living vicariously through him, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, it was never easy. It never, ever easy. And man, I got slapped down and it hurt like a son of a gun, but you just can't, you're giving up. And yes, I see some folks in the stream. You can tell me till the cows come home, we're giving up for good reason. I don't believe there's a good reason to give up. Sorry. I'm not convincible on that point, because at the end of the day, even if you fail a dozen times, you're going to feel better about yourself than if you just roll over. Don't go quietly into that dark night. Die hard, go down swinging. Yeah. And one of the ways you go down swinging is you get out there and ask them out. By the way, you are going to get turned down. If you're any kind of a man at all, you're going to be shooting for girls out of your league. Of course, that's what we do. And
you just might find out that you're in their league because they're an idiot.
I don't know, Ty. Were men ever arrested just for flirting during your time? I suppose so. But I don't see a lot of men being arrested here around here in these parts. And by the way, you guys, I have 2 daughters. So I do happen to know there are good girls out there. I'm not completely ignorant of this. What I'm saying to you, please, for the love of God, understand me, son. Look at me.
Yeah, and don't forget my technique. Just pretend to be gay. It's perfect.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying to you is, it will be better for.
Could you guys imagine Ty like, yes? I can imagine Ty courting Mrs.
I told
Ty.
you. Okay, did I ever tell you about this? Okay, we had a case. Our client was being accused of sexual harassment, totally without any kind of merit. And the plaintiff, an employee of his, she went through about 4 different lawyers, and the last lawyer she had, we're meeting at Jim's. It was before Jim joined us, but at his law firm's office. Yeah. And the first time, and I'm driving in from Tyler to Dallas, so we get to his office and I walk in and there is this 5'10", just gorgeous redhead, tight, black leather skirt.
Tight skirt, sure, got it.
Oh yeah, I walk in. I said, Jim, a word. And he comes out and says, and I was like, holy crap. Well, so Jim's law part at the time was another guy, and he was gay and quite flamboyantly so. And he walks out and he goes, did you see her? She's like a giraffe. And I said, Jim, we got to get control of this meeting. We can't be, what we're going to do. And I turned to his friend and said, hey, maybe we could do the gay man thing. You think we could get away with it? He looks at me and he goes, not with those shoes. That was it. That's the only story I've got there.
Oh God.
Yeah, guys, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that at all. I just don't give up. fight smart. Definitely fight smart. I'd never say, not suggesting you go out and do stupid things, but to simply say, I'm not even going to try. You're giving up a whole lot of life that at your age, I don't think you fully understand the consequences of that. You are wired to be married, unfortunately. I hate to break that news to you.
You're wired to coom. Chengiz Khan says, if you're going to get vaccinated, 1, I don't want it to be forced upon anyone, and 2, never ever take the first version. That's good advice.
That's good advice.
It really is good advice. Ethical Dilemma says, leftist logic, wear the mask, bigot. Mail-in voting is not open to fraud, bigot. Accept the cock, bigot. Take the vaccine, bigot. Everyone knows that by following the rules and canceling Eskimo pies, all black families will magically be rich and cured of cancer. Damn. Madman.
Harsh but fair.
Madman Chris 49 says, you think the coup will last past November, or will it conveniently survive past it?
Depends on who wins, doesn't it?
Probably.
Look, I think it probably dies in November regardless, right? Because the utility of destroying the economy,
it disappears pretty quickly.
Because by the way, this is hurting the blue states really badly. Their tax revenue has evaporated, and they're sitting there going,
If you want evidence, look, I'm not going to say every single thing is geared towards the destruction or geared towards the election of Biden or whatever. But if you want evidence of that destruction, it's pretty simple. Last week, they were talking about Texas. Then Texas shut down. Immediately, the day Texas shut down, I see the article, Florida is the global epicenter of COVID-19. They are systematically going after right-leaning, freedom-promoting states.
Meanwhile, not saying a word about California. Have you noticed that? Despite the fact California's got the same,
They're trying specifically to shut down the right-leaning states that have been relatively open. And it's a targeted effort by various aspects of the media.
I just would like to know how they got to our governor, because either he's just it's possible that he was never the guy that I thought he was. I've made mistakes before with politicians, but I've just never seen anyone so thoroughly, completely, and quickly ruin a very bright political career.
Yeah.
But Nick, here's the thing. We're talking about this. This was also the first time that I can recall that our governor had to make an actual hard decision where there was no compromise. Yeah. You're either going to make people wear the masks or not. There's nothing in the middle. And of course, he did the classic rhino thing of selling out his side to please the other side who will never ever vote for him. That's the stereotypical rhino play. So, whatever.
Ty, was I in Texas this year? Was that this year that I was down there? Or was that last year?
Down here, Nick. I think it was November, wasn't it? She passed away in November.
Yeah, I think it was. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so. I was curious. I was like, this will be the first year since Matsuri is canceled. This will be the first year in, I think, 20 or 21 years that I haven't been to Texas.
Yeah, I don't see why you'd come this year.
No, I would love to, by the way. I would love to even take a fun trip down. What about your John Wayne party? Is that still?
No, we pushed that out. I think the current plan is we're gonna have a Christmas party, hopefully, and we'll make it John Wayne themed. I have a lot of older clients, and it's just they're. I don't want to pressure them, feel like they have to come.
No, it's ridiculous. So, if there's a Christmas John Wayne party, I will make every effort to make it.
I'd love to have you. It'll be a hoot.
Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, I haven't not gone to Texas in 21 years. I don't even know what that looks like. How do I go a year without a good donut in my life?
Our barbecue, Stanley's barbecue. I mean, you got to have that. Come on down, man. Love to have you. Yeah, these are just weird times we're in, and
what I want to do, what I really want to do, is my buddy and I are supposed to be writing a comic right now, but I want to somehow get my wife and his wife to agree that we can leave. And I want to take him on a road trip, on a barbecue road trip in Texas.
Okay.
Because he's a big muscular guy, and I know he can put down a lot of barbecue, and I want to take him to Lockhart. I want to take him to Austin. I want to take him to Houston. I want to just destroy these major barbecue establishments with like hundreds of dollars of barbecue every day. And then and then donuts, because I want to ruin his life.
So they don't have good donuts up there?
No. They have never even.
Why?
They have barely even. Ty, they have barely even heard of a raised donut.
Oh.
Almost all of the donuts up here are cake donuts, and cake donuts are garbage.
Yeah, they are.
And we hate the Vietnamese. So who's going to own the donut shops?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because I know you know that every donut palace in Tyler.
Certainly in Tyler, yeah.
They're owned by either a Vietnamese or a Cambodian lady who will yell at you if you don't buy those good Earl Campbell sausage.
Pigs in the blanket.
Yeah.
How many pigs in the blanket do you want? Yeah. I've been eating healthy, so I've had to eschew donuts, unfortunately.
If I lived in Tyler or Houston, I would be 400 pounds.
Yeah. Well, you would have your own table at Stanley's, right?
I would die. I would just die from coronaries and be resurrected. Well, let me tell
you, I don't know
daily.
if you can get it up in Minnesota or not, but I really can't say enough good things, and it's not just because I worked for them. But Sadler's Smokehouse pre-cooked brisket is just incredibly good stuff.
I know, but I have my own smoker now, so it's like here's
what you do: you have a party. And you put the pre-cooked stuff on the grill as though you were cooking it. And you see, and that way, that was that's a technique you could use. But anyway, it's good stuff. If you ever
have you ever had a Krispy Kreme donut?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what do you think about them?
I liked them. Of course, I like all donuts.
Look though, but
except for the cake donuts.
But if you're gonna rank them. Okay, you've got the Donut Palace on Broadway, and I mean like the farthest, I guess it's east one on Broadway. You know, that's like the good one, right? Not the one by the Hilton Garden Inn. Yeah. That one's okay, but you go to the one by there's that barbecue place. It's almost by Shogun, right? That one's great.
Okay, there's also one, I assume they're still there. There's one on Broadway between, it's just north of the Loop, 2 or 3 blocks.
I think we're talking about the same one.
Okay, yeah, probably so.
That's the good one. And then there's the one on Old Grande, which is also good. Yeah. Or not Old Grande and what's that cross street? It's just north, it's just like, it's by Holly Tree, and they have the gas station. And then there's like
Old Jacksonville Highway.
Yeah, Old Jacksonville.
There's like 90 different roads in Tyler named Old something or another. Everything's like the old Bullard Road or the old.
Old Jacksonville is my second choice for great donut palace. And the best donut palace, though, I think is the one on Broadway. But it's like down past the Loop, like you said.
Yeah, my daughters, they work, I assume everybody knows that they work at my office. And they used to bring in donuts a fair amount when they'd come in to work. I don't know where they got them from, and I think they got them from the one we were talking about. It's on Broadway. They're really good. But yeah, we've got donut places on every block.
You guys have that.
Think about it.
My uncle loves the maple bacon donuts in that place. It's not far from your office. I think they're too fancy. I just want a glazed donut.
I gotta say, I like glazed donuts, but I do like the chocolate, covered donuts, the chocolate glazed donuts.
Those are good.
But I know it's heresy. But
my point in this questioning was, where do you rank Krispy Kreme in terms of like Donut Palace and stuff like that?
I think these smaller, these closely, individually owned donut place, I think they're better than Krispy Kreme or Dunkin'.
Yeah, because
but Krispy Kreme and Dunkin' are great. I mean,
no, Dunkin' don't do this, Ty. Dunkin' Donuts is not great. And I know that you haven't eaten a Dunkin' Donut.
Not in the last 20 years, probably.
See,
so that's fair.
I know
that's
you haven't,
fair.
because you're like you're giving them a layup, like it's the WNBA or some bullshit like that.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
No,
I'm glad you pulled me up short on that one. I deserve
Dunkin'
it.
Donuts are trash. They are cake donuts. They don't have any raised donuts. It's a lie.
Cake donuts are horrible. They're not donuts. They're really dry cakes with.
Dunkin' Donuts is known for their coffee, and that's how you know how bad they are at donuts. Krispy Kreme is like the bottom tier donut. It's a good donut, but it's about as low as you should accept.
What's the best national, chain type donut?
The best chain type donut is Shipley's.
Shipley's, yeah.
And
then one of those in Tyler?
You have one of them in Tyler, and it's not great because I feel like I'm gonna get murdered when I go there. So I go to Donut Palace is great. I think Donut Palace is above Shipley's if you go to one of the two good ones.
Okay.
And then my favorite donut is Best Donuts in Houston, and it's right by 290 and something. Best Donuts is fantastic.
You skinny people get to eat donuts. Those of us who are not have to, unfortunately.
Ty, I'm only skinny because I live 1,000 miles away from good donuts.
Right. Well, and you also live in a tundra environment, which burns. I'm so bad. That cat story is gonna haunt me.
Look, someone just said we've got like 12 Shipleys in Waco. If you're in Waco, do me a favor. You son of a bitch. Please
take pictures.
No, go to Collins Street Bakery and just eat sugar cookies.
You've got
a Collins Street just outside of Tyler, and every time I'm driving to Dallas, if they're open, I stop there and I buy 4 dozen cookies.
Minnesota man was found dead on I-20.
It doesn't matter.
Died of sugar overdose.
I love Collins Street Bakery. If I lived in Texas, I would honestly need a walker just to go to the bathroom.
You'd have to find a way to get from Stanley's to Collins Street and back. You'd have like a special Uber arrangement where an Uber just hovers waiting on you.
I need a Tyler area transport to drag me there. God, I love Collins Street. Their sugar cookies. Guys, let me describe. This is such a digression from the stream, and I'm sorry. This is important.
Not really sorry at all, but nonetheless.
This is important. Collins Street Bakery sugar cookies taste like sugar cookie dough that has been cooked. Now, I want you to understand this. They don't taste like sugar cookies. Like you bake a sugar
like the dough.
You bake sugar cookie dough and it transitions like some sort of transsexual into a sugar cookie. And that can be a fine thing.
Identifies as a sugar cookie.
Collins Street Bakery cookies taste like the sugar cookie dough, just they won't give you salmonella and kill you.
Yeah, it's in cookie form.
They're so good.
I had no idea y'all were so deprived of the basic, rudiments of civilization up there in Minnesota.
Never come here. You'll be like, okay,
there's nothing here.
Where are we going to eat? And I'll be like, Applebee's. That's literally all we have. And I'm sorry. Wow. I'm so sorry.
God. I'll say that about Texas. Texas has a lot of good things about it to offset August, because right.
No one knows the blessing of Anime Matsuri being canceled.
Oh my God!
You don't have
in August.
You don't have to go to Houston. I told my mom because I was trying to get my parents to come down to like Anime Matsuri. I think they'd have a good time just enjoying the spectacle of it.
But your dad lived in Houston, so he knew.
Yeah, both of them
like,
did. I was like, well, it's canceled. Next year it's July 8th through 11th, and my mom goes, "Oh man, it's gonna be hot in July." I was like, "Mom, it was gonna be in August. She's like, oh damn.
No. I had a law professor that said he was a state and gift tax and estate tax professor. He said that basically nothing ever happened in Texas until air conditioning because it was just too hot to think. And
what is that Bill Engvall skit when he's like he hates the weatherman because every year the weatherman says, and I don't remember being humid in this humid in August ever before. And he's like, I just want the sportscaster to reach over and go, bam, last August. Here's a guess, probably next August.
That's the thing, right? It's not only is it the 120-degree daily heat, but it's the 95% humidity that just, I mean,
it is nothing on earth is worse than waking up in Houston going, hey mom, I want to go outside, and her going, okay, it's 100 degrees and 100% humidity. Have fun. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
20. Yeah. Well, to put it in context, you go outside like right now, if I went outside, it's probably 95 degrees at 3 a.m. and 95. I mean, no kidding. Maybe we're having an extra cool night and it's down to 90.
Yeah.
It's just a whole different kind of hot.
July and August in Texas, and my family does their family reunions. They're like, well, let's pick July 4th weekend. I'm like, no, never. May.
Yeah, in Houston.
Just
and
pick
they have them down in Houston, don't they?
It rotates around, but it's like sometimes it's in Corpus, Ty.
Oh God. Well, I mean, I've got family reunions in central Louisiana in the summertime too. So but I was saying, so the thing that offsets August about Texas, we got a few really good things. We've got lots and lots of restaurants. I think just everywhere. Beautiful women. There you go.
Beautiful.
Complete with mason jar and everything.
Look, I will say this because I'm intoxicated enough to do so. The little bit of Latin genetics makes the women in Texas absolutely stunning and just crazy enough to work.
There's one set of genetics that might actually be better of all things. Venezuela.
That's Latin. That's Latin.
Well, no. It is. But I had a business deal down in Mexico, and I was. This was before Chavez and Maduro and all that bullshit. But I was remarking on how it was interesting that Venezuela had placed in the Miss Universe pageant 20 years in a row or some ridiculous amount of time. And he said, well, there's a good reason for that. He said that in the late 1800s, Venezuela had a bunch of Italian men, immigrants, come in to build railroads and stuff. And they didn't bring any women with them, right? So they married. So they married, local women, and something about that particular mix of genetics just tended to turn out really beautiful women. So, for what that's worth,
I still say the most beautiful women are Eastern European. I like that really tall look to them, the long look, but something about Texas. And I don't think it's the actual physical look of the women in Texas so much as the attitude. And I will attribute
it is
100% of the attitude and the proclivity of wearing shorts that defy shortness. That's the little bit of Latin that's in there.
Well, and in Texas, I had a friend. He and his wife moved away, and then they moved back. And she's like, "I forgot what it was like being in Texas." And so, what do you mean? She said, "Well, you don't go out of the house in Texas if you're a woman without your makeup being done perfectly."
Right.
I mean, and I went.
In Wisconsin, you can just have cheese all over your face, just glued to it or whatever. Nobody cares.
Texas, Texas women, that's a thing. I mean, women dress, they make themselves up. I mean, it's and the climate is good too. We have a lot of sun, but not so much sun that women get their skins burned into leather, like in Florida. A lot of times, it's just anyway. But we have restaurants and beautiful women and guns, lots and lots and lots of guns. Man, I saw some great guns. I was at the Frisco Gun Club, So Frisco is one of the elites, is one of the really high end suburbs of Dallas.
Yeah,
northern Dallas.
That's where the Cowboys training facility moved to.
Well, the Frisco Gun Club is a country club that is a gun country club.
I have a cheerleader friend who lives in Frisco.
Oh, yeah.
I've hung out there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I just say, but anyway, saw some great fire. Ann Lee Sue is a gun nut of epic proportions. So, and a competition shooter too. He's actually really quite good. So
yeah, lemons. No, sorry, that was a joke. Robert Stratton says people confuse accountability with blame.
Oh my God, we're having a cold front move through Tyler. Somebody said it's actually 81 in Tyler. Wow,
it's 81.
Wow. Is it snowing? It snowing?
It's 81 here. Okay. Robert Stratton says people confuse accountability with blame. Guilt is an excuse to not change one's ways, as it gives people a pass. As people give it a pass. Real accountability is shockingly refreshing when you meet it. I agree.
I do too.
Marty Lund, by the way, a stand-up dude is Marty Lund. Let me just say that. He says, Nick and Ty, sorry we won't get to see you at Matsuri this year with the mayor nuking the GOP convention and Anime Matsuri with it. Hope there'll be another chance to meet up later. At least make it out to Houston in July of 2021. Marty, it's already on my calendar. And though I have not confirmed, as merely a panelist and not a guest, I have not confirmed that I will be at Anime Matsuri 2021. But I believe based on my conversation with John that I will likely be there. And look, even if I'm not a panelist at 2021, I will probably make the attempt anyway, because I still have to eat at Downtown Ninfa's. It's been too long.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I'm not even a big anime guy, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
No, you don't have to be an anime guy to enjoy Matsuri. There's
a lot more than just anime there.
It's a blast.
Although my daughters did have to give me a dad kind of thing whenever some male is walking by in like bright yellow short shorts. Apparently he was portraying an anime character, but.
Ty, I'm gonna wear the 60s shorts you've ever seen at the next Matsuri just for you.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
I'm with Dick Masterson on this. I believe that shorts for men have gotten far too long.
I don't think about those things really.
Our thighs are beautiful and the world needs to share in them, and so does the sun.
I really don't think they do. I think that I don't think that going back to booty shorts is going to be our best move, Nick. Just saying.
Not booty shorts, man shorts. Like the basketball shorts before when it was just white people or whatever. Bad. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Never mind.
It's a joke, son. It's a joke. We're right past you.
Bad Dragonite. I gotta burn through these. We got a lot. Bad Dragonite says, can I just say props to Matt Pat from Game Theory? He's surprisingly enough called out cancel culture a long time back. He may have been a bit mistaken in using Etika as an example, but was right otherwise. Look, Etika's never found a bridge he couldn't jump off of. I'm sorry, was that too edgy? Phoenix Lord Asterman says, when I was a kid, my dad told me men should never show their tears. I asked him why, and he simply responded that people will inevitably use whatever makes you cry against you. Yes.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's pretty simple and very true. People will use what they know bothers you. I talk about that from time to time.
That's a good point.
When people are like, Nick, you're mean, or you're just saying this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You're calling that person fat, but they're not really fat. It's like, it doesn't matter if the person is actually fat.
Mm-mm.
That's what you have to understand. It's whether or not the fat bothers them.
Eyebrows from that Scrubs show, right?
Exactly. If you know what turns a person, you have control over them. They never should. You should never let that out. Architect of Fate Says, Ty, this might have been covered, but if the 1866 treaties are to be upheld, doesn't that mean California wouldn't have any state land and no House or Senate seats? In addition to my understanding, if there are no tribal gun laws and the HOOPA immigration laws are brutal. He's talking about the Oklahoma case. And I think the thing that everybody, including Tim Pool, bless his heart, is missing is that the holding in the Oklahoma case is specific. And I know I can't express how much law school this takes. Supreme Court rulings are actually shockingly narrow. Will you back me up on this, Ty?
Yeah, absolutely.
The overwhelming majority of Supreme Court holdings are actually really narrow, and they're narrowly restricted to a specific thing. The Oklahoma ruling does not say that half of Oklahoma is a sovereign Creek tribe nation. It says that on Creek tribe lands, all of the other rights have been diminished from Creek tribe lands that have been diminished, except the Major Crimes Act of 18 whatever still applies to that land, in that only if an Indian on the Creek tribe land does a federal crime, it will be prosecuted in federal courts, not in state courts. That's literally the extent of it. And if you have a good constitutional law professor, they will make you spend hours of your life narrowing down Supreme Court decisions to the context that they are in, because that's where they belong.
Nick, you obviously you read the case. I haven't. I've only read commentary up to this point. Is it an Indian on Indian lands? Is that
yes.
Are those the two? So,
yes.
Do we have a definition of what constitutes an Indian?
I don't know. They might. I didn't see it in the case, but the trick is, I think it's whatever the tribe determines is their requisite level of blood required to be an Indian. But it's important that they're using, in the Supreme Court ruling, they're using the language. They're using Indian. They're not using Native American, because they're using the 1870s or whatever language.
It's a legal term of art.
Right.
And by the way, they weren't native.
Yeah.
Native American is a misnomer. They weren't native. They were simply here first.
That's being said. Being said, the important part is it's literally just if an Indian, as whatever that means, on Indian land commits a federal felony and a high level felony that's enumerated in the Crimes Act, which is basically rape, assault, murder, or harming a child. For your basic set of felonies, rape, assault, murder, or harming a child. If that happens, it gets prosecuted in federal court, not state court, and not tribal court. It is exclusive federal jurisdiction. That's all.
I assume the purpose of that law was they didn't feel like they could get a fair trial in any of those forums.
Yeah, they didn't. Well, what they didn't want was they didn't want the natives, the Indians, to put out a law that said that or basically enable a practice where if they killed white men, that they wouldn't be prosecuted in tribal courts.
Right. And similarly, you wouldn't want. There was probably not a lot of confidence that in state courts that the Indians would necessarily get a fair shake if they're accused of actual crimes.
Right.
It makes sense for the time, and it's a jurisdictional issue. It doesn't mean the guy gets away, but they're going to probably try him. Obviously, it is
a mess. And Ginsburg even asked the question at the hearing. She said, "Doesn't that mean 1,700 currently situated inmates are now in question?" And yes, they are, but they have to raise that question. They don't just get out. Like the ruling, the way the Supreme Court rule works, they make this ruling, and now all 1,700 of those people have to make a motion to vacate their judgment. They don't all win that motion.
Yeah, I fear, because a lot of them aren't necessarily going to be Indian,
And not every one of them makes that motion, because some people, like, look, if you're 6 months from getting out of prison and you don't care,
that's true too.
You're not going to waste your time on that, and it's only major crimes motions. And some of them they're going to determine, no, the state was right, or you're not Indian enough, or you weren't on tribal land. One of those.
And there are some practical considerations a lot of people aren't aware of either. I don't know about Oklahoma, but generally speaking, federal prison sentences get far less time off for good behavior than state law.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing. The guy got sentenced to 1,000 years in Oklahoma State Prison. Yeah. Look, in reality, I bet that guy would take 1,000 years in Oklahoma State Prison rather than 5 years in federal prison, because that guy is going to get treated like the kid he raped. I've lightly.
I have visited clients in both federal and state, and there's something about the federal stuff that just seems a little grimmer. The prisons. I mean, they're couldn't tell. Up in Texarkana, they've got no air conditioning in the
in Texarkana. That's
well, air conditioning in the offices and stuff, but where the inmates are, none. Yeah, you got to go there with a wool suit sometime.
My wife's cousin's AC unit went out, and they had to wait several days for a part to come in before they could put in a new one. And I'm like,
that can become a health issue. I mean,
even Minnesota, 85 degrees in a house, like with sun, you're talking that house becomes 90, 95 degrees, a lot of humidity because you got people in it. Oh my God, it's brutal.
Well, you've seen our house. We've got windows, basically a whole half of our house is nothing but windows. I can't imagine if the AC goes out here.
Yeah. By the way, when are you going to come up and visit me, Ty? When is that going to happen?
You told me never to come to Minnesota, and I'm going to take you at your word.
Look, I said never come to Minnesota because I can't take you to a good restaurant. But the best restaurant in town is my kitchen. So
if I were going to come see you, though, I'd come see you in August.
You should.
Yeah, because
you should. It's good times. But I want to quickly wrap up the Oklahoma thing. The Oklahoma ruling does not mean that all of this other stuff is suddenly enacted. It doesn't mean, listen, 3 days ago, the tribe, the Creek Nation, had various grievances with the state about property rights and all that stuff. The ruling that happened yesterday on the 9th does not in any way change the status of those grievances with Oklahoma. All that does is it limits specifically to the Major Crimes Act the interpretation of jurisdictional issues for major criminal prosecutions. And that's it. And it's really important to understand that the overwhelming majority of Supreme Court decisions are very, very limited and specific in scope, especially ones that come after 1970.
Yeah. Nick, and of course, this doesn't change in other words, they're not immune to state law. It's just that the federal courts are the forum, but the federal courts are going to be interpreting state law, which happens all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, if a native on Creek Nation murders a white person or a black person or a Mexican, they're going to be charged in federal court. And trust me, no matter what you think, you would rather be charged in state court for murder than federal court 10 days out of 10. Yeah. You just would.
Yeah. Well, the federal prosecutors are not going to cut you as good a deal.
And it's going to be, it's going to cost you at least 1.5 to 2 times as much to defend yourself in federal court.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I'm trying to remember, but I want to say that the maximum time off for good behavior in federal was like 20% of your sentence.
Right. Whereas in state court, it's like 33%.
are more than that. I mean, it depends on the state, and it depends on the level of, depends on the crime, the level of crowdedness in the jails.
In Minnesota, you're automatically granted a third of your sentence knocked off if you have good behavior.
Yeah, I don't know what the state penitentiaries are like, but I know like county court here in Smith County, for example, it's still a 2-to-1 thing. Every you get what's 3 every day of good behavior, you get 3 days of sentence served. You know, which is a very strong incentive to act reasonably.
Right.
But I know that's not. But that is definitely not the case with the feds. So
yeah.
Anyway, well, it's good, you know.
Okay, Architect.
There was a lot of hysteria about that, so I'm glad you're clarifying it.
Architect of Fate also says, Ty, I have personally stopped pursuing women in my personal life. I live in Silicon Valley. It's a choice between getting enough money to be independently wealthy and getting enough money to be independently wealthy and leaving, or catching a false case for asking abroad on a date and losing my career. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be heard as saying, look, you're prioritizing more important things right now. Right? I don't have time to mess with this because I'm trying to be successful and make money, and the value proposition is not where I want it to be. That's different from saying I'm out, completely. I see what he is doing is just more a function of, I've got more important things to worry about right now. And I imagine Silicon Valley is a particularly difficult environment.
It is literally cancer. It is stage 4 cancer.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're dealing with a hyperinflated amount of wealth out there. Probably men outnumber women substantially, I would think. I'm just speculating, but I would think. And you never want to be in an environment where there are too many men competing for women. I mean, that supply and demand, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I think that's distinguishable.
Yeah, it is. And also, if you get enough money to be independently wealthy, then, you can pursue those things. Yeah. You really can pursue those other things later.
And again, I hate to come off like the grumpy old man saying, you kids need to share. But I'm just trying to tell you guys, you do what you want to do, but you're wired a certain way. And if you try to overcome your wiring, some people can do that, but most people can't.
Malik Foxon says that restaurant in Oak Ridge is called it's I Heart Sushi. He said it in the chat. For some reason, it's not coming through on Streamlabs. I Heart Sushi.
Sushi. Sorry.
No. In Oak Ridge. That's not in Minnesota.
That's Larry. Is that the place Larry was talking about?
Yeah, something like that.
In California, yeah.
Down in California. No. Sorry. This is in Knoxville, Tennessee. Or just outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. I Heart Sushi. Knoxville has a lot of good restaurants for being not a big town. Chengiz Khan says, one more lemon song for Ty, this time to the tune of Frank Sinatra's I've Got You Under My Skin. Do you know the tune of I've Got You Under My Skin?
I think. I don't. I have to be careful about just how much entertainment I derive out of this.
Look, I have no idea I don't listen to Frank Sinatra. I know My Way or whatever. But
I would say dealer's choice then. If you don't know the tune, then we're gonna do it.
I've got sluts under my skin. I've got sluts deep in the lungs of me. So deep in my lungs that slut's really a part of me. So there you go. I have no idea what the tune of that song is.
I think it was a fantastic effort myself.
Malik Foxon says, don't use the less than sign. I Heart Sushi is a restaurant name. Small sushi place. They have a roll called the Heartbreaker. Portions are massive, about $15 a roll, and delicious. Highly recommend. Also, Oak Ridge is my hometown. I'm in Texas now. Oh, okay, cool. Magneto Mage says, Ty, we're giving out because the fight is long over and we lost. There isn't anything left to fight over. Malik Foxon says, oh yeah, since we're talking about food, you remember that seasonal sugar cookie toast crunch? I got my hands on some of that before it disappeared last year. Best cereal by far. Yes, I have 2 boxes still out of my kids' range.
That before. You bought like a,
He says, I can see why it leaves your pantry as soon as you set it down. Look, I had 2 boxes that I saved from my demon children, and they didn't get a chance to eat it. So that's mine. That's mine. Okay, Jillian Seed says, Nick, great video on the McGirt case. Creek Nation and feds will make sure 1,000-year-old dragon predator rots in jail. Big win for tribal sovereignty. Look, it really is. It really is. In a lot of ways, it's a good decision. I mean, it sucks that it's such a nasty case, but hopefully the feds will take up their sovereign duty and prosecute that jackass and put him in prison where he can be murdered or whatever. But for the rest of it, we made a treaty with the Creek Nation. We haven't rescinded that treaty. So either honor it or rescind it. Just rescind it.
Yeah, and remember, treaties are the highest law of the land outside of the Constitution. So, I mean,
they're also about the easiest things on earth to rescind. All Congress has to do is say, we don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's one of them things. I hate to go back to this, but I was looking at the stream, guys. I'm not saying that you hook up and marry the first, soul-sucking harridan you come across. Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is there are good ones out there. Don't give up. Keep looking for them.
Yeah,
that's all. Yeah. And look, I don't care. I mean, it doesn't affect my life one bit whether you do that or not. I'm trying to tell you that you're going to be happier if you do this, in my opinion, as opposed to just simply rolling over and saying, game over. I'm done. We've lost. First of all, I find it very difficult to agree that we've lost. I don't think we've lost.
Let me quote a wise sage. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Listen, I'm going out here. I'm telling you what you got to do, young men. You got to go up and you got to grab them by the vagina. There you go. Mr. Lee.
Do a pretty good one of those.
Mr. Leon says, requesting from the panel advice for young men surviving our crazy world today. Me Too, cancel culture, riots, etc. First of all, look, the overwhelming majority of men are not going to be in the situation of an easy Me Too. Doesn't mean you're not going to be Me Too'd. But I mean, the easy Me Too is to go after men with power and resources to take. That's why Warren Ellis is a target. That's why Vic Mignogna is a target. That's why Johnny Depp is a target. That's why Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby are targets. They have power and they have something, money,
and
to take.
They are figures that are known in a large area, right? I mean, a lot of people know Vic, for example. A lot of people know Weinstein, right? It's so dependent on what you do for a living and where and your situation.
If you're a young man and you're 99% of the population, you are not in a position where Me Too is a threat to you. Now, it can be, and this is in your control. Listen to people don't listen to me as much on this. Listen to people like Drexel. You get video confirmation of things like, consent. You get, you do this in hotel rooms rather than in your own house. You have some witnesses to your interactions with other people. You don't enter small rooms like elevators with women alone. Take those precautions. Take the Mike Pence rules all day, but realize that the number of situations for you as a younger guy, for the overwhelming majority of younger guys, are limited in their ability to Me Too you because you're just a guy. You're not a guy with power.
And we're not saying, at least I don't think, I know I'm not, and I assume Nick isn't either. We're not saying it's all men's fault.
No.
We're just not talking to women about this right now. We're talking to you, to men.
Yeah.
You know, if I was talking to women, I'd have a fairly stiff set of things to say. That look, you know, for example, chivalry was a system, and it was a mutual arrangement where benefits were given to both sides. It's absurd for a woman to say, I demand that men be chivalrous, but at the same time, I demand that I be treated equally. Pick one. You don't get them both. So there's all kinds of valid criticisms of women here, but I'm talking to men, not women. You know, and I'm just simply saying that, you know, somebody on the stream, well, if there are 10 apples that are poisoned and 2 aren't, would you seriously roll the dice? Oh, give me a break. That's just stupid.
No, the trick is,
five out of 6 women are going to kill you. Do you even look at what you write? Sorry, Nick.
No. The trick is you have a poison detector. You really do.
Yeah.
You have. I know, like, the dating world has changed, and it's all this online stuff right now, and you don't really meet people face to face. That's fine. You have the opportunity to interview these people. You get to learn about them, and you have to take that responsibility because it's your ass on the line. Or you don't. You don't do it. You don't engage in the dating market. That's fine. It's fine. Now, you may be missing out on something, but we miss out on shit all the time. Like, I don't own a BMW. I'm missing out on a great driving experience or whatever because I didn't go look for a BMW. You have to just understand what you're leaving behind. But
that's the thing. I don't think they do, though, Nick. I mean, I think, to your point, I don't think you guys really do understand fully what you're giving up. That is something Nick and I can speak to.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's just...
I can tell you what 16 years of beauty and hell combined is like. And it's the greatest ride you'll ever be on. But the great roller coasters have both high hills and low valleys.
Yeah. It's never been easy. Don't kid yourselves, guys. You know, a lot of the stuff that I read in the chat about women, shit, we said that when I was a kid too. I'm not saying that it isn't worse now. I don't know because you know, I don't remember. I'll tell you this: I can't imagine just the sheer hassle of dating, going through that again at my age. But heaven forbid, if I had to, I think I'd do okay. Sorry, because I would at least take a swing at it. I mean, if you don't show up, you're not gonna get anything. I mean, this is a numbers game. Everything in life is a numbers game, just about. Wouldn't you agree, Nick? I mean,
I do. You know. I do. Here's the thing. Someone just said, you sound like the boomers telling people the way to get a job is with a firm handshake. You don't understand the landscape. Look. You're right. You're right in a way. We don't understand the landscape. And we're not talking to you about the landscape.
No, that's tactics. You're talking about tactics. We're talking about strategy. Okay?
We're talking about what is the benefit of succeeding in the tactical landscape. The benefits are massive. The benefits are great. You have a fulfilling life. You have children. You have offspring. And by the way, this is Chad after all. Let me just say something important to you. Progeny, which is 98% of the time biological progeny. Progeny is one of the most important roles that men have in life. If you think this world is shit, if you think the women of this world are shit, raise better women. Raise better men. That's your job. If you concede that job to the communists, to the Me Too people, whatever, if you concede that job to single moms, then everyone will be shit in the future, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to, at some point, this is that thing we were talking about earlier, taking responsibility. You take the responsibility and you go, I get that my job is hard, but I need to do it because if I don't, this guy, and this guy who are simps, they won't do it. But if I do, one out of those three might do it. And we might raise the next generation to be better. We might do that. Guys, we've been giving up ground to bullshit for 60 years. For 60 years, since 1960. When the liberal...
And by the way, you know, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, when the liberal, like, ideology came in, that was in the 60s. We've been giving ground to them since then. If you don't go out and do the fucking work and take the risk, and yes, it's a risk. We get it. Why are you risk averse?
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be men?
Men
hard as that is to say, that's
men can be risk averse, but you better have fucking something to lose. And I know that a lot of people, especially young people, don't. You don't have something to lose.
Yeah, you know, and look, I'm also getting a little bit tired of this shit too, guys. You think it was great growing up in the 1970s when we were the first generation of latchkey kids? Our parents fucking abandoned us. Okay, so you know, yeah, your childhoods weren't perfect and your world isn't perfect, but no one's ever is. You know, we've all got our crosses to bear. All Nick and I are, and the rest of us, trying to tell you is, you can bear that cross, and you're gonna feel better about yourself if you engage. If you just simply roll over and say it's over and I'm out, fine. It doesn't take any skin off my nose. I just think you're making a terrible mistake, and I fear that the day is going to come where you're going to go, I really wish I had listened to those drunk lawyers on the internet because they were right. Because guys, we are right. That's the thing. You know, all I keep hearing from the other side is it's too hard. I'm doomed to fail. Now, what father in his right mind would say to his son, okay, well, if it's too hard and you're convinced you're going to fail, then you should just give up.
Right, and that's the thing
this is a Chad Dad show. What do you expect?
That's the thing to remember is we are speaking from the idea that we are dad, and you are asking dad for advice.
Right.
Not your dad, but another dad. And by the way, if you're a new father or whatever, befriend other dads. Trust me. They know all the shit that you think you know until that kid comes, and then you know nothing. But you are talking to guys who have, and again, none of us said this was easy. And you face different challenges that we did and all that stuff, and that's great. That's fine. And every generation's challenges,
absolutely.
Every generation's challenges are worse than the one before it, and so is every generation's music. You fucking chumps. Let me put it that way.
There's some truth in that too, though. You got to admit.
There is. There is. My music and my challenges are, of course, more relevant to me than they are to you. Of course they are. Of course they are. Yeah.
Nick and Ty's counter argument is that young men should essentially clean up society's mess. Why? Yes, you should. You fucking idiot.
I will support it.
Congratulations, you get us.
I will support
that is exactly what we're saying.
Outside of calling him a fucking idiot, because I think that's brilliant. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's exactly what we're saying.
But the beauty is, here's the beauty, and here's the challenge. It's not your job to do that unless you take it.
Yeah.
But if you take it, you get to take it. If you don't take it, you don't get to complain.
I just, and look, this is not an ego thing where we're going, we're so much better than you guys. We went through, we had our struggles too, our insecurities and all that stuff, and we still do. Just guys, trying to tell you.
I have dated 2 women in my entire life. And the first one lasted a couple days. That's it. You want struggle. I dealt with the same insecurities, the same fears, the same questions about was it worth it? What is all that? I didn't engage for so long because the first one was stupid. And then I was focused on other things because I didn't find the value in it. And then I happened, and I say I'm very fortunate. I happened to meet Lady Rackets at the right time. All of that stuff came together, and that was great. But that was because I took the shot. By the way, Lady Rackets, when I met her, had zero interest in dating anyone. Had nothing to do with me. She had just come off a bad relationship, breakup or whatever. That's a mess I won't get into because that's her story. But she was zero interested in any person. And I was a persistent asshole because I am when I want something. But there were all sorts of challenges involved in that. There are all sorts of hurdles. They're not the same as yours. That's fine. But the wisdom comes from, look, your hurdles are different than mine. I'm not going to comment on what's hard and what's not. I'm going to comment on what's worth it and what's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's where Ty's coming from too.
Ascot, we're under no obligation to bite the bullet.
No, you're not.
No, you're
not.
No, you're not. I'm just simply saying you should.
Yeah. When you think it's valuable.
This way, I don't want your help if you're not in the game.
Well, and
frankly,
but here's the thing, and I think you can be on board with me on this, Ty. Like, you've got someone in your organization, and they go, I don't have the tools for this. And you go, okay, well then you step out of the room while we deal with it. But then someone else in your organization says, you know, this is a new problem, but I have the tools. I have this, and this skill. You want that person on your team. Yeah. You want them to step up and take that even if they've never dealt with it before. It doesn't really matter. I'm willing to take the responsibility. Guys, it's okay. We're being very clear here. It's okay to not take the responsibility. We're saying that if you take that responsibility, it is worth it. And no one else around you, none of your peers are taking that responsibility. Be a leader. Do it.
But and to amplify your point though, Nick, here's the thing. If you don't clean it up, who is going to? Yeah. And I mean, are you just going to sit back and say, well, someone else will clean this mess up?
And the worst thing is, the weird thing is everybody thinks the worst thing is no one else will clean it up. No, the worst thing is someone else will clean it up.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's true.
You want to give ground on issues. You want to give ground on important shit. Let someone else take care of it.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It's you know, like I said, I probably throw back to the 40s, I guess, or something. But I'm just telling you guys, you're wired to be a certain way. You're wired to be men. So act like it. You'll be happier. I'm not condemning you because you don't. I don't care. I mean, it doesn't take anything out of my life if you don't do it. But I'm just simply trying to tell you, being on this planet for 50 some odd years, I've learned that if I do the things that I am wired to do, I'm a happier person than if I try to overcome that, generally speaking.
Let me get this one real quick. Hold on. Damn it. Dave says, I'm the same age as Nick. This is bad advice. Dating young women is a minefield. In my country, the UK,
has it ever not been a minefield to date women? Period.
I'm just taking this on his face.
I know. I'm sorry.
In my country, the UK, guys have been put in prison for flirting badly. The US isn't as far along the road as we are, but you will get there. Look, dating young...
if we don't do something about it, I tend to agree.
Dating young women is always a minefield. I don't know how else to say it. Look, young women are fucking crazy. That's because they're young. Young men are crazy too in different ways. And you have to deal with that. And that is a minefield to navigate. Here's the thing though. Let me be very clear. No one is obligating you to do this.
No, we're simply suggesting that you do it.
We're suggesting that the juice is worth the squeeze, to quote whatever movie that is.
That sounds, yeah. Seems appropriate.
It is. Look, guys, there is risk involved, but the overwhelming majority of you are not actually at that risk, because the overwhelming majority of people are not actually in that risk factor. If you're not in the top 10% of income earners, if you're not in the top 10%
visibility,
right? Celebrity, 10% of celebrity. If you're not in those top 10% categories, largely, like, I hate to say this, and this is going to sound weird to you, but your world isn't as changed as you think it is. Because
one of the conceits of every generation, mine included, yours included, is we think that we're the first people on the planet to deal with fill in the blank. And as a historian myself, I can just tell you, we're not. You read the literature of 2,000 years ago, they were wrestling with the same damn questions and problems that we wrestle with today. Look at the graffiti on the walls of Pompeii, and they look exactly like the men's room of a normal. I mean, people are people. We've always been people. That hadn't changed.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's move on. Angry Hydralisk says, "Here, have some cheap currency, Nick. Thank you for your Hindu money." Malachi Gaming says, "I would tell Abbott to grow a spine, but."
Oh, come on, guys.
Vincente L says, "I got a question for you guys. How do you get over the passing of a parent? I would have the other one, but they passed the following year." I don't think you do.
No.
My parents are both still alive, so I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, I lost my mom about 3 years ago, and I gave her a eulogy, which, they say time heals all wounds. Well, these aren't wounds; these are amputations. And if you have a limb amputated, even though the stump heals, there will be the phantom pains and all that kind of stuff. So it's a pretty close analogy. It does get easier. I will tell you that. It does get easier. The horrible things about losing a parent, in my experience, in particularly that first year, are what I call the random grief strikes. The out of the blue, just all of a sudden something hits you.
I would call my parent, but I can't.
Right. No. And the thing is, you catch yourself about to do that, and you go, I can't do that anymore. And I remember, for me personally, it was having my mother's cell phone turned off. That was tough. So a lot of it is get through it, because it will get easier, and it'll get easier sooner than you think. You'll get to a point in your life where you'll be able to think of your parents and think of the good times, and not just feel like someone's reached in and ripped your guts out. Now, if you got guilt, let yourself off the hook. You got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not. Remember, there are two people in parent-child relationships as well, and you're not responsible for that. But think of it this way: you have a book that you turn to for advice on life issues, and suddenly that book is lost or burned or stolen or whatever. You remember what was read in there. You'll never be able to read it again. That's a good analogy. It's an analogy of the pain. Like you can move on, but the loss will be permanent. And it should be. These are some of the most important people in your life. It's okay. It's okay for that loss to be permanent.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear. I saw someone in the stream saying, I lost my dad 30 years ago, and the pain never goes away. I wouldn't say it goes away. What I'm saying is it gets easier to deal with, much, much, much easier to deal with as time goes on. Of course, everybody's different. I'm simply, analogizing from my position, but I don't think that anyone could have loved their mother any more than I love mine, and I can now think of her without just going, without that oppressive feeling of loss. That's with a mother particularly, it's the feeling of abandonment, which is completely irrational and illogical, but that's what you feel like.
Yeah.
With my stepfather, it's more like you're talking about, Nick. I probably don't do this. He died 2 years ago. I don't do this as much now, but boy, the first year after he was gone, I remember God at least once a week saying, "Man, I wish Jack were around. He'd know what to do."
Yeah.
Because he was somebody that I went to. Said, "Hey, I got this business problem. What would you do?" And suddenly that's,
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to dealing with that. I don't know what both Lady Rackets and I are fortunate to have all of our parents still alive, and but at some point that's going to change, and the difference between a parent and grandparent, like, because I lost all my grandparents recently, my last one last year, and that was a big sort of weird blow, but at the same time, like, I didn't have that same relationship that I have with my parents where, look, I have this issue right now. I need somebody to help me with it, or at least give me some soothing words or whatever. That's what my parents are for, and I won't have that. And that's a tough thing to get rid of.
That feeling of abandonment that I think I was getting at, Nick, is I used to run things by my mom and my stepfather a lot.
Yeah.
And I can't do that anymore. And, I had a friend that said one time, he said that he didn't think that men could really grow up until after their parents were gone. And at the time I was like, I don't know if I agree with that. I kind of see where he's coming from now, though. There's a certain amount of that.
It's a different type of growing, right?
But it is very.
The safety net's gone. It's tightrope walking without the net below you.
And you know what? And that may also explain some of my apparent, I would say it probably comes off as arrogance, although that's really not what I mean. The thing is, when that safety net is gone and you do push on, you do feel more confident. You do feel more, it's, not that losing your parents is a good thing.
Yeah.
But it does change you. But in any event, just, if you have guilt, let yourself off the hook. If you have resentment, forgive them. Forgiveness is, whether you're a Christian or not, it just happens to be some of the best advice for human beings. Just say, I forgive you, and make it stick. You'll be a lot happier, if nothing else, But sorry as hell. I really am.
Jillian Seed says, Ty, don't forget the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Don't know what that's about. VC says, question for the chat ads. How do you handle the suicide of someone close to you in a healthy way? I'm trying hard not to relapse. Look, you can take
same advice
for someone's suicide specifically. You are not responsible. No matter what you blame yourself for, no matter how many questions you have, you are never, ever, ever. This is the nature of suicide. No matter what they're dealing with, no matter what anybody has to deal with, at the end of the day, they take the proverbial razor to their wrist, and they do that. And that is not your fault. You can never hold yourself accountable for that.
No, and it's such a complete overriding of every biological and moral instinct we have, that if somebody does that, you didn't talk them into it. You can't talk someone into that. They were messed up all along. As far as the loss, see the comments above about parents. All losses of somebody close to you are gonna be an amputation of some form. But it gets easier. It gets easier. Life does go on.
Just know that a suicide of a friend, specifically, not like someone that you have control over, that's going to be a little bit different. But in reality, it's everybody. But this is specific. The suicide of a friend cannot be your fault. It just can't. You can't take that burden upon you because you can't change it. Can't fix the outcome. There's nothing you could have done to change it. They're dealing with some demon that's bigger than you. And that's okay. That is a loss, and you'll have to deal with that. The way to deal with it in a healthy way is to accept their choice. It really is, and that sucks, but it is to accept their choice, accept the fact that you couldn't have dealt with it, and just remember the good times that you had, and remember the healthy parts of them. Because the healthy parts of them are the parts that enjoyed life. And the unhealthy parts are the parts that didn't. It's really easy to discern at that point.
I've never lost a friend to suicide, but I've lost actually a lot of friends lately. I lost one actually over 4th of July, died of COVID of all things. Had open heart surgery and got COVID, and it was not caught. But anyway, I mean, I don't know. I assume, but from the nature of the question, that the fact that it's suicide matters, somewhat. So I don't exactly know what that feels like, but
I think the hard part of suicide is thinking that you could have influenced that decision.
I'm inferring that from the question,
you can't,
right.
You can't,
no.
I mean, you can try and you can do what you can do, but at the end of the day, they lost a battle within themselves, and that battle, that specific battle is what won the day. And it might win the war, it might lose the war. Suicide, you can win a battle and lose a war, blah, 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 blah. Suicide is when you lose the battle and you lose the war, and there's no other question to be asked because there is no coming back.
I agree. I don't think there's in any kind of rational relationship, I don't think you can be responsible for someone else deciding to kill themselves and going through with it.
You can't.
Number one, I don't think that you could have caused it, and I don't think you could have stopped it either. What you're going to talk? Someone says, "I'm going to blow my own head off," and they're serious, and you're going to somehow reason them out of it. That ain't going to happen. That's not how people work, unfortunately.
You're not. You provide them
off the hook.
You provide them the support you can during the battle, and if they lose the battle, they lose the battle.
Yeah.
And when, unfortunately, with suicide is when you lose battle, you lose the war, and that's a point where you have to go, I have to take the good days, and I have to remember those good days, because that's all you can do. You can't take responsibility for that. Ethan,
where you see this really horribly, Nick, because I have had two friends whose children committed suicide.
Yeah.
Now, you talk about hell on earth. I mean, I've always said the most horrific thing for any parent to face would be the death of their child, but that particular way. And they just get invariably eat up and destroyed because they insist on blaming themselves.
Right.
Even, and it's like, that's not taking responsibility. That's just destroying your own life out of some misguided something.
It is.
It's horrible.
Ethan Fletcher says, do I vote for shit party or shit party light in politics? Both sides are a joke. At best, both most likely funded by the same oil company.
Take the best option that's available.
Or don't. Or don't. Just don't vote. Vote for me.
There's no moral high ground in not voting.
Write in. You vote, but you write in Nick Rekieta. That's what you do.
There you go. Yeah, I'd vote for you.
Corey Goodman says, Ty Beard, do you see the Pathmaker Kingmaker video game coming out? Pathfinder. I think he means Pathfinder Kingmaker.
Pathfinder, yeah.
But it's not King. It's not Kingmaker. It's the next one. Kingmaker's the old one. Those guys, I'm a little sad about them. They said they wanted to talk to me on a live stream, but then I tried talking to them and they didn't talk to me anymore.
Pathfinder? The Pathfinder guys?
Yeah, the Pathfinder Pathfinder video game guys, which is not...
okay. That's different. That's not the tabletop.
No, it's a much better company. Moist John says, need Delta Force but uncircumcised. Boring movie. Delta Force was in... Like,
you shut your damn mouth.
No, Ty, I'm telling you, if you watch it now, you'd be like, this is 2 hours. It should be an hour and 20 minutes. And it is inherently pro-Jew, like to a crazy
Well, it was made
point.
by Golden Globus. What do you expect?
Exactly.
I saw it in the theater, and might have had more than a few adult beverages before I saw it, so my memories of it are somewhat indistinct. But you're right; it was Delta Force that had the motorcycle with the rocket. They were cheesy, like Estes rockets. I mean, they weren't even like
there's
rockets.
There's like an hour of bullshit in that movie that could have been cut.
Well, that was Chuck Norris transitioned from being a martial arts hero into just an action hero.
Yeah.
And that was in that awkward, kind of like when Sean Connery left James Bond and made Zardoz.
Yeah.
That really kind of like,
wrong
that
move.
was so.
Architect of Fate says, just to clarify, my goal is to find a wife and make a family. The area I'm at, it is more perilous than walking through Ramadi without your squad or fire team and trying to get
changed too much.
Trying to get shot or blown up in 08/09. I've been accused of sexism just for the Pence rules. Look,
the Pence rules make perfect sense.
The Pence rules make the most sense. And listen, the Pence rules are a great way to weed out the dangerous women. Yeah. Because the good women will understand the Pence rules inherently.
Yeah, we're not. I hope no one would interpret what we're saying as saying you shouldn't take reasonable precautions and be aware of your environment and be smart about the fight.
Yeah, the Pence rules are great. Do them. SoCal says, we are the product of a generations long plan to take the rat utopia experiment, apply it to the West, and deliberately create a behavior sink in our society. And the plan succeeded. We are the last generation of rats. We are designed to fail. Yeah, in some ways I agree. Malik Fox
I think the millennials were definitely sold out by the adults above them that should have been doing their jobs.
I'm getting requests to explain the Pence rules. The Pence rules are simple. Never, ever, ever, ever be alone with a woman, ever. That's the simplest Pence rule I can explain. Yeah. If you're a man
with the door closed, I know. Yeah. You're talking about the pure rule.
Look, if you've got the door open, there's a woman outside the door. Yeah. That's the trick. The pure Pence rule is basically never be alone with a woman ever. If you're alone with a woman, the door is open and there's a woman outside the door. It's similar to the Drex rules are a little more degenerate. The Drex rules are have a woman filming your sexual encounter with another woman. That's a bit extreme.
At some point, you got to wonder, is he just bragging? I mean,
look, Mike Pence, Billy Graham, these are men. These are the men at the most vulnerable. And so you take their rules and you take them for what they are. Mike Pence and Billy Graham are both saying, if I am in a room alone with a woman and she accuses me, I'm done with everything. Yep. And my mission is over. So I will not be alone in a room with a woman. If you're in a room with a woman and you have to be alone in some way, video it.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, just for reference, the Billy Graham rules predate cancel culture by about 40 years.
Yep. They do. So, and by the way, they were rock solid.
So again, I'm not saying that it's not worse now, but I'm just telling you, ain't nothing new under the sun. I mean, women tend to be attracted to successful, confident, powerful men. And if men aren't smart about it, they're gonna wind up in trouble. No, it's and what's funny about all this is the very same women who want to cancel men for looking at them the wrong way are now bitching and raising hell about the Pence rule. And it's like, honey, this is exactly what you should expect.
Yeah. Have a camera in your office. We live in an age where it costs nothing to have a camera record you every moment of the day. And so just be
sure that file goes to an encrypted folder somewhere, just in case.
Yeah. Protect yourself. But honestly, be ready to say when a woman comes out, or a man, it could be a dude these days, which is even more unfathomable, and says, he penetrated me without my consent. You can play back the tape and say, nope, fucking untrue. Just do that. But what's better than a videotape? It shouldn't be, but it is having another person, and particularly a woman. And that's the Pence rule. You never go to dinner with a woman without someone else there. You never go to lunch with a woman without someone else there. And you never have a woman in your office without them there. Same as Billy Graham, the guys that were most susceptible to Me Too, hipster Me Too, before Me Too was cool, have developed this great system that you guys can emulate pretty easily.
I heard this rule in 2000 from our pastor. I go to the largest Baptist church in East Texas. And, our pastor just said, hey, I'm never in a room with a woman, not my wife, alone. He just said, just an absolute, and he was given a very tough sermon on adultery and unfaithfulness and all that kind of stuff. And he was saying, and I remember thinking, dang, if he has to be that careful, because he's a good guy, he's pastor and all this kind of stuff. But we absolutely, those are good rules.
Look, I bring Lady Rackets with me to every convention I go to. And seriously, I am the laziest person on the planet. I'm not pursuing any woman ever. I don't have time for that shit. But I still bring her because it is a safety net. And do that. Bring someone with you. Bring a brother, bring a sister with you. There's wisdom in the Bible as well about this stuff. Bring a brother in Christ or whatever you have with you, because it gives you credibility and it gives you a backup.
I remember this is kind of a humorous thing. My clients at Frog God Games, they had a role-playing game convention in Dallas, and they wanted the Amazons to all come and play role-playing games. And these are women who have never played a role-playing game. So I'm like,
right.
You'll find it very interesting, but you won't ever want to do it again.
Yeah.
So I said, fine. And I asked them, they all said they'd go. So I come on and I tell Tori, I said, I would gonna go. And my wife has no interest in gaming whatsoever. I mean, none stuff. She said, wait a minute. You're at a convention with your female staff? I said, yes, I am. Of course, remember that 2 of the female staff are my 2 daughters. And she goes, oh, okay, fair enough. but I mean, let's say they weren't. I mean, that was a totally innocent kind of thing, but it would have been unspeakably stupid of me to do that.
Yep. Yeah.
And also an unnecessary stress on my marriage, right? I mean, why create even what we used to call in the law the appearance of impropriety?
Yep.
The law is all full of that. So,
okay, we're going lightning round. Malik Foxton says, This is a prime example of you having control of your chat, Nick. Chat's arguing with you and Ty for nearly an hour, but we're so brainwashed that your Beck will attack Moronica on Twitter, according to certain people we enjoy disliking. Yeah, of course. Bad Dragonite says, to the guys worried about getting BS Me Too allegations, move to a small town or whatever if you can, preferably in a red state. Chances of it happening drop quite a bit. A lot more sensible people are around. Reject the black pill. That is really good advice. Look, go get your country waifu and bring her to the city if you need to be in the city. Frisky Django says, putting out an APB on a Rich Evans, large white male who kidnapped an underage protocol droid in the Milwaukee area. Oh my God.
Red Letter Media reference, right? Yeah.
John Doe says, to quote Bart Simpson, Rocky 5 plus Rocky 2 equals Rocky 7, Adrian's Revenge. Malachi Gaming, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you so much. Crusader Saracen says, your worst nightmare, butthorn. That's from Bulletproof. God, Ty, you've got to watch it.
Yeah. Well, so actually it was Diggstown and then Bulletproof.
Yeah. Bulletproof. Gary Busey. I think it's 1987.
Let me get my obsolete thing here.
Tengen Ken says, do not invoke the evil that is Genki Sushi, Nick. Look, no, it's terrible, but I know someone who likes it. Enter the QB says, Will Smith got cucked and nobody's surprised, lol. No one is. Tengen Ken says, to the panel, what's your IRL handgun of choice? Mine is a Springfield 1911. What is yours?
Handgun. Huh. I'm an old fashioned kind of guy. I got a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum revolver.
Magnums are beautiful to fire at night. If you've never fired a Magnum in the dark.
Yeah. Although if you've ever fired a cap and ball revolver, an old style cap and ball revolver, those things spit out prodigious, spurts of flame as well.
God, great. The Fat Man 56 says, Ty doesn't remember Bulletproof, sir. I'm going to need your old fogey card, sir. Some people, Infinity
two old fart cards.
Infinity 223 says, yo, Nick, I just recently applied for a credit card, and I was, if you or the cast had any tips on how to build up a good credit score for a first timer. Look, the hardest, let me tell you this as someone who worked in finance for years. Building up a good credit score is simple. Carry a small balance on your credit card. We're talking $100 or less. Pay everything off except for that $100. If you pay it off, $0 every month, you actually have a lower credit score than if you carry a small balance, less than a quarter of your credit limit, and pay that. Make your timely payments. So get a credit card that has a low overall amount and therefore a low monthly payment. You put a couple $100 on it and you keep it around $100 to $50 balance on the card and make payments every month. Your credit score will be 850 before you fucking know it. Do that.
I will defer to Nick on this. I have no real expertise in that area.
Caldeo the horse, and also, pay your rent, pay all that other stuff. If you have fixed loans, whatever, credit cards are great for doing it. And carrying a balance is the key. That's interesting. That's why Dave Ramsey, by the way, someone was like, why no Dave Ramsey? Look, Dave Ramsey is a cuck. Dave Ramsey makes $10 million in cash a year. He is not advising you on how to deal with your credit card debt as someone who makes probably $50,000 to $70,000 a year. Fuck off, Dave Ramsey. Don't listen to him because he's bad at it. He is telling you how he would deal with debt, and he has a massive cash income. Ignore it. Don't do that. There are thousands. In every town, there's a good financial advisor who will tell you how to deal with your debt. Go talk to them. Tell them how to leverage your debt. Be smart about the debt that you have. Debt is not bad. Dave Ramsey is wrong because he says debt is bad. Debt is not bad for the overwhelming majority of Americans.
We would have a 19th century country if we didn't have debt.
Yeah, and trust me, again,
the modern world is built on the concept of debt.
To have the Dave Ramsey opinion of debt, you better make close to 7 figures a year. Even people who make 7 figures a year can leverage debt in ways that are amazing. Ty, I'm sure you know this. Right now, people who are millionaires can mortgage their house for a jumbo loan at $500,000 and reinvest that, at like 2.5% to 4%, something like that. Reinvest that in a REIT that's going to give a guaranteed return of 7 to 8%. It's silly.
The arbitrage opportunities, especially for high net worth people, are significant. But yeah, anybody that says debt is bad is an idiot.
Yeah, Eagle Loan says, why carry $100 over each month? Because the credit card companies and the credit reporting agencies want to know that you can handle, this is dumb, it's counterintuitive, they want to know that you can handle having debt month to month rather than paying it off as cash.
Yeah, because the credit report is being used to people who are they're using that credit report to determine whether they should loan you money. So the credit report doesn't necessarily mean anything except that you're someone good to loan money to.
They want you to carry a balance because they want to charge you interest on that balance.
I would never have known that. I would have assumed that you should, use a small card and just pay it off every month. I had no idea. So
that's a good way to build credit. A better way is to carry a balance. That's all.
Interesting.
Caldeo the horse says, please help my man Will Smith. Send him some energy. Kildare the horse says she belongs to the streets. Praise be the future. Didn't Jada Pinkett Smith cheat on Will with a woman too? Isn't that great? Rogue says these morons defend Black Lives Matter so hard, despite the very fact that Black Lives Matter has killed more people in a month than the cop in a questionable confrontation. Interesting take. Mike Mysterio 13 says, what I'd love to see about the Rona is active cases separated from total cases. By the way, love you guys. May God bless you. Me too. Inquisitor Eckham says the American solution to COVID would be a competition that the state with the lowest COVID cases, everyone would get a free meal from Taco Bell.
I just had a thought. I just thought of something. I'm sorry. And maybe this was a point you were making earlier and didn't connect. How the hell do they know whether a COVID case has been resolved or not? There's no reporting mechanism. I know 5 people that have gotten over coronavirus in the last 3 or 4 weeks. As far as I know, they didn't report to any state agency.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have 3.25 million cases minus 950 or 960,000 recoveries, and they only have 200,000 deaths. Wait, where the fuck are the other 2 million cases?
Well, how do they know there are only 900,000 recoveries?
Right, where are the recoveries? That's what I'm saying.
Right, that's your okay. I'm getting the point now. Sorry, for whatever reason that escaped me, but yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, Inquisitor Eckham says the American solution to COVID. Oh wait, we read that one. Yes, free meal from Taco Bell for everyone in the state. Carson Depp says, is mask use covered by Tinker versus Des Moines? I have no idea. I don't know Tinker versus Des Moines on my...
In general, I don't think the constitutional arguments are going to be successful against masks because the idea is this is an emergency measure. Well, during an emergency.
The question is when your Supreme...
Be wrong about that.
Your mask Supreme Court case gets into the Supreme Court 3.5 years from now, it won't matter.
Yeah. Exactly. There's that too.
Inquisitor Eckham says the government, it's for your safety. Japanese citizen, but why am I only allowed 2 suitcases and where are we going? Oh, damn.
There you
go. Spigot 84 says, sing You Got the Glow in Lemoyne's voice. When you got that glow, your power shows when you got that glow. It's the power of lung ovation. Francis Lancer says, ITM fellow No Agenda show listeners. Cemetery Lady says, why isn't anyone talking about what's going on with Hillary Clinton? Skipping interviews with judges and losing appeals seems like a big deal to me. I'll take a look into it. I don't know. I haven't been following. John Doe says, there needs to be an Office Space style printer stomping with Ty, Nick, and Mr. Peacock just saying.
Oh, I'd be up for a printer stomping anytime.
Angry. Next time I'm in Texas, I'll buy you one so we can just trash it.
They're beating the crap out of that printer, and then they start to walk away, and the one guy
goes back to it. Yeah. I have to clarify something. It's a fax machine, which are exceptionally terrible.
Is that what it was? The printer's a fax. Okay.
It's a printer scanner fax, and those are garbage.
Okay. Yeah.
Angry Hydralist says, so what's your so that's why you suck at games, rip your finger? Yes, my finger in my car.
Yeah, that's it.
Prophet Muhammad says, is it wrong to cry if you're envious of others' family success? I don't hate what they have, rather what I lost to the legal system. Yes. I'll say don't look, if you're gonna cry, here's the rule. Cry in private.
Exactly.
And don't be proud of your tears. Ever.
Right.
That's those 2 rules will keep you through 99.9% of life.
Yeah. Because we're trying to preserve everyone else's view of you as a man, and if you do too much of that in public, you're going to be marked down by them. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
Fluffy Tetso, of all the dads, whose dad jokes are the biggest groaners? Mine. No, probably Ty's.
My daughters, I think my daughters disagree with you on that. They.
Brian says that would be as crazy as Whataburger remodeling and getting rid of the A roof. Oh wait, they did. Wait, Whataburger got rid of the A roof?
Not all of them, but now that you mention it, a lot of Whataburgers don't have those anymore.
I could use it,
or don't have, especially new ones. I don't think I've seen a new one built.
I could use a Whataburger right now. I'm not gonna lie.
They are just some of the greatest fast food burgers you'll ever have.
Do you know how many times you've never disclosed the location of where you are, but you know how many times I've been on the phone with you when you have been ordering Whataburger.
That's right.
And
you probably know my order.
I know for a fact, I'm like, that son of a bitch is at Whataburger right now.
Oh yeah.
Because he's certainly not at a Burger King.
You're right about that.
Heinrich Berndowski says the exhale thing applies to masks with a valve on them. Unvalved N95s work on exhale and inhale. Thank you for clearing that up. OmniStash Gaming says, I'm a former underage safety investigator. 0 out of 10 would recommend step parenting. Too many issues arise in very few situations where it works out. I won't do it. Step parenting's a hard job. I respect everybody who does it.
I wouldn't presume to tell somebody don't do it, but don't do it.
Oh my God, it's almost 5 a.m. Jesus Christ.
Holy crap.
Okay, John Doe says,
time flies when you're having fun.
Look up instructor Pat Stone on YouTube. Funny stuff. Revenant 465 says, I highly recommend you watch the Velocipaster on Prime. Sounds great. Kalinka Pavlova says, Ty watches obscure New Zealand film. Obscure New Zealander watches Ty and Chad Dads, of course, equals paradox. Circle of life. I don't know, but hello, gentlemen. Hey, what's up, Kalinka? Bad Dragonite says, dude, I used to love Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Master Fire Breather says, off topic, I just saw a video of riot activity in my city as a YouTube ad. I'm thoroughly confused and over all these people. Hey, Nick, panel and chat, hope you're well. Me too, buddy. Stay away from the riots. Cow Chips Bought Me says, my questions were allegorical for liberals in the country. Wanting you dead, literally, what is their weapon? Are they not mentally ill? How do we stop them from harming others? Not by ballots, right? It's by ballots, and it's literally by the social bludgeoning that you do in your personal circles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody talks about the revolution, the possible civil war. I kind of like my chances when I'm fighting people that think words are actually violence. Just saying.
Christopher McMillan says, Ty, not telling you how to do your job, but next time Lemons brings up the Führer nonsense, can you make his bigoted self-aware that Führer simply means leader in the German language and the feminine version is Führerin?
I doubt it'll ever come up again. But frankly, I think my client rather masterfully handled the person giving the deposition. It was almost embarrassing for that person, frankly.
Yeah. Satanic Potato says, just wanted to throw money at you. Love you, rackets. You keep a guy sane during Clown World. I'll catch the replay later. Hey, thanks, buddy. Meximan and G says, did you hear Wayfair had an extremely overpriced furniture? $10,000 of cabinet, and all the overpriced pieces happen to have the name of missing people. That's awful. Kalinka says, I got my cat catnip bubbles to chill her out because she's insanely frisky. She's become more violent now. Much sadness and pain. Pranksters of Kanoha says, Ty, what class would play what class would you play as in 5th edition D&D?
I wouldn't play 5th edition D&D.
It's fun though.
Yeah,
I like 5th edition.
Actually, all kidding aside, it is a good edition. I'm a traditionalist fighter. Fighter or cleric has always been my preference. I like druids. Do they have druids in 5th?
They do, and they're fucking disgustingly powerful if you pick Clan of the Moon or whatever.
Oh god, they're druids with clans. I don't care about it.
No, they're
trying to get into RuneQuest.
Every class has subclasses that you take at like 2nd or 3rd level.
Yeah,
that's the druid moon one is the shapeshifting one, and it's phenomenally powerful. I love warlocks, man, but undying warlocks are shit. Which you can see me on Thursday playing an undying warlock on Bibble stream. Dan Campbell says, I drive 500 miles a day for work as a courier in Midland, Texas. I don't have a diaper, but water bottles will do. Bad Vibe says, Ty, as a person that's been married, it's always the man's fault, even when it's not. Yes, dear, are 2 great words to end a fight with the wife. Being quiet is better than being right 90% of the time. Look,
you reach a certain age in your life where, and I hate to say this, just give them their way if you can. It just makes it so much easier.
This is a weird thing. Apologies. I always say don't apologize. I mean, don't apologize to the mob. Apologizing to your wife is a strategic choice that ends a problem very fucking quickly.
Yes, it does.
Romeo Garbo says, I have a cat and I enjoy playing with her, but a downside is that my forearms are now covered in scars and healing wounds. Thankfully, I wear sleeves. DCV Titan says, Ty, you didn't have to deal with women on Twitter, where a minor event can get blown out of proportion by some blue hair and crew across the country, where suddenly that accidental bump becomes grape. Look, don't deal with women who are on Twitter. Michael,
there's that.
Don't deal with women who are on apps. I know it's tough. I do. Michael Ziada says, I'm 22 and lean towards Dick Masterson's way of thinking. There are good women out there, even if it doesn't work out. I never get up. You can be happy. Yes, you can. No one important says, you'll never get me married. Never. You'll have to catch me and chain me down first because I will never stop running away. I don't want to make you married.
No, we're just suggesting that's where you're wired to want to be.
Yeah. And just because people are wired a certain way doesn't mean that's the correct way for everybody.
No.
That's the standard, but standard people exist all over the place. So,
but you're stacking more complexity and challenge in your life when you try to overrule your wiring.
Right.
Not that you can't do it, but you're giving up a certain amount of energy to do that.
Almond John 1 says, have you heard about the Karen Act? Yes, that's where 911 calls in California, or specifically San Francisco, can't be racially based.
Once again, the Babylon Bee becomes, actually a portal into the near future.
I don't think it's actually been passed. I thought it was just proposed, but we'll see.
Oh, I don't know.
Andrew War Snowboard says, we can write a comic too. Please bring me to Texas. Sounds good. Cerberus 2185 says, as an Iowan, I gotta say that our governor has been fantastic when it comes to COVID. Texans would be lucky to have her. Yep. The Midwest states have dealt with COVID very well. Master Fire Breather says, about the comic, help a sister out. I'm writing a video game and I wanted to ask you about it at Anime Matsuri. DM me or email me. I would love to talk to you. Bad Vibe says, I have a donut shop in my town that wisely sits across the street from County Courthouse. Also owned by a certain...
God. That's a license to print money.
Also owned by a certain ethnicity. Awesome donuts. Vietnamese, man. They run it. Almond John 1 says, fries, onion rings, or tater tots. I go with fries 9 times out of 10.
I'm going to go with tater tots. Huh?
They better be jalapeno tater tots for me. Christopher,
well, they got to be done. They got to be cooked right. Yeah. That's always the caveat. But yeah,
that's why I said 9 times out of 10 is fries for me. Harder to screw up, but a good tater tot is magic.
Agreed.
I don't like onion rings.
I don't like onions. At least not directly. I mean, I'll eat cooked onions and all that, but I just
Christopher McMillan says the best donuts are from marketplaces, freshly fried and dipped in sugar. Nope, they're not. I'm sorry.
Those aren't donuts. They're fried cakes.
I know what you're saying, and I love you, but that's not true. You've got.
I mean, you're seriously telling me they don't have just the normal what we call donuts down here?
No.
Up in Minnesota?
They don't exist.
Well, I could never live there.
No. The closest you can get are at like the airport, and they're $2.50 a donut.
Wow.
For reference, guys, for a dozen donuts in Texas, it's like $4.50.
Yeah. Good grief.
That's the trick. The individual donut is not a masterpiece. It's the fact that you get a dozen of them, and they're just staple. They're a staple. They're so good. It's like you wouldn't pay $2 for a great grain of rice, but you'd pay 50 cents for a plate full of rice. Robert Stratton says, Nick, have you heard of cronut yet? I had a cronut. They're overrated. They're made with croissant dough and they're stuff of heaven. They're okay. They're overrated. Sergeant McSalty says, it's actually 81 in Tyler right now, but I'd gladly take more heat than that to be back. Missouri.
Like I said, we've had a cold front's moved in. Is it snowing?
He says, Missouri sucks, which is true. Nova Zero says, yo, Nick.
By the way, it's only early July, though. Wait another month and check the temperature at 3 a.m.
Nova Zero says, yo, Nick, has someone brought the Whisper Whimper Network to your attention? Things in comics. Yes, I haven't looked into it, but I have seen it. Bad Vibe says 2021 news report. Skinny white lawyer blinds all of Texas with exposed legs that makes powder look tan.
Yeah.
Kalinka Pavlova says, I want to introduce a word for you gentlemen. One we use in New Zealand daily to describe men's not skanky short shorts. Stubbies. You are welcome. Jay O'Bal says, so women are politically contentious as COVID-19? Yes. Yes. In many ways. Bad Vibe says there's a sad irony in the fact cancel is following McCarthyism to the letter. Authoritarianism is poison no matter which side wields it.
There's one difference. McCarthy was actually right.
Yeah, that's the problem with McCarthy is he nailed it.
Yeah, when those Soviet archives came unlocked in the early 90s.
Everybody forgets that McCarthy was pretty much, I think, almost 100% vindicated.
Yeah, I think he actually was. And it's like, ooh, they really actually were communists. Yeah.
Patrick L. says, speaking as someone who has battled with and continues to fight depression, it is something you never get over. Just stay strong. Yes, just stay strong. In clarification, I want you all to live. I'm just saying that people can't blame themselves for someone else not living. DCV Titan says, Nick, what power did the guys in the Duke lacrosse case have? What power and money did Paul Nungesser have? What money and power did Dan Mel and Danye's victims have? Look, it's
liars. Come on.
No, it doesn't mean that you're immune. It means that you're less likely to be a target.
Right.
And by the way,
if the odds are 1 in a million that something's going to happen to you, you can say, well, it's not impossible, but it's also idiotic to act like it's going to happen.
But the Duke lacrosse players did have power.
That was the Duke lacrosse players were the victim of an ambitious prosecutor who wound up getting disbarred, and rightly so. I mean,
and here's the thing about that: they're white, they're successful, they're at a high level college, and the victim was black. And I hate putting it that way, but that is a recipe for the prosecutor. That's the trick.
And this particular prosecutor grotesquely exceeded his authority. This wasn't, in other words, it wasn't a cancel culture thing.
Yeah.
You know, it was just an ambitious prosecutor that abused his power. And thank God, you know, got run out of the profession.
Yeah. But look, power and influence goes a whole bunch of different ways. But those are white guys in an upper class sport. Lacrosse is not. Lacrosse is weird. It's not as prestigious as football, but in a way, it kind of is. It's like yachting.
It's a very popular white kid sport, for lack of a better term.
Sculls, for example, right? Like rowing in college is a completely useless sport as far as professionalism goes, because you'd much rather be a football player. But it's a prestigious white rich kid sport. It's a weird thing. So they had a lot. They're at an upper class institution, and they're white and the victim was black. That's what it matters. But it doesn't matter. It's changing the calculus. The calculus is always there. There's always a risk. Architect of Fate says, Ty, we love you. Cult single action army 4440, best revolver ever made.
Nice. Yeah.
Pair it with an 1876 Henry repeater to complete the set.
Yep. Adam
Charles says, can we now refer to Ty as Lord Beardus? Yes. RW Bimby emergency equals Japanese to camps, no constitution. Robert Stratton says, Nick, please consider a Night of the Comet watch party if you haven't already. Of course.
Oh.
Haven't seen it, but I'd love to do it. Bad Vibe says, number one rule of life, I will try most anything legal once, twice if I think I like it, including marriage. However, divorce is expensive because it is worth it.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It is. And it's up to you guys to be discerning on divorce. I'm gonna say this, it's controversial, but look.
No.
The overwhelming majority of divorces today are actually predictable. They are. And discernment and patience would go a long way towards preventing them.
And I don't know if I would say this is a majority, but boy, it sure seems at least personally. Now, I'm not a divorce attorney. Okay, I've handled divorces when a business has been involved and stuff like that. But of course, being a lawyer, any number of times friends have come to me and said, if I get divorced, what? I'd say a goodly percentage of those didn't have to happen.
Yep.
They were, it was mutual miscalculation or one, party overplaying their hand or something like that.
Yeah.
But it is expensive, no question.
Someone brought up that over 70% are initiated by women. Yes. And it's incumbent upon you as an asset or facet of risk management to discern the women who won't do it. And you're not going to always be right, but I would wager with the divorce rate as high as it is, that many, if not most of them, are something that could actually be foreseeable. But people rush in and make bad decisions. Kakalo Tizaro says, Nick, need your opinion as a whiskey expert. Just got my hands on a bottle of Regal Chivas, 12 years. Is that a good one? I've never had Regal Chivas. Let me know. I hope it's good. Elliot Joubert says, Round Rock Donut, best donut in Kalachi's. I've never been there. Cemetery Lady says, what handgun would you suggest for a short woman who's getting a gun for the first time? My Lady Rackets has a P238 Lady. It's a what is it? A Ruger P238 Lady. It's a 380 auto chamber. And it works really well. It's really nice. It also has nice filigree on it, so you feel good when shooting it. And yeah.
Have you seen the ARs with the hot pink stocks and everything?
I have.
I have. Yes, women are the most rapidly growing group of gun owners, and so of course we're going to have blinged out guns at some point. I would suggest that you go to a decent gun store. You may pay a little bit more than you would at Academy or whatever, but go to a decent gun store and let them show you what they have and try them on and see how they fit. Get a gun you can handle. I wouldn't get caught up in the whole stopping power debate. It doesn't really matter.
There is no stopping power in a gun. The bullet's going to go through them. Even if it's a hollow point that expands inside them, you're not stopping someone. Stop it.
No. And the fact of the matter is, when you pull a gun and fire at somebody, 99% of the time, it isn't going to matter what kind of gun you fired at them.
Yeah,
it's an emotional event for them.
You put them in just above their heart. You puncture the aorta or something like that, and they bleed out quickly. The most common bullet to die of an injury from is a .22. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The stopping power thing's a myth unless you have like a large shotgun or something like that. But even if you look at ARs and handguns, watch footage of people getting shot. They don't stop; they fall, and they fall forward. The question is not if you stop them. The question is how quickly they die, and that's relative to how quickly they bleed out.
But you're not in a combat environment, right? Where you're going to be trying to kill the enemy. If you're using a gun for self-defense, you're trying to stop someone from attacking you or committing a crime on you or something like that. Almost every criminal basically just wants to get away with the crime. You start shooting at them with a gun, they're going to be trying to get out of there. They're not going to be standing there trying to, they're not going to go to their knees and start blazing back. Typically, So get a gun you can handle, and then take it from there.
Yeah, you're really a gun you can lift, aim accurately, and fire.
And fire is a nice little cartridge.
Fire multiple rounds with some accuracy, and that's good. Go to a gun range and check out some different guns. There are gun stores with gun ranges that you can try out different calibers and different models, and they'll be happy to let you try them so you can buy them. And finally, two more. Architect of Fate says, last chat, Ty Nick, thoughts on Belisarius call. He's a visionary and he should be venerated. You have no idea who that is, and that's okay. It's new Warhammer 40K stuff. He's the guy who created Primaris Marines. Bad Dragonite says, humid in Texas, laughs in Mississippi. It's 98% humidity here right now. I'm basically breathing water. Look, man,
it's the same here, guys. Mississippi ain't got nothing on East Texas. I'm just telling you.
I grew up in Houston, man. I remember 100 degrees, 100% humidity days all the time.
And there is no meaningful difference between 95% and 100%.
Yeah.
It sucks, period.
Okay, guys, I love you all. Ty, thank you for staying so long. It's way longer than I thought.
I enjoyed it. As usual, kind of got just, lost track of time.
I guess
we'll have to do
I'm going to go to Twitch, and we are going to watch Zombie, what is it called? A Zombie Island Massacre tonight. It should be schlocky with tons of tits and all that good stuff. And come join me for that. It's late, but we're going to do it because I promised you I would.
Because you're a professional.
I am.
And the show must go on.
Yes. So, all right. Thank you to Ty. Is there anything you want to say to the stream before we shut down?
Nah, good to talk to you guys again, as always.
All right, guys. You heard it there. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.